Chapter 1. The Offering to the Heavens. The champion of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament is Tien Shinhan. As the golden-haired host's proclamation echoed through the arena, Tien Shinhan came to terms with the reality of his transmigration. Debuting at the pinnacle, he engaged in an all-out battle with Goku upon his first appearance, ultimately clinching the championship by a narrow margin. Applause, glory, and a newfound camaraderie that accompanied his redemption. It appeared to be the quintessential beginning of a victorious life. Yet Tien Shinhan was acutely aware that after such a peak, a downward trajectory awaited him. Tien Shinhan? I am but a marginal character in the protagonist's ensemble. Clenching his fists, Tien Shinhan felt his physical prowess restored to its zenith, a sensation he had never experienced before. This newfound power surged within him, instilling an extraordinary sense of security. However, situated within the Dragon Ball universe, he remained pessimistic about his future circumstances. Even though his memories of the Dragon Ball world were somewhat distant, one immutable law remained vividly etched in his mind. Outside of the Super Scion ranks, all allied characters were mere fodder and sacrificial pawns. The Super Scions were the true protagonists of the Dragon Ball realm. As a human from Earth, a race renowned for its mediocrity in combat, no amount of effort could elevate him to the level of a Super Scion. Even if Tien Shinhan acknowledged the possibility of possessing some lineage of the three-eyed race, with a third eye distinct from ordinary earthlings, yet it would likely prove inconsequential. Am I destined to become a mere bystander? In the face of the congratulations showered upon him by the crowd, Tien Shinhan remained unresponsive, lost in thought. The onlookers assumed his daze stemmed from overwhelming excitement over his victory, finding no cause for concern. A burly figure emerged from the throng, hoisting him aloft in celebration, his admiration palpable. Contrary to his elevated status as champion, Tien Shinhan's spirit remained grounded. On the contrary, he had already resigned himself to the notion of becoming a bystander. His expression fluctuated, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he quickly grasped his role. In the later arcs of Dragon Ball, he had indeed been a peripheral character among the protagonists. Every appearance often ended with him either dead or grievously wounded. Indeed, it was not the enemies who perished or were injured. It was always Tien Shinhan himself. Rather than be gradually sidelined, it would be wiser to gracefully withdraw and retire early, preserving a stable life and training. Upon clarifying his thoughts, Tien Shinhan realized something significant. Becoming a bystander in the Dragon Ball world might not be so detrimental after all. The members of Goku's protagonist team, while undeniably powerful, faced brutal trials in every battle. Countless times, they endured relentless beatings, teetering on the brink of death. Even as core members of the protagonist ensemble, their very existence was not guaranteed. The law of protagonist survival in the Dragon Ball universe was nothing short of a farce. Certain pivotal supporting characters were often sacrificed for the plot, facing death repeatedly. Though the existence of Dragon Balls rendered death somewhat trivial, who would not prefer to live on without the specter of demise looming overhead? In contrast, ordinary Earthlings, entirely unrelated to the protagonist team, could generally lead stable lives, barring cataclysms like the destruction of Earth or the extermination of humanity. Moreover, in those two catastrophic scenarios, death was typically instantaneous. A painless, shadowless exit. The resurrection process felt akin to a dream, effortlessly navigated without the agony endured by the protagonists, who often faced overwhelming foes before and after their demise. Thus, Tien Shinhan made a decision. To remain distant from the often perilous protagonist team was prudent. He aspired to seclude himself, avoiding battles with the protagonist team and formidable adversaries, living freely as a bystander in the Dragon Ball world. With his foundation in the Crane School martial arts, combined with decent aptitude for combat and the prize money from this tournament, as long as he committed to his martial arts training, he could lead a comfortable life on this earth. However, I cannot completely sever ties with Goku and the others. Tien Shinhan pondered, contemplating the appropriate level of contact he should maintain with Goku and the others. While ordinary Earthlings generally muddled through life quite well, Tien Shinhan had heard tales of peculiar occurrences within the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, The anthropomorphic beings like the dog and bear people, who once held a significant presence on Earth during the early arcs, had virtually vanished by the latter stages. It was rumored that their marginalization had led Goku and the others to forget them entirely when resurrecting Earthlings with the Dragon Balls. Though not of an anthropomorphic lineage, Tien Shinhan deemed it prudent to be cautious. Should he perish due to an unavoidable catastrophe like the destruction of Earth or the universe, and Goku and the others forget to revive him, it would be no laughing matter. Moreover, arriving in the Dragon Ball universe without utilizing the Dragon Balls would be a waste of an opportunity. If he were to completely cut ties with Goku and the others, then it would be nearly impossible for him to surpass the protagonist team in strength, effectively losing his chance to use the Dragon Balls. It would be akin to entering a kitchen and leaving without a single vegetabilian unacceptable outcome for Tien Shinhan. And what if my third eye possesses some unique ability? What if I too could become remarkably formidable? Tien Shinhan had prepared himself for a life as a bystander. Yet, even those who yearned for a stable existence would not shy away from the prospect of becoming stronger. After all, even a bystander might dream of flipping over with ease, much like quenching one's thirst, casting a hopeful gaze towards a more balanced existence. Now, how shall I solidify the fragile bonds of friendship I've just begun to forge with Goku and the others? Furrowing his brow, Tien Shinhan descended into contemplation, departing the arena alongside Chaozu. Unbeknownst to him, he and Chaozu had followed Goku and the others to the entrance of a lavish restaurant. Tien Shinhan, thank you for inviting us to dine. The diminutive Goku, barely reaching Tien Shinhan's waist, gazed excitedly at the opulent restaurant sign, patting his own belly in anticipation. Dine? When did I ever agree to that? Still, sharing a meal is indeed a splendid way to foster camaraderie. Wait a moment. This is Goku we're talking about. With that insatiable scion appetite, after just one meal, will there be any prize money left for me? If I run out of funds, how can I live comfortably in this world? Suddenly struck by realization, cold sweat trickled down his smooth forehead. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he glanced at Goku's eager expression. Desiring friendship while avoiding expenses what to do, Tien Shinhan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he narrowly avoided a precarious situation. Yet he found himself ensnared in a dilemma over whether to treat his companions. In this critical moment, his gaze swept across the group. Wait, where's Krillin? Tien Shinhan identified a breakthrough, and forgotten memories surged forth. Isn't this reminiscent of the scenario before the Demon King Piccolo's return? With Krillin absent, this spells trouble. This meal was not meant to be. With this thought, Tien Shinhan's hesitation evaporated. It wasn't that he was stingy with his money. With Krillin's impending sacrifice, this was hardly the time for leisurely dining. Let's seek out Krillin. I have an ominous premonition. Tien Shinhan proposed decisively, his resolve solidifying. At present, he still counted among the main fighters of the Dragon Ball universe. Though reluctant to involve himself in Goku and the others' battles, he could not afford to miss the confrontation against the Demon King Piccolo. Otherwise, Goku and the others might face utter annihilation in this conflict. If the world fell into the hands of the Demon King Piccolo and veered towards a reality devoid of Dragon Ball warriors, what hope would he have of living in seclusion? With the roof blown away, where would a bystander like him find refuge? In order to successfully retreat into seclusion for himself, to lead a comfortable life akin to that of a languid fish, Tianjin Fan reluctantly resolved to assist Wukong and his companions once. Only by aiding Wukong and the others in vanquishing the vile Piccolo Daimao could he hope for a tranquil life of seclusion. Alas, there is no such thing as a free lunch, even if one aspires to be a mere fish. One must first fulfill their current duties effectively. Tianjin Fan was indeed filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet, who could deny that within the current ensemble of protagonists, his strength was among the most formidable? Moreover, the shared experience of battling side by side would undoubtedly forge stronger bonds of camaraderie than a simple meal could provide. Thus, when he eventually retreated from the fray, he would assuredly have a share in Wukong and the others' Dragon Balls for resurrection. Now that you mention it, I too feel a slight unease in my stomach. Here I am, right at the restaurant's entrance, yet my appetite seems to have vanished. Wukong patted his belly, his brow furrowed slightly. Ah, so your level of concern is gauged by the state of your appetite. Tianjin Fan found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Wukong's remark. Upon witnessing that both of them shared the same sentiment, the others, who had already taken a step into the restaurant, promptly turned around, hurrying back to the venue of the martial arts tournament. In an instant, only two waitresses clad in vibrant kipeos remained at the restaurant's entrance, still poised in a welcoming bow, awaiting their patrons to place their orders. Upon their return to the venue, they discovered that in the lounge of the martial arts tournament, Krillin, who had come back to retrieve the Rui Bang and the Dragon Balls for Wukong, had met a tragic fate. Chapter 2. The Resurgence of Piccolo Daimao. Krillin. Upon seeing Krillin's dire state, Wukong rushed forward to lift him. Tianjin Fan knelt beside him, pressing two fingers against Krillin's neck for a moment before shaking his head at Wukong. Cursed be the one who took Krillin's life, I shall avenge him. Realizing Krillin was deceased filled Wukong with a seething rage, causing him to shout vehemently, a rare display of murderous intent emanating from him. It was a green-skinned monster with wings. Just after you all departed, he burst into the venue causing chaos, and he murdered Krillin in the lounge, seizing a golden glass orb from his grasp. Word has it that he intends to slay all martial artists. He should not be far from here now. Wukong's furious outburst roused the golden-haired host, who had feigned death after being struck by flying debris. With great effort, he lifted his head, feeling the swollen lump at the back of his skull, relaying the information to the group. Upon hearing of the green-skinned monster, Master Rose's expression shifted, his thoughts drifting back over 3 centuries. He had once suffered a grievous defeat at the hands of such a foe. However, before he could utter a word, the enraged Wukong clenched his fists and sprinted outward. We must find that monster at once. He shall not escape. Such a tragic fate for Krillin. Meeting his end so soon. Who orchestrated this? It is utterly inhumane. Tianjin Fan watched as Wukong dashed away, glancing at Krillin's lifeless form, feeling a mix of anger and a poignant sense of sorrow for the fallen. This was the fundamental privilege of remaining in the ensemble of protagonists. He had initially believed that by giving a timely warning, he could prevent such a tragedy, yet he had arrived too late. Krillin's demise only solidified his resolve for a languid life. If he continued to meddle in the affairs of the protagonists, he would likely frequently enjoy such privileges. In fact, given his status, even his own demise might not carry sufficient weight. Had it not been for the significance of his role within the protagonist group, he might have been tempted to leave altogether. Alas, sometimes being too crucial can be quite burdensome. What can I do, having debuted in the spotlight? Tianjin Fan sighed, a reluctant expression gracing his features. Fortunately, once the battle against Piccolo Daimao concluded, this significance would gradually diminish. Is it you who took Krillin's life? While Tianjin Fan was still contemplating, Wukong's voice rang out from one side of the venue. Returning to the venue early had indeed proven somewhat beneficial. Damblin, one of Piccolo Daimao's minions, was currently engaged in a frenzied pursuit of the remaining martial artists. Before he could finish off all the martial artists and escape, he was already confronted by Wukong. It's Son Goku. Please save us. The few martial artists who had miraculously survived Damblin's onslaught rushed to seek refuge upon seeing Wukong arrive. And Tianjin Fan, as well the champions of this martial arts tournament, are present. We are saved. Upon hearing Wukong's call, Tianjin Fan quickly made his way over, accompanied closely by Jiaozi. Upon spotting Tianjin Fan, the surviving martial artists felt their spirits lifted. Oh, are there still stragglers? Perfect. Allow Damblin to capture you all for the great Piccolo Daimao. As Damblin observed Wukong and Tianjin Fan's arrival, he flapped his fleshy wings in the sky, a sneer spreading across his greenish visage. Ah, how can you smile so casually after having taken so many lives? During his quest to find Damblin, Wukong came across numerous fallen martial artists along the way. Upon seeing Damblin, who appeared utterly unconcerned about the lives lost or the death of Klin, Wukong's rage reached its zenith. In the next moment, he propelled himself towards Damblin like a cannonball soaring through the air. Damblin, Witnessing the approaching Wukong, remained unfazed and simply flapped his meaty wings to evade the attack. Utilizing his aerial advantage, he deftly maneuvered behind the airborne Wukong, who struggled to move in the air. With a swift kick, Wukong plummeted at an even greater velocity. Bang! The hard ground was instantly cratered by Wukong's impact, leaving the few surviving martial artists ghostly pale. Even Wukong had been crushed in the blink of an eye. The confidence they had just mustered was swiftly shattered. Fortunately, in his fury, Wukong felt little pain and immediately climbed out of the pit, launching himself once more at Dambolin with a mighty headbutt. This rekindled a flicker of hope in their hearts, as they all clenched their fists and fixed their gaze on Wukong, who ascended once again. Nearby, Tien Shinhan observed Wukong's swift defeat and realized that Wukong had yet to master the art of flight. Furthermore, Wukong was still in a weakened state from their previous battle, even with his anger as fuel. He likely could not match this green-skinned monster in the sky. Dambolin, had such a creature ever existed? Gazing at the winged green beast above, Tien Shinhan could not recall the name. In truth, it was a memory from over a decade ago. The names of Dragon Ball's villains that lingered in Tien Shinhan's mind were primarily those of major bosses like Piccolo, Daimao, Frieza, and Cell.as for the names of their subordinates. He had long forgotten most of them. Nevertheless, it mattered not whether he was Dambolin or Shuangmulan. He was merely a subordinate of Piccolo Daimao. Currently, Tien Shinhan assessed that his strength had not diminished, and with the addition of flight, he might even surpass Wukong slightly. Given Wukong's lack of stamina, he should be able to deal with this monster, Tien Shinhan contemplated, locking his focus on Dambolin. His full stamina was an advantage at this moment. However, considering that Piccolo Daimao could appear at any moment, he was not inclined to expend excessive energy on Dambolin. Observing Dambolin's disdainful gaze towards Wukong, who was charging at him again, completely oblivious to his surroundings, Tien Shinhan hatched a plan. Let us give it a try. After the recent skirmish, Tien Shinhan had largely adapted to his body and integrated the memories of the original owner. Feeling the abundant power coursing through him, a surge of exhilarating adrenaline rushed within. Useless, even if you come at me a few more times. A fool who cannot even fly stands no chance. Dambolin sneered as he watched Wukong ascend once more, his eyes gleaming with the mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. However, just as he prepared to dodge Wukong's imminent attack and mock him further, he sensed a sudden obstruction behind him. A wall of flesh. Oh no! Dambolin exclaimed, attempting to flap his wings to evade. Unfortunately, as he began to move, two powerful arms shot out from the wall behind him, gripping his wings tightly like a vice. With instinctive precision, Tien Shinhan, having seized Dambolin's wings, raised his foot, pressing his knee against Dambolin's back. He swiftly yanked backward with both hands, accompanied by a sickening, tearing sound. Green blood splattered across the clear sky. With the same foot that pressed against Dambolin's back, Tien Shinhan delivered a powerful kick. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed. Dambolin, akin to a startled dog, bent into a C shape as he hurtled towards the ground. Bang! A pit over a meter deep instantaneously formed in the earth, bearing the imprint of Dambolin's form. Tien Shinhan then waved his arms, casting aside the severed wings as if they were mere refuse. In that moment, the surviving martial artists felt a renewed spark of hope. The tide of the battle had turned in an instant, and they instinctively raised their hands to cheer for Tien Shinhan. However, their exuberant gestures were halted midway, as they feared interrupting Tien Shinhan's focus. Tien Shinhan, you still have energy left during the finals? I thought our strengths were comparable, but it seems I'm still considerably weaker. Wukong, having missed his attack and landing steadily, gasped for breath as he pressed his hand against his knees. Observing the speed and power Tien Shinhan had just unleashed, nearly equal to his peak form, Wukong was astonished, convinced that Tien Shinhan must have conserved some strength. Truly a man brimming with wild spirit. Not far away, the golden-haired Lanchi watched in exhilaration as Tien Shinhan tore apart Dambolin's wings, her face flushed with excitement. The turtle hermit, witnessing this sudden outburst from Tien Shinhan, was equally astonished. However, being the seasoned observer he was, he discerned the situation more clearly than Wukong. Strange, during their previous battle, both Tien Shinhan and Wukong had seemingly exerted their utmost, How could he recover in such a short span? Yet, it was fortunate that Tien Shinhan regained his strength so swiftly, or Wukong would surely have faced defeat. The turtle hermit quietly pondered, momentarily suppressing his doubts, that I didn't expect to be this proficient. Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, who was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him, he had approached this initial strike with a mere experimental mindset. Yet to his surprise, he found himself fighting with a fluidity beyond his expectations. Chapter 3. The search for the Dragon Ball's Tien Shinhan was astonished not only by the fluidity of his combat movements, but also by his calm demeanor when tearing off Dambelin's wings. Severing apart an opponent's body was something he had only done in the kitchen before his transmigration. However, when faced with Dambelin, he felt not a shred of hesitation as he tore away the wings. The entire process was as swift and decisive as plucking feathers from a chicken. Perhaps it was because not long ago, his aspiration had not been to become a mere martial artist, but rather to emulate a killer like Tao Pai Pai. Tien Shinhan mused, recalling the original owner's goal before his redemption, which provided an explanation for his newfound proficiency. Tien Shinhan. Dumpling gazed at Tien Shinhan in the air with a mix of surprise and concern. Whispering softly, with a crash, debris cascaded down from the pit where Dambelin had landed. Gripping the edge of the pit with his green arms, Dambelin propelled himself out. His originally greenish face had turned a deep shade of anger. "How dare you do such a thing to my body? I will not let you off so easily." Bearing the searing pain coursing through him, Dambelin glared menacingly at Tien Shinhan, vowing revenge. "You cannot escape me now. First, you should contemplate how to evade Wukong's onslaught." Tien Shinhan dismissed Dambelin's harsh words with indifference. Compared to the formidable Piccolo, he was merely a small fry. Lacking any advantage in flight, even a weakened Goku was more than capable of dealing him a devastating blow. Naturally, Tien Shinhan would not kindly warn Dambelin to evade Goku's assault, for by the time he would have uttered such advice, an enraged Goku had already arrived at Dambelin's side. What? There was no time to even turn around. Just as Dambelin had leaped out of the pit, he was struck by Goku's furious punch and sent flying. Observing Dambelin crash to the ground several meters away, skidding face first for 3 or 4 meters before finally coming to a halt. Tien Shinhan showed no hesitation. Dodo Wave, with its instantaneous release and minimal energy consumption, it could be deemed an exceedingly cost-effective technique, although its lethality was somewhat lacking, as long as one aimed for the enemy's vital points. It proved effective. While Dambelin was still using his face to break against the ground, Tien Shinhan had already raised his middle finger, aiming it at Dambelin's head, that a swift wave of light sliced through the air, and the onlookers beheld a hole, slightly wider than a finger, appear atop Dambelin's head. Green blood gushed forth, and within a brief moment, Dambelin breathed his last. The surviving martial artists, witnessing the lightning-fast conclusion of the battle, were left momentarily stunned. The Dambelin who had just tormented them so mercilessly was effortlessly dispatched by Tien Shinhan with a mere flick of his finger. It took them several seconds of staring at Dambelin's lifeless form before they could excitedly embrace the surreal reality. "Krillin, this victory is dedicated to you." After the battle, Tien Shinhan patted his wallet, which had miraculously survived, and solemnly reminisced about Krillin, not joining in their celebrations. Despite the success of the skirmish, Tien Shinhan remained acutely aware. Dambelin was merely a pawn. The real threat, Piccolo, could emerge at any moment. Until he vanquished Piccolo, he could not afford to relax. Soaring through the air, using the instant transmission technique, Tien Shinhan deftly retrieved the stolen Dragon Ball from Dambelin's corpse. With the Dragon Ball in hand, he swiftly returned to Goku and the others, presenting it to Master Roshi, who had gathered alongside them. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball, Master Roshi's expression turned grave, recalling the terrifying Piccolo. Indeed, the once invincible Piccolo had been sealed away in a rice cooker by Master Matedo, who sacrificed his life to accomplish the feat. Who would have thought that after 3 centuries, Piccolo would once again resurface in this world? Master Roshi's face paled. Merely recalling the events from 300 years ago sent tremors through his body. Tien Shinhan, Katsu, Goku, and even the golden-haired Launch, along with Yamcha, who was being pushed in a wheelchair by Bulma, all wore equally grim expressions upon hearing the tale of Piccolo. Master Matedo, as his name suggests, was revered as a paragon among all martial artists. Despite his immense power, he had been utterly overwhelmed by Piccolo, ultimately having to wager his life. This realization instilled a profound understanding in everyone regarding the severity of the impending crisis. Judging by Dambelin's recent actions, it seemed that Piccolo's current objective was the Dragon Balls. Therefore, why not take the initiative, gather all the Dragon Balls first, and then use them to wish for Piccolo's eradication? Excitement flickered across Yamcha's face as he raised his fist in proposal, nearly toppling out of his wheelchair. Tien Shinhan, upon recalling the incident that had led to Yamcha's injury, felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Yamcha made his suggestion, he discreetly stepped behind Launch to avoid direct eye contact. The reason for not retreating behind Master Roshi or Goku was due to their height, which offered no concealment whatsoever. Everyone had grasped the gravity of Piccolo's menace from Master Roshi's earlier recounting. Naturally, they all concurred with Yamcha's proposal, which seemed to promise victory without conflict. What are we waiting for? Let's gather the Dragon Balls. However, if possible, I would still prefer to defeat Piccolo using our own strength. That way, the wish from the Dragon Balls could be used to directly revive Krillin. Dambelin's demise at the hands of Tien Shinhan alleviated some of Goku's fury. At the very least, the direct murderer of Krillin had been slain on the spot. Now, Goku's primary objective, aside from defeating the mastermind behind Krillin's death, Piccolo, was to bring Krillin back to life, with the Dragon Balls as a glimmer of hope. He could hardly contain his impatience. No sooner had he spoken than he seized the radar and summoned the Nimbus to take flight. While the Nimbus was not particularly convenient for agile combat, it proved invaluable for traveling. Watching Goku take off with fervor, concern washed over the others. Seeing Goku fly away, Tien Shinhan quickly shouted after him, "I will pursue Goku. Kaiatsu, you stay here and team up with Master Roshi. We will split into two groups to search for the Dragon Balls. We must gather them before Piccolo does." As soon as his voice faded, the onlookers saw Tien Shinhan's figure vanish into the horizon. Much like Goku, "Master Mateto, what should we do now? Will Goku be all right?" The group turned their anxious gazes toward the direction of the two departing figures, seeking reassurance from Master Roshi, with Tien Shinhan accompanying him. There should be no problem. Yamcha's legs have yet to heal, so Bulma, please keep an eye on him. Additionally, we must ensure Krillin's body is protected. Kaiatsu and Launch, follow Tien Shinhan's instructions and accompany me to search for the Dragon Balls. By the way, Bulma, do you still have a Dragon Ball radar? Master Roshi's gaze returned from the sky, issuing orders to the group. "I have just one left. The components for constructing Dragon Ball radars are exceedingly rare. I've only managed to create two, thus as Bulma spoke. She produced the remaining radar and handed it to Master Roshi. He reached out to take the radar, but after receiving it, he hesitated to withdraw his hand. The group, noticing his serious demeanor, held their breath in anticipation, thinking he had something significant to add. However, the next moment, his previously solemn face flushed red as he seized the opportunity to caress Bulma's smooth and delicate hand. "Ah, perverted old man! How outrageous! Master Mateto!" Bulma and Yamcha's expressions simultaneously darkened. However, Master Roshi remained unfazed, carefully stowing away the radar before raising his hand to savor the moment. "This isn't how I intended things to unfold. It is all the fault of this wicked hand. Yes, this hand is indeed to blame." Chapter 4. A gluttonous seizure relying on the Dragon Balls to wish away King Piccolo was utterly futile, a fact that Tien knew all too well. The reason he refrained from voicing this earlier was that King Piccolo's objective was indeed the Dragon Balls. Even if the Dragon Balls could not eradicate King Piccolo, they needed to seize them before he did. Tien vaguely recalled that the re-emerged King Piccolo must be in a decrepit state. Even so, his strength would still surpass both his own and Goku's. Should he acquire the Dragon Balls and wish to regain his youth, the disparity in power between them would only widen. This was a scenario Tien was determined to avoid. The most prudent course of action was to directly eliminate the aged King Piccolo. Utilizing his sky dance technique, Tien struggled to keep pace with Goku's flying nimbus. Hearing Goku's labored breaths, Tien realized Goku had yet to recover his stamina. As the primary combatant, Tien did not wish for Goku to engage in battle in such a weakened state. Otherwise, their already slim chances of victory would dwindle even further. Tien recalled that Goku's method of recuperation was not particularly challenging. Prior to obtaining the senzu beans, a hearty meal or a good night's sleep was usually sufficient for him to regain most of his strength. Tien mused, unable to suppress his admiration for Goku's robust physique. Having just endured such a strenuous battle, while it could not be considered life-threatening, Goku's strength should surely see some enhancement upon recovery. Tien thought with a mixture of envy and anticipation. Unfortunately, aside from Goku and Vegeta, the other scions seemed rather unremarkable. Moreover, it was evident that one could not simply wish to become a Super Saiyan through the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, Tien would have been tempted to wish for an enhancement of his own physical capabilities. Suddenly, Goku exclaimed, "There's a Dragon Ball ahead." As he spoke, the radar in his hand beeped excitedly. Tien turned to see a small glowing point pulsating on the radar screen. So quickly have we located a Dragon Ball. It seems we are off to a splendid start, Tien thought with surprise as he and Goku rushed toward the ground. "Who are you?" Upon their landing, a chubby boy clad in wooden clogs and a sword at his waist suspiciously pressed his hand against his weapon. Tien's gaze swept over him and landed on a golden Dragon Ball, which had been pierced and now hung from the boy's neck. "I am Sun Wukong, and this is Tien Shinhan, though we have come in search of the Dragon Balls. What is your name? Would you be willing to part with the Dragon Ball?" Goku inquired politely upon touching down, his eyes clearly fixated on the Dragon Ball. The chubby boy, seeing the two approach with such fervor, did not lower his guard. Yet he did not outright dismiss Goku's inquiry. "I am a Kairobe, a wandering warrior honing my skills." "Is this the Dragon Ball you speak of?" A Kairobe followed their gaze, realizing they were after the golden orb adorning his chest he had found a year prior, unaware of its significance at the time. However, its golden exterior suggested it could be a treasure, prompting him to keep it close. Now, it seemed his speculation had indeed been correct. This golden orb was, in fact, the coveted Dragon Ball, as a Kairobe cautiously inquired. His eyes darted around, searching for an opportunity to extract the purpose of the Dragon Ball from Goku and Tien. "Yes, that is indeed the Dragon Ball. Might you be willing to relinquish it to us?" Goku responded, his excitement palpable upon realizing a Kairobe was open to conversation. However, a Kairobe quickly doused Goku's enthusiasm with his retort, "In no way. I discovered this treasure first. You say it's called a Dragon Ball? What does it do? If you don't tell me, I want to give it to you." A sly grin spread across a Kairobe's face as he lifted the Dragon Ball high, challenging Goku. Naively, Goku feared a Kairobe would refuse to part with the Dragon Ball, prompting him to divulge its purpose. A Kairobe, he clearly does not intend to hand over the Dragon Ball. Even if you explain its significance, he will likely cling to it even tighter, Tien interjected, blocking Goku's path to prevent him from falling into a Kairobe's trap. "How despicable! You intend to forcefully seize it. I never imagined you would resort to such tactics. Then I shall not fear you," a Kairobe retorted, reattaching the Dragon Ball around his neck and once more grasping his sword. "Tien, we must persuade him to willingly part with the Dragon Ball," Goku acknowledged, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Tien's suggestion. However, thoughts of using the Dragon Ball to resurrect Krillin made him reluctant to abandon the opportunity. To seize or not to seize? This dilemma left Goku in a quandary. Yet Tien felt no such confusion. His third eye granted him a unique advantage, specifically an extraordinary vision surpassing that of ordinary humans. Even as they had just landed before a Kairobe, Tien had already spotted a green-skinned creature soaring towards them from the horizon. Observing a Kairobe's obliviousness to the impending threat, Tien formulated a plan. What would be wrong to rob this chubby fellow? What if we were to seize the enemy, like that green-skinned monster over there? Tien suggested with a smile. Goku looked at him, puzzled, just as Tien dashed forward. I could see that moment. A green-skinned creature suddenly swooped down behind a Kairobe. As soon as it appeared, it yanked the string from around a Kairobe's neck, snatching the Dragon Ball in the process. "Ha! The Dragon Ball is mine. I, Simburu, shall undoubtedly receive praise from the king," the creature cackled. "How dare you steal my possession? You seek your own demise. Prepare for my blade." A Kairobe roared, his hand flashing to his sword, drawing it in a swift motion, creating a brilliant arc in the air. With a resounding metallic clang, the perfectly executed swing of the samurai sword swiftly returned to its sheath. Yakilobi, with arms crossed and an air of arrogance, turned his gaze skyward. according to his expectations. Zinbalulu should have been dismembered into countless pieces by now, the fragmented remains cascading down to the ground. Yet, to his astonishment, the spot he was fixated upon was entirely devoid of any remnants. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from a short distance away as a deep crater formed in the earth. Yakalobi gaped in disbelief, witnessing Tianjin Fan's punch forcibly embed Zinbalulu's head into the ground. The Dragon Ball, which had been the object of contention moments ago, was now effortlessly seized by Tianjin Fan. This self-proclaimed Zinbalulu was far more formidable than the earlier Dambalin. Observing Zinbalulu, who was now gasping for breath, Tianjin Fan decisively unleashed another Kamehameha at his skull. "Return the Dragon Ball to me." Yakalobi, shaken from his astonishment and the failure of his attack, reached out to Tianjin Fan, demanding the Dragon Ball. In response, Tianjin Fan let out a sheepish chuckle. "Your possession? I snatched this from the clutches of that monster, Zinbalulu. Goku, you saw it all, didn't you?" Goku, after pondering for a moment, nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, Tianjin Fan, I witnessed it. The Dragon Ball was taken from the monster." Chapter 5. Regaining Stamina C? Goku is an honest lad. Even he attests to this. You still harbor any thoughts about my Dragon Ball?" Tianjin Fan asserted confidently upon hearing Goku's response. Yakalobi, infuriated, puffed out his cheeks, causing his already plump visage to swell even more. Resembling a pufferfish agitated by a kitchen knife, just then, a rumbling sound emanated from Yakalobi's stomach, akin to thunderclouds roiling. "Forget it. I'm hungry. I'll settle scores with you after I've eaten." He swept his gaze and quickly fixated on Zinbalulu. Simultaneously, Tianjin Fan's attention also locked on his Zinbalulu. The thunderous growls from Yakalobi's belly alerted Tianjin Fan. Gazing at Zinbalulu's succulent flesh, an idea struck Tianjin Fan on how to expedite Goku's recovery. "Don't you dare try to take it from me." Yakalobi's whirlwind slash. Yakalobi's perception sharpened with his hunger, and he instantly detected Tianjin Fan's intentions. Kamehameha. As Yakalobi's blade sliced through the air towards him, Tianjin Fan swiftly extended his finger, unleashing a Kamehameha. The rapid light wave clashed with the arc of the blade, neutralizing each other in mid-air. Tianjin Fan was somewhat surprised by Yakalobi's strength. He hadn't anticipated that this rotund warrior would possess power comparable to his own and Goku's, although Tianjin Fan had been aware of Yakalobi's existence. He had merely regarded him as a nuisance that had squandered numerous sins of beans. Now appeared that he was indeed one of Earth's current top-tier fighters. "You must be Tianjin Fan, right? Your strength is commendable, but I have no desire to continue this battle with you. This monster is my chosen meal, so consider the Dragon Ball a gift to you. However, the flesh of this creature is mine." Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's counter to his strike, Yakalobi's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. He patted his round belly and, while sheathing his sword, addressed Tianjin Fan. He just said he's giving us the Dragon Ball. "Splendid. Let us hurry and seek the other Dragon Balls." Goku, upon hearing Yakalobi's words, was instantly filled with joy. "No, I still need to ensure you have a hearty meal to regain your strength in your current state. You are simply unfit for a proper fight." Unlike Goku, Tianjin Fan was not so naive and was not easily swayed by Yakalobi's words. "Little chubby, what do you mean by saying you're giving us the Dragon Ball? It was explicitly stated that I snatched it from a monster. Moreover, I'm the one who just dispatched this creature, so the carcass naturally falls to me to dispose of. If you seek to blame someone, blame your slow reaction. This is not my concern." Tianjin Fan shook his head, placing his foot on Zinbalulu's lifeless body, adopting a domineering stance that conveyed he would take both the Dragon Ball and the food. "Aren't you afraid I will continue to fight you? While your strength is decent, my samurai sword is not fashioned from clay. How about this? Let us split it evenly." Yakalobi, noticing Tianjin Fan's unwavering stance, felt his suppressed anger surge anew and once again grasped his samurai sword. Yet as he spoke, his gaze darted between Tianjin Fan and Goku, ultimately opting for compromise. "Tianjin Fan, you wish to treat me to a meal? But we are in this desolate wilderness. Where will we find a restaurant? Are you suggesting I consume this monster? I refuse to eat that. How about we split it as he suggested, and we will give you our half." Goku glanced at Zinbalulu's carcass. Although he had previously consumed dinosaur tails, he lost his appetite at the thought of this creature being an underling of Piccolo Daimao. Indeed, Goku is right. I am on the verge of starvation. Let us go with half each, Yakalobi exclaimed, his face brimming with surprise and eager agreement. However, upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan glanced at Goku and promptly blocked Yakalobi, who was about to rush over to slice into Zinbalu. No, half is too little. It one tea sufficed. I want the whole thing. You can search for other food to consume. Otherwise, there are two of us here. Are you certain you want to seize food from us? Tien Shinhan offered no room for negotiation, flatly rejecting Yakalobi's suggestion. Faced with Tien Shinhan's dismissal, Yakalobi prepared to take a risk and confront him. While Tien Shinhan's strength was formidable, Yakalobi was no slouch either. However, upon hearing the latter part of Tien Shinhan's statement, his momentum faltered in his mind. He reasoned that while Goku appeared robust and hardy, he would likely side with Tien Shinhan in a real skirmish. Only with Tien Shinhan's affirmation did Yakalobi feel confident enough to engage. Yet he was never one to engage in a precarious 2-against-1 scenario. What is so impressive about that? Without a sword, let us see how you plan to eat. Yakalobi, having been intimidated by Tien Shinhan's numerical advantage, retreated grumbling while keenly observing how Tien Shinhan would handle Zinbalu. Should Tien Shinhan encounter difficulties due to his lack of a weapon, Yakalobi would seize the opportunity to swoop in and claim share. Tien Shinhan, it seems your appetite is quite large. Can a single person truly consume an entire monster? Goku marveled at Tien Shinhan's ability to single-handedly take down Zinbalu. I told you I intend to treat you to a hearty feast. With a grin, Tien Shinhan effortlessly lifted Zinbalu and tossed him onto the riverbank shallows to clean him. You're treating me to a meal, yet I specifically said I wouldn't eat this monster. Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Let us not rush into a decision about whether to eat or not. Allow me to present the menu first. With that, Tien Shinhan raised 2 fingers, the tips of his fingers, which were initially poised to release the Kamehameha, instead effortlessly sliced through Zinbalu's body. Wow, Tien Shinhan, you are incredible. You can wield the Kamehameha like that. Wukong gazed at Tien Shinhan with curiosity as he dealt with Zinbalu. Witnessing Tien Shinhan's mastery over such a peculiar application of the Kamehameha, he instantly leaped up in excitement. This is nothing. I've never used a surgical laser, but I've certainly played with a flamethrower for singeing pig hair. Tien Shinhan chuckled proudly as he skillfully dissected the ample portion of premium pork belly before him. Tea must be said. Although Zinbalu's combat prowess left much to be desired, the quality of the meat was undeniably exquisite. Damn it, how could he think of such a method? Yakalob was momentarily taken aback by Tien Shinhan's unique technique. The samurai sword, which had been eagerly awaiting its moment to shine, now found itself rendered useless. Curse it! Frustrated, Yakalob couldn't help but tug at the hem of his garment, biting down on it as tears streamed down his face as if he sought to tear Tien Shinhan apart. Tien Shinhan paid Yakalob no mind, first chopping down a tree to swiftly carve out a multitude of wooden skewers. After igniting a fire, he meticulously threaded the prepared pork belly onto the skewers, methodically placing them in batches over the flames to barbecue. During the grilling, with a serious expression, Tien Shinhan fashioned a rough-hewn, lidded cup from the remaining wood and hung it at his waist. Before long, the seemingly unremarkable skewers of meat were transformed into golden, plump delights, crisp on the outside yet tender within. The sizzling fat dripped from the skewers, hissing enticingly on the charcoal, filling the air with a rich aroma that tantalized Yakalob's senses. Uncontrollable tears began to flow from the corners of his mouth. You grill so wonderfully, Tien Shinhan. I had no idea your culinary skills were so exceptional. Sun Wukong, the glutton, sat beside Tien Shinhan, having completely forgotten his earlier remarks. Awakened by Tien Shinhan's culinary prowess, he now wore an expression of sheer delight. Devouring skewer after skewer. Hurry and eat. If you don't finish soon, that little chubby fellow next to us will start crying from desire. Eating quickly will be a relief for him, too, as Tien Shinhan spoke. He couldn't resist devouring a couple of skewers himself. The meat slices cut with the Kamehameha and then grilled indeed possessed a unique flavor. I can't take it anymore. Woo, look, I'm already crying. Please, just let me have a skewer. With a thud, Jackalope knelt before Tien Shinhan, clutching his leg in supplication. Tien Shinhan, look how pitiful he is. Just give him one skewer. Wukong's heart softened at the sight of Jackalope, his face streaked with tears. Tien Shinhan, seeing Jackalope about to smear his snot on his trousers, found it hard to endure. All right, I shall pick one skewer for him. With that, Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes began searching among the perfectly grilled skewers. Thank you so much. You've made me so hungry. Before long, Jackalope clumsily received the skewer that Tien Shinhan had thoughtfully selected for him. Slick, like a wet, plucked duck gliding across the table, Jackalope's barbecuing skills were nothing short of exquisite. However, when he bit into what appeared to be a smooth skewer, a splinter pricked his mouth. Ah, my mouth. Ababa. Chapter 6. The fool is me. As Jackalope's cries pierced through the dense forest, Wukong successfully regained his strength. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan, whose energy had already been minimally depleted, was now fully revitalized. Let us continue our search for the Dragon Balls. The Demon King Piccolo could appear at any moment, and we must hurry. Tien Shinhan dusted off his pants and remarked to the contented Wukong, who was patting his belly. Ah, aren't we waiting for Jackalope? Wukong asked, somewhat surprised. Although their initial meeting had been less than pleasant, he had subconsciously come to regard Jackalope as a friend. Ensure Wukong was satiated. Tien Shinhan had only allowed Jackalope to consume one skewer during the entire grilling process. Poor Jackalope, after being pricked by the splinter, found his hunger unbearable and could only sulkily leap into the nearby river to catch fish, and no need to wait for him. Our time is limited, and who knows when he will emerge. If it is meant to be, we shall meet again. Their current objective was the Dragon Balls. They had to seize the ones collected by the Demon King Piccolo before they could hope to resurrect Krillin. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan mention Krillin, Wukong immediately felt a surge of determination. Let's go. We must depart at once. Just moments ago reluctant to leave, Wukong now hopped onto his Nimbus cloud, urging Tien Shinhan to hurry. Indeed, Krillin was true love. The two paid no heed to the still fishing Jackalope, swiftly flying away from the scene. In an instant, the once fragrant and bustling riverside was left with only a gentle breeze stirring the surface of the tranquil water, creating ripples. Splash! Soon after, a plump head broke through the surface of the lake. Jackalope emerged, cradling a large fish, having leaped back onto the riverbank. Haha! Look, I've caught a big fish. Holding the nearly 2-meter-long fish, Jackalope beamed with pride, laughing heartily as he proclaimed his success. Humph! Regretting it now, aren't you? Go ahead and salivate. This is my catch. As he spoke, however, the smile on Jackalope's face slowly faded. By the fire pit, there was not a soul in sight. Holding the hefty fish, Jackalope felt a pang of self-mockery. Haha, I am truly a ridiculous clown. Without Tien Shinhan and Wukong there to admire him, Jackalope felt a profound sense of emptiness, even after he put in considerable effort to grill the large fish. The meat in his mouth tasted bland. Cursed Tien Shinhan, next time, I will make you experience the torment of watching without tasting. Jackalope grumbled under his breath as he took a hefty bite of the grilled fish. Though it lacked flavor, filling his belly remained his utmost priority. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is it about to rain? As Jackalope gazed upward into the sky, he beheld a colossal spacecraft hovering above him, casting a shadow that obscured a significant portion of the sunlight. Just as he discovered the vessel, a green figure leapt from nearly 100 meters in the air. What on earth was happening today? First, he encountered a 3-eyed creature, and now another being with green skin had appeared. The hue of this individual's skin bore a striking resemblance to that of the creature named Zinbaloo he had just encountered. Jackalope chewed a few morsels of fish before swallowing. Suddenly his eyes gleamed as he focused on the green-skinned entity descending before him. Of course, he must be affiliated with that Zinbaloo. Perhaps it was in retaliation for Zinbaloo's demise at their hands that he had come seeking vengeance. If I were to slay him, then pursue Tien Shinhan and Wukong, and perform a barbecue right before their eyes, would that not be a fitting act of retribution? Tien Shinhan, the wandering warrior Jackalope is rather petty. Not only did you steal my food, but you also deceived me into believing I had injured my mouth on a wooden thorn. Just wait until I come before you with a barbecue. A sense of pride swelled within Yakalobi eye, his chubby cheeks contorting into a mischievous grin, creating small dimples. Where are the Dragon Balls? Hand them over. King Piccolo had commandeered the spacecraft belonging to the Mixed Rice Group midway. Utilizing the Dragon Ball radar aboard to locate this place. Dragon Balls? It seems you truly are affiliated with Zimbaloo, but why are you so wrinkled? If I were to take you for a barbecue, would Tianjin fan mock me instead? Yakalobi Eye began to reconsider his hasty plan. He had not anticipated that this green-skinned individual would appear so aged, resembling the bark of a withered tree. Seeking death. After departing the riverbank, Tianjin Fan and Wukong had located another Dragon Ball using the radar. Yes, they left the village where they found this Dragon Ball and flew over a stretch of wilderness. They were soon spotted by Master Rashi. Beneath several gnarled trees resembling chicken leg mushrooms, the group reassembled. Upon their reunion, the golden-haired launch snatched the Dragon Balls they had collected from Master Rashi and handed them to Tianjin Fan. Upon receiving them, Tianjin Fan counted and realized they now possessed 5 Dragon Balls. The remaining 2 Dragon Balls were likely gathered elsewhere, presumably by others. Unfortunately, these others were likely King Piccolo or his subordinates. Master Rashi observed the Dragon Ball radar, noticing that the 7 bright points had divided into 2 clusters. One cluster contained 5 bright points, clearly indicating their location, while the other, with 2 points, likely resided with King Piccolo. This is bad. Those 2 bright points are heading our way. The sudden movement of the 2 points caused Jiaozi to exclaim in alarm. Have they arrived so soon? Hearing Jiaozi's exclamation nearby, Tianjin Fan also took note, his expression turning serious. Although he had helped Wukong regain his strength and gathered as many Dragon Balls as possible, he remained uncertain about King Piccolo's true power. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he had prepared to the best of his ability. The only remaining factor was the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Is it about to rain? Master Rashi, already wearing sunglasses, felt his vision obstructed by the sudden dimming of light. When the group looked up, a green figure descended from the air. Not far from Tianjin Fan and the others, the bruised Yakalobi Eye observed this eerily familiar scene, a smug smile creeping across his face. However, coupled with his darkened eye circles and the purple swelling on his face, the smile lost its joy, leaving one to wonder if he was laughing or crying. King Piccolo has arrived so swiftly. Master Rashi trembled slightly as he gazed at the descending green figure. In that moment, he recalled the dread he had felt over 300 years ago when he faced King Piccolo as a young man. That despair was a colossal shadow that time could not erase. This old man claims that this green monster is King Piccolo, originally intending to hide in the woods to watch the spectacle. Yakalobi Eye was now filled with regret. Under the previous onslaught from King Piccolo, he had divulged details about Tianjin Fan and Wukong, hoping to secretly witness Tianjin Fan receiving a beating from this green monster for his own amusement. Yet he had not anticipated that this frail yet immensely powerful individual was the legendary King Piccolo. This is disastrous. Lives are at stake. Yakalobi Eye's legs trembled uncontrollably. His mind screamed to flee, but his body felt as though it had been filled with an entire bottle of liquor. Refusing to obey. Chapter 7. The heaven-piercing fist. So it was you who killed Dambalin and Zimbaloo. A group of frail old men and women. They hardly seemed formidable enough to warrant my serious attention. Hand over Dragon Balls, or you shall all take your own lives. Boom. Unlike his earlier smooth landing before Yakalobi Eye, this time King Piccolo descended in a display of power. The ground erupted with sand and stones at his landing. As he touched down, his gaze swept across the group. Noticing that among them were only the old Master Rashi, the child Wukong, and even someone in a wheelchair, his initial fury dissipated. Even the cruel methods he had prepared were dismissed as he openly ordered them to commit suicide. It was only when he spotted Tianjin Fan, whose physique seemed relatively normal, that his eyes narrowed slightly, piquing his interest in Battle DD Wave. Yet while King Piccolo had no intention of attacking, Tianjin Fan was not inclined to hesitate. Seeing King Piccolo underestimate him only fueled his desire. he swiftly unleashed a DD wave aimed directly at King Piccolo's head. The swift energy wave sliced through the air, catching King Piccolo by surprise. However, despite the suddenness of the attack, it was impossible to strike him so easily. The astonishment on King Piccolo's face vanished, replaced by a sneer, "Oh, you are the ones who killed Zimbaloo and Dambalin. Are you? Very well, since I have graciously offered you the chance to end your own lives, and you have failed to appreciate it, prepare to experience the terror of King Piccolo." With a mere tilt of his neck, Tianjin Fan's DD wave whizzed harmlessly past his ear. Foolish, he actually dared to attack. This is King Piccolo, the legendary terror who nearly annihilated the entire world over 300 years ago. No martial artist of that era stood a chance against him. Not even the illustrious Master Matedo could withstand his might. Did Tianjin Fan truly believe himself to be stronger than Master Matedo? What a foolhardy, death-defying imbecile. Yakalobi, curled up in a thicket at the edge of the woods, controlled his breathing with utmost caution, terrified that a moment's lapse would draw King Piccolo's attention. Victory was impossible. Everyone would perish. Yakalob was engulfed in despair as he beheld Goku springing into action, following Tien's lead. "Are you the Demon King, Piccolo? It was you who sent someone to kill Krillin. I shall avenge him." Finally confronting the mastermind behind Krillin's demise, Goku's previously extinguished fury blazed anew, reignited by the clash between Tien and Piccolo. Rui bang. Drawing forth the magical staff from his back, Goku charged forward, swinging it fiercely at the Demon King. "Ah, a child's way of fighting. You think that flimsy stick can challenge me?" The Demon King Piccolo, with agile footwork, Piccolo deftly evaded Goku's wrathful assault. His nimble movements belied his age, displaying an unexpected swiftness. Extend, undeterred by his missed strike, Goku manipulated the Rui Bang to elongate. In an instant, the originally short staff stretched to nearly 10 meters, aiming straight for the now evading Piccolo. Yet Piccolo's reflexes were astonishingly quick. As the staff grazed him, he sidestepped just in time, the blow merely brushing against him. It seems your attacks have some merit. Struck by the Rui Bang, Piccolo grew increasingly exhilarated, a savage gleam igniting in his eyes. Laser eyes. This gleam was not merely abstract malice, but a tangible threat. Tien and Goku, upon witnessing the two beams hurtling toward them, instinctively prepared to dodge. Just then, Piccolo's smile faltered, his body appearing momentarily stiffened as if bound. "Tien, I will assist you," the voice of Kaiatsu rang out, and Tien glanced over to see him extending his arms toward Piccolo, clearly channeling his unique powers, a perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Tien opted for offense rather than retreat. His gaze sharpening that a similar laser erupted from his third eye. I possess the laser eyes as well. Although Tien's laser lacked the potency of Piccolo's, it effectively neutralized the threat as he waved his hand. Blocking the incoming attack, Goku, volleyball punch. In the next instant, Tien executed a powerful slide kick, launching the rigid Piccolo into a small float state. Following this, he transitioned into a horse stance, propelling Piccolo higher into the air, achieving a grand floating state. Observing Piccolo curled into a ball midair, Tien leapt up, following with a thunderous spike, aiming to ensure a decisive blow. With a resounding crash, Piccolo's form shot toward Goku like a massive volleyball. Hearing Tien's warning, Goku readied himself to receive the ball, anticipating to add to the floating state created by Tien's strike. The trio's cooperation had caught the overconfident Piccolo off guard. This spectacle left Yakalob in the bushes wide-eyed, intently watching the fray among the four. However, while suspended in the air, Piccolo unleashed his overpowering aura, breaking free from Kairatsu's binding abilities and rendering himself immune to all negative effects. Tien's intended combination attack with Goku was abruptly interrupted by Piccolo's forceful emergence. As the binding shattered, Kairatsu was immediately repelled by the backlash of his own abilities. You have angered me. You dare treat me like a ball. I underestimated you, and now I shall unleash my full power to demonstrate true terror. With a series of guttural roars akin to constipation, Piccolo hovered in the air, maintaining his enhanced state while exuding an overwhelming pressure. The sheer force terrified Bulma, who, already at a distance, hastily retreated several meters alongside Yamcha in his wheelchair. Tien, Goku, and Master Roshi, much closer to Piccolo, were likewise forced back a few steps by the immense aura. With a thunderous roar, Piccolo's strength surged, his speed and power escalating dramatically. Seizing the moment while everyone was suppressed by his aura, he darted past them. Within a mere 5 seconds, both Tien and Goku found themselves struck down. What the hell? This is insane. Are we about to be counterattacked? Tien gasped in disbelief as he lay on the ground. He had not anticipated the stark contrast in power once Piccolo became serious. Truly, he was a formidable boss. Even if Goku regained his strength and joined forces with him, they were still at a loss. I must avenge Krillin. Just as Tien felt the situation spiraling out of control, Goku suddenly erupted with fury and stood tall that, perish. Heaven and earth penetrating fist, Tien exclaimed, astonished. Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, propelling himself forward at great speed. His fist clenched tightly as he soared towards Piccolo. Truly, as the protagonist, even after enduring a solid hit from Piccolo, Goku was capable of a fierce counterattack. In contrast, Tien was still reeling from the pain in his chest, unable to recover. This punch should create a massive hole in Piccolo's chest. Right? He thought eagerly. This iconic moment was etched in his memory, and though circumstances differed somewhat, he felt confident in their victory. Yet in the next instant, events took an unexpected turn, deviating from Tien's recollections of that classic scene. The heaven and earth penetrating fist indeed materialized, and Piccolo braced himself for the impending assault. However, after 5 seconds of steadfastly defending against Goku's powerful strike, the blow was astonishingly thwarted. How could this be? Has my presence prematurely escalated this battle, leaving Goku insufficiently strong to defeat Piccolo? Tien furrowed his brow, quickly discerning the issue at hand. Alas, it seems I was too eager. Tien realized that his desire to conclude the battle hastily had caused the confrontation to unfold too soon. The smooth progression of the fight had not allowed Goku to gain the necessary strength. What a thrill! It has been over 300 years since I experienced such exhilaration in battle. No, the surprises you bring me exceed even those from the likes of Mateto. Little brat, your name is Son Goku, isn't it? That attack just now made even me, in my full power state, feel a sense of impending doom. You are quite impressive. Therefore, I have decided to make you the first to die. Piccolo, breathless and gasping, addressed Goku with a sinister grin. And you, who dare to mock me with that volleyball punch. Once I eliminate this little brat Goku, you will be next. With that declaration, Piccolo's figure vanished from sight. Be careful, Goku. The speed of Piccolo, the great demon king, was astonishingly swift, rendering the onlookers incapable of discerning his trajectory. Only through the extraordinary vision granted by his third eye could Tianjin fan barely perceive that he had already arrived before Goku. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground where Goku had stood was instantaneously transformed into a massive crater several meters wide by the force of Piccolo's iron fist. In that critical moment, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, propelling himself backward to evade the impending danger. He actually dodged. Observing Goku narrowly escape his attack, Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he closed in, intent on denying Goku even a moment to regroup. Bam, bam, bam. Each strike he delivered created a gaping pit in the earth. Before long, the once smooth terrain resembled the pockmarked surface of the moon, littered with craters. Yet, contrary to Piccolo's expectations of Goku being swiftly defeated, the latter continued to leap about energetically before him. Damn it, it must be that three-eyed fellow's warning. The series of missed attacks led Piccolo to realize that the situation was not in his favor. His increasingly labored breaths filled him with uncertainty, making it difficult to continue playing the cat-and-mouse game with Goku. Tianjin Fan was fully focused on the battle between Piccolo and Goku, intently listening to the fluctuations in Piccolo's breathing. Although the situation diverged from his expectations, he recognized that there was still a chance to fight back. Despite not having launched any attacks during that time, he was wholly absorbed in the conflict. His previous encounters with Piccolo had imparted the weight of the Demon King's formidable strength. Engaging him head-on was not a wise choice. Through meticulous observation, aided by his extraordinary eyesight, Tianjin Fan discerned Piccolo's weaknesses. Having been sealed away for over 3 centuries, Piccolo, despite his longevity surpassing that of mere mortals, was inevitably in a state of decline. While his bursts of strength remained formidable, he could not match the stamina and endurance of either Tien Shinhan or Goku. Utilizing the urgency with which Piccolo sought to eliminate Goku, Tien Shinhan, through the insights provided by his third eye, was able to consistently prompt Goku to evade effectively, though Goku had yet to directly defeat Piccolo. His speed was subtly beginning to surpass that of the Demon King. With Tien Shinhan's timely alerts, Piccolo found himself repeatedly striking empty air. If we can just hold on a bit longer. As long as Piccolo continues to expend his stamina, we will have the opportunity to turn the tide. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists. While he had not actively participated in this explosive confrontation, he felt even more exhilarated than if he had been in the thick of it. Ha! You can't catch me. Piccolo! Come on, keep trying. Goku, oblivious to Tien Shinhan's strategy, could not restrain his laughter at Piccolo's increasingly frustrated attempts to strike him. Very well. I shall continue my assault. Upon hearing Goku's taunt, a sly smile crept across Piccolo's face. He ground his teeth and uttered this threat while bending his body to lunge at Goku once more. However, in an instant, he executed a complete 180, unleashing a demon light cannon aimed not at Goku, but at Tien Shinhan. Oh no! Quaking in the underbrush nearby, Yachirobe trembled, covering his eyes with his hands, unable to witness the unfolding chaos. The onlooker, though initially puzzled, began to perceive the signs of Piccolo's fatigue and anticipated a moment of reversal. Yet he had not anticipated that the Demon King would so swiftly recognize his own vulnerabilities amidst the fray. In a surprising turn, Tien Shinhan's body shifted to the side the very moment Piccolo unleashed his demon light cannon. Piccolo's attack had been calculated based on Tien Shinhan's previously noted position. His assumptions mirrored Yachirobe's, believing that Tien Shinhan could not possibly anticipate such a sudden change in targets. Consequently, the demon light cannon sailed harmlessly into the void. Alas, it seems I have indeed been discovered. What a pity, Tien Shinhan remarked with a composed shake of his head. His speed did not match that of Piccolo or the explosive Goku. However, he had surmised this scenario the moment Piccolo hesitated before Goku. Nevertheless, he felt no sense of triumph, for he knew that Piccolo's next attack, while still within his perception, would be impossible to evade. The disparity in speed was evident. Despite Piccolo's considerable fatigue, he was not a foe Tien Shinhan could confront directly. Indeed, I should have eliminated you first, daring to toy with me time and again. Thud! Upon hearing Piccolo's declaration, Tien Shinhan made no attempt to dodge, fully aware of the futility of such an effort. He simply braced himself for the impending strike. In the next moment, Piccolo stood before him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Tien Shinhan sprawling backward over 10 meters. Impressive, Tien Shinhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression grave. Piccolo, your opponent is me. Upon witnessing Tien Shinhan's injury, Goku immediately charged at Piccolo, seeking to divert his attention. Yet, Piccolo had long awaited this very moment, like a fisherman lying in wait for a catch. He swiftly turned to seize Goku by the neck. Haha, so, is you the three-eyed one who is the linchpin of this battle? Too bad you can perceive my attacks, but cannot keep pace with my speed. Piccolo gloated, casting a taunting glance at Tien Shinhan. And you, little brat named Goku, can match my speed yet remain blind to my attacks. You both are commendable, but this battle belongs to me. Turning back to Goku, who struggled in his grasp, a cruel smile spread across Piccolo's wrinkled face. You celebrate too soon. Piccolo, do you recall the battle over 300 years ago? Do you remember how you were sealed away? Just then, through the cacophony of Piccolo's reckless laughter, Master Roshi, clad in flip-flops and sporting large sunglasses, stepped into view, his shining bald head gleaming in the light. Beside him, a half-sealed rice cooker stood defiantly, gazing at Piccolo with determination. That a rice cooker? A seal? Could it be? You intend to use that technique? In an instant, the once self-assured Demon King Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, his azure visage turning an ominous shade of deep purple. Chapter 9. The Dragon Ball Wish. Indeed, it is precisely the technique you are envisioning. It was the very move that Master Mateto sacrificed his life to wield. The Demon Seal Wave. Master Roshi straightened his back, enunciating each syllable of the 3 words with fervor. The Demon Seal Wave. Impossible. That old fool could not have survived even if he managed to seal me away. How could you possibly employ such a technique? This cannot be true. You are deceiving me. Yes, you must be deceiving me. Furthermore, even if you could wield the demon seal wave, it demands a sacrifice of life. Are you truly willing to forfeit your life? You old fool. The tremor in Piccolo's voice betrayed his rising fear. The terrifying name of the demon seal wave reminded him of the 3 centuries he had spent under the control of a rice cooker. If he were to be sealed once more, despite his long lifespan, he would undoubtedly perish within that rice cooker. The notion of the formidable demon king Piccolo meeting his end within a rice cooker was both absurd and horrifying. Unconsciously, Piccolo took a half-step back. Beside Master Roshi, the inconspicuous rice cooker, typically used for preparing meals, now loomed in his eyes like a gaping abyss ready to swallow him whole. Yet, out of pride as the Demon King and a conviction regarding Master Matato's demise, Piccolo remained rooted in place, resisting the impulse to flee. Even as Goku seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp, he was too preoccupied to notice. He was gambling, wagering that this hunchbacked old man was merely posturing. How could I possibly use the demon seal wave? Have you forgotten the 2 young boys who were by Master Matato's side? I am one of them, one of his disciples. As for my life, you are right. I am merely a decrepit old man. And if I can take you down with me before I depart this world, that would be a significant victory. The reason I refrained from fighting earlier was to gather enough energy to unleash the reversal demon seal wave. Today, I shall seal you away once more in honor of the late Master Matato. A reminiscent expression crossed Master Roshi's face, followed by a serene smile as he raised both hands toward the Demon King Piccolo. Master Matato, Goku, and Yamcha were taken aback upon witnessing Master Roshi's willingness to risk his life to execute the demon seal wave. Even Bulma and Launch found themselves viewing the usually lecherous Master Roshi with newfound respect. What? You are indeed one of those 2 boys. No, I refuse to be sealed in that rice cooker again. No, no, no. Piccolo's voice grew hoarse as he recalled Master Roshi's identity, leaving no room for doubt. He immediately turned to flee. However, a peculiar force began to constrict around him. In the next moment, the onlookers beheld Piccolo's form twisting and contorting, like a piece of dough being stretched, as he was inexorably pulled toward the rice cooker. Simultaneously, a steam-like vapor erupted from Master Roshi, akin to a kettle reaching a boil, signifying the rapid depletion of his life force. The demon seal wave harbored such terrifying power, it appeared that this time Piccolo would be sealed away for good. The intensity of the brilliant white light emitted by the demon seal wave illuminated Yajirobe's face, resembling a pig caught in a spotlight, that he was astounded. Never having imagined that such a terrifying technique could compress the Demon King Piccolo into an ordinary rice cooker. Though Piccolo's strength surpassed that of Master Roshi, his struggles against the demon seal wave now seemed utterly futile. As Piccolo was on the verge of being compressed into the rice cooker for yet another sealing, Master Roshi's life force was swiftly diminishing alongside the execution of the demon seal wave. With a resounding bang, the rice cooker exploded. Perhaps it was too ordinary, or perhaps Master Roshi's execution of the demon seal wave was not sufficiently refined. The moment of impending victory, the rice cooker sacrificed itself before either Piccolo or Master Roshi could meet their fates. Ha! It seems I, the Demon King Piccolo, am not so easily vanquished. Surviving the ordeal, Piccolo gasped for breath, throwing his head back in raucous laughter. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the rice cooker, his eyes gleamed with a mixture of elation, terror, and a thirst for revenge. The first to suffer was the already demolished rice cooker. Even reduced to mere fragments, Piccolo rushed over to further obliterate the remains. How dare you attempt to seal me? The Demon King Piccolo, the unfortunate rice cooker, having sacrificed itself only to be desecrated, was ultimately left in ruins. And you detestable old fool, how you startled me. Perish with a tremendous force. Piccolo's form flickered rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the already exhausted Master Roshi was sent hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Piccolo was also significantly drained, and his attack lacked the power to instantly obliterate Master Roshi. As Master Roshi tumbled away, 5 gleaming Dragon Balls fell from his person. These were entrusted to him by Tien Shinhan prior to the battle. Piccolo, poised to continue his assault on Master Roshi, was suddenly captivated by the sight of the 5 Dragon Balls. Excellent. With these 5, plus the 2 I possess, I shall have all 7. It seems my ambition to dominate the world will soon be realized. Let me first witness the wonders of the legendary dragon. Then, you shall all experience my darkest terror. With that, Piccolo arranged the 7 Dragon Balls together. Arise, dragon! He bellowed. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and thunder roared. Amidst the shifting landscape, a colossal dragon spiraled into existence. Speak your wish. Any wish I can grant, but only one. The enormous dragon gazed down upon the crowd, its voice resonating like thunder across the expanse. That golden orb possesses such extraordinary power. That wretched Tien Shinhan has stolen such a remarkable treasure from me. It is over. The dragon is about to fulfill the demon King Piccolo's wish. The world is doomed. Yajirobe trembled and shut his eyes tightly, too fearful to witness the unfolding calamity. The world truly destined for destruction. Bulma stared at the dragon in the sky, her face a mask of despair. Alas, I never anticipated that I would have to resort to this technique. Demon King Piccolo, do you remember the other young boy who stood by Master Mateto all those years ago? Just then, Tien Shinhan removed the covered cup from his waist, producing a tattered cloth with intricate patterns and pressing it against the Dragon Balls. What are you trying to convey? Don't tell me you were the other boy from back then. Look at your age. Do you think I am a fool? As the formidable Piccolo Daimao beheld the lidded cup and the tattered cloth strip in Tien's hands, a chill coursed down his spine. The dreadful trio of words resurfaced in his mind. Yet the age of Tien was evidently far removed from that of Master Roshi, making it implausible for him to be a participant in the battle that transpired over 3 centuries ago. He was wagering that Tien was merely toying with him. However, in the next instant, Tien's explanation shattered his hopes to know, but my former master, Crane Hermit, was indeed another young man from that time. Unfortunately for Piccolo, I too possessed that technique, Tien declared, positioning the lidded cup and the ragged strip upon the ground before him, raising his hands in a gesture of concentration. Evil containment wave. With Tien's thunderous shout, Piccolo Daimao felt his very soul tremble. In that moment, he sensed as though he had unleashed all the misfortunes that had accumulated over 300 years to prevent any martial artist capable of utilizing the evil containment wave from existing. He had previously instructed Dambalin and Cymbaloo to annihilate any competent martial artist while seizing the Dragon Balls. Little did he anticipate that in this confrontation, he would face not 1, but 2 adversaries proficient in the evil containment wave. Was it truly Piccolo Daimao's fate to be sealed here? Tien's explanation and his unflappable demeanor had instinctively compelled Piccolo to believe in Tien's mastery of the evil containment wave. Thus, when Tien uttered that name, especially after having just experienced its potency with Master Roshi, Piccolo dared not gamble any longer. He yearned to flee immediately, yet his body seized up as if in an allergic reaction that no. Piccolo Daimao emitted a harrowing wail. He truly did not wish to be sealed away once more. Curiously, when had Crane Hermit learned the evil containment wave? Master Roshi clutched his chest, pondering in bewilderment. Was that cup not something Tien had carelessly fashioned during the barbecue? And that tattered strip, clearly torn from Tien's pant leg, could it truly suffice to execute the evil containment wave? At that moment, Goku, observing the familiar cup and cloth strip before Tien, was equally perplexed. Just then, a brilliant radiance erupted that a white light flickered from Tien's brow, blinding all those present in an instant. Caught off guard, the solar flare proved extraordinarily effective. Piccolo Daimao instantly realized he had been ensnared. And he soon recognized that the sensation that had rendered him immobile was not the evil containment wave, but rather a psychic ability. I shall not allow you to hinder Tien. Boom! In an instant, Piccolo Daimao was flung away by Tien's telepathically coordinated dumpling. Yet, in his temporary blindness, he was utterly powerless to thwart Tien's actions. Only Master Roshi, behind his sunglasses, clearly observed Tien, having unleashed the solar flare. Soaring toward Shinran, aided by the synergy with the dumpling's psychic power. Grant my wish, Shinran. Please awaken the power of my third eye. Chapter 10. Tien's anxieties. Is this truly your wish? Consider it done. Upon hearing Tien's desire, Shenron's crimson dragon eyes flickered several times. A wondrous golden light emanated from him, coalescing into a golden beam that illuminated Tien's third eye. As the golden light enveloped him, Tien felt his third eye, which had remained open, inexplicably close. Only when the golden radiance dissipated did Tien perceive his third eye reopening. Not only that, but the third eye, which had previously resisted closure, could now be freely controlled at his will. Whether to open or shut it became an effortless task. Is that all? Tien mused, recognizing that such a gift would not suffice to vanquish Piccolo Daimao. He conceded that there had been an element of gamble in his wish. He understood that wishing upon Shenron could not eradicate Piccolo Daimao. Thus, he placed his hopes of turning the tide on that faint glimmer of luck that resided within him. After all, as a trait unique to the three-eyed people, there must be some extraordinary ability, he thought. However, should he fail, at the very least, he had squandered Piccolo Daimao's chance to wish upon Shenron, even if he could only engage in a war of attrition thereafter. It would be far preferable to allow Piccolo Daimao to wish for rejuvenation. Well then, your wish has been granted. I must take my leave that if you wish to realize your desires, gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Shenron's thunderous voice echoed once more that a brilliant white light enveloped his green form, and in the next moment he transformed into 7 stone orbs, scattering across various corners of the earth. However, Tien had no time to heed Shenron. He was eagerly exploring the newfound capabilities of his third eye. In addition to being able to control its opening and closing at will, Tien discovered that his third eye had acquired the ability to rapidly condense his internal energy for an offensive strike. This new revelation provided him with a breakthrough to reverse the current predicament. If given just a little more time, his third eye could coalesce an attack far more powerful than his Kikaho. If the Kikaho could unleash 50% of his internal energy in a single strike, albeit at the cost of vitality, then this new ability of his third eye could condense over 80% of his internal energy within a short span, without jeopardizing his lifespan. The only concern was that after unleashing such an attack, he might utterly exhaust his fighting stamina. However, if that strike could land upon Piccolo Daimao's head, it would surely inflict grievous harm or even bring about his demise. With this in mind, Tien wasted no time, immediately commencing to harness his internal energy through the rapid concentration of his third eye. You wretched three-eyed fiend, you have stolen my chance at rejuvenation. I will see you dead. As Tien hastened to gather his energy, Piccolo Daimao's vision returned. Possessing acute hearing, he discerned every detail of Tien's wish process. This three-eyed scoundrel had squandered the summoning of Shenron to enhance that eye. Moreover, the thought of having been deceived by Tien's feigned evil containment wave, which had left him screaming in terror, ignited an even greater fury within Piccolo Daimao. Who would have thought that Tien would dare to employ the solar flare to deceive him? In such dire circumstances, he had conceived such a clever tactic. Tien had surpassed both me and that crane hermit by leaps and bounds. Thankfully, he had found his way back, casting aside the darkness within, and embarked upon the righteous path. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a formidable martial artist. Master Roshi, peering through his sunglasses, kept a vigilant watch on Tien, marveling at his exceptional mental fortitude. What on earth is happening? My eyes are in excruciating pain. At this moment, Wukong and his companions had just regained their sight. Still bewildered by the events that had transpired, they could only see that the divine dragon, which had appeared moments before, had now vanished. Meanwhile, Piccolo's expression was ominously dark as he prepared to launch an attack on Tianjin Fan. Solar Flare. As Tianjin Fan gathered his energy, he noticed that Piccolo's sight had returned. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands to his forehead and shouted. The activation of the solar flare required no grand gestures, nor did it impede Tianjin Fan's energy-gathering process. Damn it. Here it comes again. In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted once more. Piccolo, who had just opened his eyes, was again struck blind. He gritted his teeth in frustration, yet a sinister smile crept onto his lips. In that fleeting moment of regained vision, he had already pinpointed Tianjin Fan's location. Thus, even though he was blinded once again, he gathered his magical energy and unleashed a blast aimed at where he remembered Tien Shinhan to be. "Ha! Did you think you could escape, boy? I've already memorized your position." After releasing his energy wave, Piccolo shut his eyes tightly, laughing as he awaited the sight of a severely injured Tien Shinhan. However, 2 seconds later, as his vision slowly returned, what he saw was a completely unscathed Tien Shinhan. The reason he was unscathed, rather than merely unharmed, was that his bald head shone too brightly, just as Piccolo had cracked open his eyelids. Tien Shinhan's head flashed again. Solar flare. This time, Tien Shinhan did not even shout. Like a merciless high-powered spotlight, the brilliant light surged towards Piccolo's still recovering eyes. For heaven's sake, when will this end? Piccolo was so frustrated he felt he might vomit blood. His eyes burned from the repeated assaults of blinding light, leaving them red and swollen, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Amidst his tears, Piccolo realized that his previous energy blast had certainly missed its target. Reflecting on how Tien Shinhan had evaded his magical attacks twice in succession, he understood that relying on memorized positions to strike was unrealistic. This three-eyed brat was adept at evading, always anticipating his ambush and moving from his original position. To think that I, Piccolo Daimao, have suffered such humiliation 3 times with the same tactic. No, I must devise a way to counter this move. That old man with his sunglasses. If I wear those, it must work. Piccolo's thoughts shifted to a strategy to counter the solar flare, and a sly grin spread across his tear-streaked face. Fortunately, everyone else had been blinded. Otherwise, his expression would have appeared rather comical. With a rush, Piccolo flew towards the location he remembered. Indeed, not everyone had the same light resistance as Tien Shinhan. The turtle hermit, lost in thought, was caught off guard and suffered an attack. He was punched away. His sunglasses were snatched by Piccolo. This scene did not escape Tien Shinhan's notice. After his recent development, his third eye's vision had significantly improved, enhancing his resistance to bright lights. While he could not claim to possess the ability to gaze directly at the sun, he could still observe amidst the solar flare. Piccolo, now wearing the sunglasses, turned confidently. When he saw Tien Shinhan raising his hands to his forehead, once more he scoffed, hands on his hips, it's still the solar flare. Utterly unoriginal. Allow me to put an end to your life, Piccolo thought disdainfully, widening his eyes to face the impending fourth solar flare from Tien Shinhan. Having been toyed with by Tien Shinhan's solar flare, he finally seized an opportunity to retaliate. He intended to charge at Tien Shinhan, close the distance, and obliterate him in one explosive blow. Only such a savage method of execution could avenge the repeated humiliations he had suffered at Tien Shinhan's hands. However, halfway through his charge, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Although Tien Shinhan's stance mirrored that of the solar flare this time, it was not his shiny head that radiated light, but the third eye on his forehead. Energy beam, faced with the high-energy wave emanating from that third eye. Piccolo felt as though he was running headlong into a formidable enemy's ultimate attack. 3 times is the charm. Did you really think I would mindlessly continue with the solar flare? Tien Shinhan smirked. Having outwitted Piccolo that moment, Wukong and the others also regained their sight from Tien Shinhan's previous solar flare. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with a jaw-dropping spectacle. The mighty Piccolo Daimao was desperately twisting his body. Barely managing to evade a powerful energy wave that would have struck his head, his entire lower body, along with half of his torso, was instantly obliterated. Was I unable to blow his head off? Nevertheless, the power of the energy beam was as anticipated. Such grievous injuries should mark the end of the battle. Tien Shinhan sighed in relief as he observed Piccolo, who had narrowly escaped a fatal headshot. The energy wave from his third eye had exceeded his expectations. Young man, you are dishonorable, coming to deceive and ambush me, when you should have continued using the solar flare. Piccolo spat blood, barely clinging to life. In the next moment, everyone watched as he tilted his head back and expelled a monstrous egg the size of a quail egg from his mouth. The grotesque egg shot away at incredible speed, leaving the exhausted onlookers no time to pursue it. This time, I concede, but my offspring will surely avenge me. With that, Piccolo breathed his last. Tien Shinhan recalled the quail-sized egg, realizing it was the future Dragon Ball warrior. The heir to the Sun family, Piccolo Jr., however, the egg size left him somewhat concerned. Could it be that this Piccolo is underdeveloped? Chapter 11. The assurance of a lazy life at long last. Victory was achieved. I can't believe you truly defeated Piccolo Daimao. Confirming Piccolo's demise, the previously hiding Yachirobe emerged from the bushes. Yachirobe, you were just lurking there all along? Why didn't you come out to help? Wukong was taken aback upon seeing Yachirobe. Yachirobe, initially ready to celebrate, had remained on the sidelines, feeling the tension as he watched the battle unfold. Especially during the moment Piccolo summoned the divine dragon. He thought the world was doomed. Now, witnessing Tianjin fans' miraculous comeback, he felt as though he had personally vanquished Piccolo Daimao, filling him with exhilaration and pride. Yet just as this excitement surged, it was abruptly extinguished by Wukong's piercing question. Even Yachirobe, known for his thick skin, felt his face darken, feeling too embarrassed to join in the celebration. Truly, a man worth my admiration. You remain reliable in critical moments. Lan Shi tossed her vibrant golden locks with an air of confidence. Ever since witnessing Tianjin fans' formidable prowess in the martial arts arena, she had become utterly enamored with his masculine charm. Such an exceptional man would be a tremendous loss not to have by her side in a thrilling escapade. This captivating individual was someone Lan Shi was determined to claim for herself. What a heart-pounding experience it had been. They all thought they were doomed. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow, and at that moment, Yamcha, seated in his wheelchair, relaxed his white-knuckled grip. Both felt that the recent battle was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride. King Piccolo's victory had seemed almost certain, only to be snatched away like a cooked duck flying off due to Tianjin fans' miraculous intervention. Tianjin fan, you truly are remarkable. I am still no match for you. But mark my words, I shall train diligently and surpass you. Goku, whose right I had swollen to the size of a bun from a punch delivered by King Piccolo, staggered over to Tianjin fan, his face alight with excitement. Hey, Goku, don't get the wrong idea. Aside from that last key how could you not see that the post-explosion version of you is far stronger? And what use is strength now? With your scion physiology and protagonist aura, you could easily outstrip me in no time. I am merely a fish destined for the sidelines. Do not misread the situation. Tianjin fan, feeling a wave of relief, thought he could finally embrace the anticipated life of a recluse. Yet, seeing the fervor in everyone's eyes, it was evident they regarded him as the true hero of the battle. While it was true he had vanquished King Piccolo in the end, his participation was not intended for glory, but rather to ensure his future tranquility in seclusion. He had even planned to retire immediately after this battle. Faced with their enthusiastic demeanor, Tianjin fan found it challenging to voice his intentions. Not at all. Thanks to your explosive surge, Goku, you drained much of King Piccolo's strength. Moreover, Master Roshi's use of the Mafuba to restrain King Piccolo allowed my subsequent plans to unfold smoothly. Otherwise, had Piccolo unleashed his power earlier, I might have perished. If one were to speak of prowess, it was undoubtedly your Tenkan Eskan that was truly impressive that in the future, the protection of Earth and the salvation of the world will rely on you. Yamcha and Krillin, Tianjin fan explained with utmost sincerity. As for the key to Tianjin fan, it was merely a one-time expendable technique. Though its potency had exceeded his expectations, it did not reflect his true capabilities. Furthermore, this technique had its limitations, as it rapidly accumulated energy from within himself. While it allowed him to utilize his internal energy efficiently in a short span, the extent was ultimately tethered to the amount of energy he possessed. The current strength of this technique appeared formidable only because he had not yet fallen behind in power, as Goku and others continued to grow stronger, with their internal energy increasing exponentially. Even if he could concentrate all his energy into a single ki attack, it would hold little significance against increasingly powerful adversaries. He could not elucidate this to Goku and the others. So he merely mentioned Krillin. Regrettably, the wish for Dragon Balls had already been used, leaving no means to resurrect Krillin immediately a year later. Would Krillin's body even remain intact? Indeed, upon hearing Krillin's name, Goku's attention shifted immediately. Fear not, Goku, that I have crafted a frozen coffin to ensure Krillin's body undergoes no changes within a year. Bulma's voice dispelled Goku's concerns. That is excellent. This way we can gather the Dragon Balls again a year from now and revive Krillin. Goku exclaimed, his spirits renewed upon hearing Bulma's solution to preserve Krillin's corpse. The battle has concluded. Tianjin fan, I am preparing to head to Korin Tower to continue my training. What about you? Goku invited Tianjin fan. Observing Goku's eager expression, Tianjin fan realized that his excitement had not yet faded, as he still viewed Tianjin fan as his rival. With this thought, he couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation, wondering why it was so difficult to simply live a life of leisure. Tianjin fan sighed internally, his gaze suddenly landing on Yamcha, who remained seated in his wheelchair, that Yamcha's legs had been broken before Tianjin fan's arrival. Yet since he had now assumed Tianjin fan's identity, it was time to address the mess. All right, I shall join you, Tianjin fan replied to Goku with reluctance. Yay, just wait, Tianjin fan, I will become even stronger. And we shall have a rematch, Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Tianjin fan rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat weary. Not just Goku and I, but Yamcha, Dind, Master Roshi, Bulma, Lan Shi, all of you must come along, Tianjin fan called out, insisting that even the elderly and women not be spared from accompanying them to Korin Tower. After all, a trip to Korin Tower was inevitable. Since he had to go, he might as well gather all the Dragon Ball warriors to enhance their strengths together. Only by strengthening them could he ensure a more secure and prosperous life on Earth in the future. Sigh, all of this is to better enjoy my leisurely existence. Tianjin fan chuckled wryly. I'd like to join as well. At that moment, Yachirobe timidly raised his plump arm from the periphery of the lively crowd. You, very well. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, let alone a chubby one. Chapter 12. The strange method of ascending the tower, though timid, Yachirobe could still prove somewhat useful in the future. In an effort to solidify his own lackluster existence, Tianjin fan was unwilling to overlook any potential assistance. The only caution he bore in mind was to guard against this little rotund fellow squandering the sins of beans. Otherwise, the meager contributions he could offer would pale in comparison to the value of those beans. When the group heard Tianjin fan's proposal for everyone to head to Korin Tower, they were initially taken aback. But it wasn't long before they all acquiesced. What surprised Master Roshi the most was that, apart from Goku, the most enthusiastic about the journey to Korin Tower were Bulma and Launch, that Bulma's interest lay not in training, but rather in witnessing the cat sage that Goku had spoken of. She was curious to see whether the cat, having attained sagehood, was indeed more endearing than the ordinary felines of Earth. Similarly, Launch harbored her own ulterior motives. Her eagerness to accompany Tianjin fan to the tower was fueled by her own small scheme. Let us set forth at once, Goku exclaimed, pleased by the group's willingness to join him, as it promised a more vibrant atmosphere. Once everyone agreed, he eagerly urged them to depart. Wait, there are still matters to wrap up. Tianjin fan interjected, pointing to the large spaceship hovering above them. Upon following his gaze, the group recalled that the evil King Piccolo had previously leaped from this enormous vessel. This indicated that the ship and its occupants were likely allied with Piccolo. Ah, it's the mixed rice crew, Goku exclaimed as he squinted up at the ship, spotting a blue-skinned dwarf in a hat peering down. Beside him were a dog-headed ninja and a woman with long black hair. This combination immediately triggered Goku's recognition. Having encountered them multiple times before, oh no, it seems they've spotted us. We must hastily flee in the spaceship. At the moment the mixed rice crew's eyes met Goku's. They realized their cover was blown. They quickly withdrew, scrambling towards the control room of the ship. What a farce! The so-called invincible King Piccolo was so easily vanquished by Goku's crew. He had acted so arrogantly before. And I had assumed he possessed genuine prowess. Now we find ourselves in a position of retreat. It appears that the dream of world domination can only be realized by my own hands. King Mixed Rice. As Mixed Rice reached the control room, he lamented the dominion that King Piccolo had exerted over them while hastily maneuvering the ship to escape. However, just as he had barely begun to pilot the vessel, Tianjin fan had already appeared before him. Although Tianjin fan had exhausted himself using the Ki technique, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had regained some stamina so soon. Thus, rather than requesting Goku's assistance to halt the ship, He took matters into his own hands. This is such an irritating sensation. In the midst of the mixed rice trio's screams, Tien Shinhan effortlessly hurled them into the distant woods, indifferent to their fate. All right, let us board this spaceship and journey to Karen Tower, Tien Shinhan declared, having swiftly dealt with the mixed rice crew, addressing Goku and the others below. Before long, everyone boarded the massive ship, and with the vessel at full speed. They arrived at Karen Tower within an hour. Having regained some energy during the flight, Master Roshi and Goku grasped the edges of the spaceship, preparing to leap down first. What are you planning to do? Tien Shinhan interjected, blocking their path. The two, having previously ascended Karen Tower, turned in astonishment. Of course, we're going to climb the tower. Goku and Master Roshi replied, their tone one of incredulity and no need for such trouble. If we were to scale the tower, it would be inconvenient for Bulma, Launch, and Yamcha to accompany us that we have a spaceship. We can simply fly up, Tien Shinhan asserted, urging Bulma to steer the ship closer to Karen Tower. Fly directly up? Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes widening to the point that his sunglasses nearly slipped off. Goku also found Tien Shinhan's suggestion surprising, yet it intrigued him, for as Tien Shinhan pointed out, if they could not ascend directly, Bulma and the others would be unable to reach the tower. Tien Shinhan, noting the astonishment on Goku and Master Roshi's faces, remained unfazed in the latter stages of Dragon Ball. Bulma had flown directly to the sacred world of the Kais. Thus, reaching the height where the cat sage resided should pose no problem, even if there were special measures to prevent aircraft from inadvertently trespassing around Karen Tower. Their recent exploits in saving the world would likely earn them some leniency. Tien Shinhan had no intention of climbing the tower. He was confident in his plan, which is why he had brought everyone along. As the spaceship continued its course toward Karen Tower, it soon encountered an invisible barrier. This barrier did not forcefully halt the ship's progress, but subtly redirected its flight path, though Karen Tower appeared close at hand. The group found themselves veering further away, nearly losing their way among the clouds. Upon observing this, Tien Shinhan deduced that this might be the mechanism employed to deter human technology from trespassing. Furrowing his brow, he opened his third eye, his powerful vision piercing through the barrier surrounding Karen Tower, revealing the correct direction. Bulma, veer right at a 35-degree angle. But that direction clearly leads away from Karen Tower. Bulma responded, perplexed and hesitant. Trust me, just follow my guidance, Tien Shinhan encouraged, offering no further explanation as he instructed Bulma to change course. What if we go the wrong way? That's on you, Bulma retorted, feeling somewhat vexed by the lack of clarity. Yet she complied and adjusted the ship's trajectory. Bong, bong. As they proceeded in this direction, the ship seemingly collided with an invisible barrier amid an otherwise indistinguishable expanse of clouds. Could it really be possible? Bulma mused in astonishment, glancing back at Tien Shinhan. What should we do next? Having never experienced such a scenario before, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Keep pushing forward, even if we damage the ship. We must continue to press on. Regardless of the fact that it is not his own spacecraft, Tien Shinhan feels no remorse and allows Bulma to continue crashing towards the current trajectory. In the temple high above Karen Tower, a deity strikingly resembling the demon king Piccolo lets out a sigh upon witnessing this scene. Beside him, Bobo casts a knowing glance at the sighing deity, remaining silent. Alas, this Tien Shinhan is indeed a commendable martial artist. Yet, why does he not display a modicum of respect for the deity's authority? To recklessly assault Karen Tower with human technology is truly absurd. The deity grumbles incessantly. Never mind, Bobo, please dispel the barrier surrounding Karen Tower. Ultimately, he cannot bear to see Tien Shinhan and the others potentially damage their spacecraft by colliding with the barrier, or worse, injure themselves. After all, they are the heroes who saved the world from the clutches of the demon king Piccolo. Perhaps it is permissible for them to indulge themselves this once. The deity reassures himself, and the indignation he felt moments ago begins to dissipate. Chapter 13. Is Meow a bit spoiled? Tien Shinhan, if we continue like this, we might be in trouble. Are you certain we can indeed ascend this tower, inhabited by celestial beings using our spacecraft? Following the instructions, Bulma repeatedly maneuvers the spacecraft with force against the barrier of Karen Tower. After the last impact, she notices a change in the spacecraft's data on the dashboard. If they persist in this manner, they may face the peril of plummeting. Fear not, we just need to hold on a little longer, Tien Shinhan replies with conviction. His certainty stems from the knowledge that the malevolent demon king Piccolo was, in fact, a part of the deity's own evil essence that was cast away upon his ascension to divinity. Compared to their recent battle with the demon king Piccolo, the deity had already discerned the latter's escape from his seal long before. Now that Tien Shinhan and his companions have aided him in resolving such a significant dilemma, he trusts that the deity would not allow them to fall. Very well, I shall place my trust in you once more. Bulma concedes, her faith restored by Tien Shinhan's unwavering confidence, as she directs the spacecraft to collide once more with the barrier of Karen Tower. This time, however, the anticipated sound of impact does not resound again. We've made it in, Bulma exclaims excitedly. Who would have thought it could truly be accomplished this way? Master Roshi observed in disbelief as the spacecraft glides onward without any hindrance that in his youth. He too had ascended Karen Tower, and even after all these years, he vividly recalls the struggles he endured to reach its summit. And now, he finds himself here again, not through arduous climbing, but rather comfortably seated within the spacecraft. Arriving with ease. Times have indeed changed. The thinking of the younger generation is something this old man cannot keep up with. Master Roshi muses with a hint of nostalgia. As his gaze sweeps the area, he unexpectedly spots a large, pristine magazine nestled behind the back of a nearby chair. Glancing around, he notices that everyone's attention is fixated on the approaching Karen Tower, and he stealthily extends his mischievous hand. Within Karen Tower, Cat Sage is savoring a piece of salted fish jerky he has treasured for decades, yearning for more. What a delightful flavor! Yet alas, there remains but one piece that, if I consume it, I shall have no opportunity to relish fish jerky again in the future. Such a pity, meow. Wiping away the drool that has crept onto his lips, Cat Sage suppresses the urge to devour the last morsel. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps draws near. Who? The unexpected sound leaves Cat Sage flustered, but he manages to swiftly conceal the fish jerky. Once he has secured his snack, he regains his composure, picks up the wooden staff he had carelessly discarded, and leisurely turns around. Congratulations, you have successfully ascended Karen Tower. I am Cat Sage. I am Tien Shinhan. Pleased to meet you. Cat Sage, as the spacecraft hovers near Karen Tower, Tien Shinhan is the first to step inside. Very well, Tien Shinhan. What do you wish to attain within Karen Tower? Cat Sage scrutinizes Tien Shinhan, nodding in satisfaction, but he is indeed a martial artist with a solid foundation. I have heard that the Demon King Piccolo has escaped his seal. Perhaps he seeks to train here to grow stronger and ultimately defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Cat Sage silently speculates, believing that Tien Shinhan's purpose here aligns closely with his assumptions. Wait, I have companions as well. As it is his first encounter with Cat Sage, Tien Shinhan takes a moment to assess him. Cat Sage resembles a large cat akin to Garfield, with plush white fur, standing upright with his wooden staff. Cat Sage is of comparable height to the current Goku. In response to Cat Sage's inquiry, Tien Shinhan refrains from answering immediately, asking him to hold on a moment. Ditto, you have companions? It seems there are quite a few exceptional martial artists appearing from the ground. Last time, a boy named Goku ascended. Now we have Tien Shinhan and his companions. This suggests that the crisis posed by the Demon King Piccolo may indeed be resolved by the martial artists on the ground themselves. Provided they undergo my training, Cat Sage, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, feels a surge of surprise, but is also heartened by the prospect of stronger martial artists on the ground, which would enhance their ability to confront threats and ensure Earth safety. Cat Sage, I'm here again. The second to emerge is Goku, who leaps into Karen Tower and excitedly greets Cat Sage. Upon seeing this little fellow, Cat Sage joyfully strokes his fuzzy chin, which resembles a round face adorned with a goat-like beard. Oh, so Goku is your companion. Are you both here to train and grow stronger in order to defeat the Demon King Piccolo? In that case, I shall fetch you some senza beans once your strength is restored. We can commence training immediately. Cat Sage mistakenly assumes that Tien Shinhan's companion is Goku and promptly makes arrangements. Please wait a moment, Cat Sage. There are still others behind. Furthermore, we have already defeated the Demon King Piccolo before coming here. So there's no need to rush. Goku, realizing Cat Sage's misunderstanding, quickly clarifies that, oh, is that so? There are still companions and no worries. The more people there are to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, the better. Huh. WH, are you saying that you had already defeated the Demon King Piccolo before coming here? Cat Sage's previously calm feline demeanor is suddenly replaced by shock, his eyes widening momentarily before returning to their usual squint. Just then, another individual enters Karen Tower. You are that lecherous little brat from many years ago? After all this time, you have climbed Karen Tower once more? I have heard that you reside on the ground, and have even earned the revered title of the god of martial arts. Garnering the admiration of numerous terrestrial martial artists, IT seem to have fared quite well over the years. However, I wonder if you have managed to rectify your old habits. The Cat Sage squinted as he scrutinized the Turtle Sage for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Should it be the Turtle Sage once again ascending the Karen Tower, he could somewhat accept it. Upon hearing the Cat Sage's words, the Turtle Sage instinctively tightened his grip on the magazine he had been engrossed in, having forgotten to return it to the spaceship. However, when Lan Shi followed closely into the Karen Tower, the Cat Sage found himself puzzled. Although there were traces of martial training on Lan Shi, she was markedly inferior compared to Tianjin Fan and his companions, in the eyes of the Cat Sage. Given Lan Shi's displayed martial prowess, it was inconceivable that she could ascend the Karen Tower. Just as the Cat Sage was about to inquire how Lan Shi had managed to arrive, Bulma entered the Karen Tower right behind her. Upon seeing Bulma, the Cat Sage's expression darkened instantly. He felt no hint of martial prowess emanating from her, leading him to conclude that Bulma was merely an ordinary earthling devoid of martial skills. What is going on? While the Cat Sage was still astonished by Bulma's presence, Yamcha rolled into the Karen Tower in his wheelchair. In that moment, the Cat Sage felt utterly bewildered. He even began to question whether he had gazed at dried fish for too long, leading to hallucinations. After all, who could possibly explain to him why someone could ascend the Karen Tower in a wheelchair? Chapter 14. Years of Resentment. What on earth is happening? The Cat Sage looked at the unusual assembly of individuals before him. Struggling to accept the situation, as for the arrival of Jiaozi and Akirabai after Yamcha, he was too disheartened to dwell on it. Haha, Cat Sage, we came here aboard a spaceship. Upon noticing the bewilderment on the Cat Sage's face, Wukong kindly offered an explanation that a spaceship? The Cat Sage could hardly believe his ears. The Karen Tower had stood for countless years, and while he had seen many martial artists ascend its heights, he had never encountered anyone arriving by spaceship. Nonsense! Get down, all of you! The Cat Sage raised his wooden staff, intending to send everyone back down. Just then, Bulma approached and, to the astonishment of the onlookers, gently patted the Cat Sage on the head. A talking cat, truly deserving of the title Cat Sage. Please don't be upset, little kitty. I brought you a gift. With that, Bulma waved a piece of dried fish in front of the Cat Sage. Upon seeing the fish in Bulma's hand, a grave expression crossed the Cat Sage's face, and his attempt to shoo everyone away faltered. Gulping down a surge of saliva, he resisted the temptation posed by the fish and raised his staff once more. You think a mere piece of dried fish could persuade me to overlook your transgressions against the Karen Tower's rules? Do not mistake me for an easy-going cat, the Cat Sage proclaimed with righteous fervor, his narrowed eyes glimmering with an air of authority. Yet in the next moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Don't be in such a hurry. Your appetite must be far greater than that of an ordinary kitten. Right? No worries, I happen to bring ample food for my pet cat at home. So this gift for you is quite abundant. As Bulma spoke, she activated a universal capsule. With a pop, the contents of the capsule were instantly revealed before the Cat Sage's eyes. A mountain of dried fish. Meow. The Cat Sage fell silent for a mere second before diving into the pile of fish, reveling in the bounty before him. It wasn't that the Cat Sage disregarded the rules of the Karen Tower. It was simply that the sheer volume of fish before him was overwhelmingly enticing. Tianjin Fan, observing that the Cat Sage had succumbed to temptation, seized the opportunity to inquire, Cat Sage, can my companions and I train here with you? The Cat Sage tossed aside his staff, blissfully swimming in the mountain of fish. Feel free. As long as you enjoy yourselves here, you may all stay. After speaking, the Cat Sage suddenly regained his composure, realizing he was still under the watchful gaze of others. Ahem. then you all may remain at the Corinne Tower. However, I suspect not all of Tianjin Fan's companions are here solely for training. Are they? The cat sage, now alert, crawled out from the pile of fish, retrieved his staff, and resumed his composed demeanor. Indeed, Bulma is here for a visit. And what about Lan Chi? Will you join in the training? Tianjin Fan nodded, unfazed by the cat sage's consent for them to remain dummy. Since Tianjin Fan is participating, I certainly will as well. Lan Chi replied with confidence, tossing her golden hair. However, it seemed that spending too long outside the Corinne Tower had caused her to shiver, and she subsequently sneezed. Achoo! Following the sneeze, her fiery golden locks transformed into a cascade of smooth blue hair. Huh, how did I end up here? I'm so sorry. Am I causing trouble for everyone again? The blue-haired Lan Chi timidly apologized, looking somewhat bewildered. It appeared she would be unable to participate. Tianjin Fan was taken aback to witness Lan Chi's transformation between golden and blue hair for the first time. However, one thing he was certain of was that the blue-haired Lan Chi would not be joining the training. Very well, then aside from the two young ladies, everyone else present is participating, correct? Including the one in the wheelchair? The cat sage's gaze shifted from the suddenly transformed Lan Chi, briefly glancing at the mountain of fish before turning to Yamcha. Indeed, Yamcha is also an exceptional martial artist, Tianjin Fan added. Regarding his injuries, I feel somewhat guilty as it was I who inflicted them. If possible, I hope the cat sage can heal him first, and then we can all train together. Tianjin Fan nodded, articulating the primary goal of his visit to the Corinne Tower. Thank you, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha said, touched by his words and affirming Tianjin Fan's genuine change of heart. And no need for thanks. Your leg was injured by me, and this is the least I can do to make amends. Tianjin Fan waved his hand dismissively. He harbored a strong aversion to being indebted to others. After departing from Corinne Tower, he intended to retreat into seclusion, and it would be exceedingly difficult to make amends with Yamcha thereafter. Thus he seized this opportunity to settle matters. You have indeed sought out the right person. The magic beans should prove beneficial in this regard. Though your conduct may be somewhat unruly, I must admit it is rather astonishing that I have just observed that the great demon king Piccolo has indeed been vanquished. What an impressive assembly of martial artists. I shall dedicate myself to training you all diligently. Shortly after the cat sage spoke, he produced a large jar of magic beans and handed one to Tianjin Fan. After Tianjin Fan administered the bean to Yamcha, all eyes were fixed upon the two of them. All right, my leg feels fine now. Merely 2 seconds later, Yamcha attempted to move his leg and found the injury had vanished without a trace. As though he had never been harmed. I cannot thank you enough, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha exclaimed, leaping up in excitement and warmly grasping Tianjin Fan's shoulder in gratitude, despite already being aware of the miraculous properties of the magic beans. Tianjin Fan could not suppress a slight astonishment at Yamcha's swift recovery. I could see that moment. Jackalope, with his plump physique, stealthily extended his arm towards the jar of magic beans that the cat sage had placed nearby. He reached out with his chubby hand and greedily grabbed a fistful of beans. Stop this at once, Tianjin Fan, having anticipated such behavior, shouted as he swiftly evaded the spot and kicked Jackalope away. Following up with a vigorous beating, I had thought you were merely ignorant to waste the magic beans. To think that right after I demonstrated their efficacy, you would resort to such actions. It's simply infuriating. Tianjin Fan seethed inwardly. After delivering a thorough thrashing, he felt a pent-up rage dissipate, a frustration that had lingered for over a decade since he had wished to punch Jackalope through the television for his previous misdeeds with the magic beans. Chapter 15. A major embarrassment, woohoo. I'm just hungry again, Jackalope lamented, rubbing his swollen head as he explained his plight to Tianjin Fan. Just because you're hungry, does that justify wasting magic beans? Can't you eat something else? If all else fails, drink some water. Are magic beans meant for you to gorge on? Tianjin Fan clenched his fists, nearly losing his composure at Jackalope's audacity to retort. The magic beans were crucial supplies for the battles that Goku and the others would face, akin to granting the protagonists an extra life. How could he stand idly by while such treasures were squandered by Jackalope? The more plentiful the resources for the protagonists, the stronger their capacity to confront crises in the future. This way, his own leisurely life could be more secure. When the sky falls, there would be tall people to hold it up. But if Goku and his companions were swiftly defeated in battle, would he not have to step in? To prevent such a scenario, Tien Shinhan had always placed great emphasis on the enhancement of Goku and the others' abilities. Only by strengthening them could he afford to live more comfortably. The thought of Goku and his companions fighting valiantly while he enjoyed a leisurely life filled him with anticipation for that future. Alright, Tien Shinhan. Over these past few centuries, I have several large jars of magic beans in stock. Allowing him to indulge a little is no issue. After all, they can be regrown once consumed. The cat sage waved his hand, interposing himself between the now fuming Tien Shinhan. But cat sage, you mentioned that after hundreds of years, there are only a few jars of magic beans that, if all of them are consumed, it will take a long time to cultivate more. What if an enemy like the great demon king Piccolo, or even a stronger foe, appears on Earth? Everyone will need the magic beans for healing and restoring energy. By then, if we wish to grow more beans, it may be too late. Tien Shinhan pressed firmly on the cat sage's shoulder. His expression grave. While your hypothetical is indeed valid, I see your point. Very well. I shall heed your advice and treat these magic beans with the respect they deserve, ensuring they are not wasted. The cat sage relented, realizing the gravity of the situation. Now, let the training commence. That little chubby one is hungry and in need of water, isn't he? Let us see if you can snatch this water bottle from me. Upon witnessing Tien Shinhan's serious demeanor, the cat sage found himself persuaded. His earlier indifference towards the magic beans stemmed from the prolonged peace on Earth. Even with the recent emergence of the great demon king Piccolo from a seal, it had yet to pose a threat to Karen Tower and Earth's safety. However, Tien Shinhan's words prompted him to consider the potentially dire circumstances at that moment. He produced a water bottle. Attaching it to his staff, deftly freeing himself from Tien Shinhan's grip. Cat sage, is that the ultra-holy water I drank last time? I managed to snatch the water bottle from you before. Can I join in again? Goku exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the water bottle on the cat sage's staff. The ultra-holy water was said to be a miraculous elixir that could enhance one's strength. After consuming it previously, Goku had indeed grown stronger and defeated Tao Pai Pai. Now that the cat sage had produced another bottle of ultra-holy water, Goku was particularly intrigued that, of course, you can participate. Goku, the last time you got the ultra-holy water was because I didn't evade with all my might. This time, I will employ my full strength to prevent you from seizing the water bottle. However, given your current strength after defeating the great Demon King Piccolo, the ultra-holy water may not be of much use to you. Therefore, this time, the bottle contains super divine water. Compared to ultra-holy water, super divine water has even more extraordinary effects. If the person drinking it possesses immense talent, it can successfully unlock their latent potential. Conversely, if one lacks potential, or their potential is insufficient, they may even risk poisoning themselves from consuming super divine water. So what do you say, Tien Shinhan Goku? Are you certain you wish to participate? Others may withdraw now if they wish. The cat sage's gaze swept over the crowd, awaiting their responses. What? Poisoned? In that case, I think I'll pass. What if I end up dead? Yakilob immediately retreated 2 steps, opting out of the contest for the super divine water. The cat sage observed Yakilob's retreat, his already narrow eyes narrowing further into slits. He could see that while Yakilob had considerable potential, his mindset had already taken a significant hit. Very well, you may step aside. Also, Rashi, you are far too old. You have surpassed the prime age for potential. So you may also step aside. The cat sage consented to Yakilob's withdrawal and cast a glance at the turtle sage, suggesting that he too should step back from the fray. After all, the super divine water was not to be trifled with. Unlike the super holy water that Goku had previously consumed, which was nothing more than ordinary water, with his newfound strength attributed solely to his rigorous training. The super divine water he now presented possessed genuine miraculous properties, and anyone without sufficient latent potential would indeed meet a fatal end upon its consumption. Oh, very well, the turtle sage chuckled, rubbing his smooth head and smiling as he retreated to the sidelines. Secretly relieved, he still held the magazine he had brought down from the spaceship, making his participation in the contest rather inconvenient. Now, being able to unobtrusively enjoy his reading was an unexpected delight. Tien Shinhan observed the 4 individuals he had brought along being excluded from the training and frowned slightly. However, he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that at least Yamucha had arrived early to train due to his influence. With this thought, Tien's focus shifted entirely back to the super divine water. This legendary potion, said to awaken latent potential, piqued Tien's curiosity about the unexpected effects it might produce upon his consumption. While he was well aware that he could not compare to a super scion, he would gladly embrace the opportunity to uncover even a fraction more of his hidden potential. After all, even among the seemingly mundane, distinctions of strength exist. He did not wish to engage in the battles alongside Goku and the others, yet did not contradict his desire to enhance his own abilities. Once the participants for the contest were determined, the cat sage utilized the sins of beans to restore several individual stamina. A fierce multi-party melee unfolded within the confines of Korin Tower. Despite the cat sage's stately demeanor, he moved with the grace of a swallow as soon as the contest commenced. Even when Tien and the others surged towards him, he deftly evaded their advances, appearing just outside their encirclement in an instant. This spectacle left Tien and the others, who were ascending the tower for the first time, utterly astonished. What Tien did not realize was that the cat sage was equally astounded internally while evading them. In previous encounters with Goku, while contending for the super holy water, he had skillfully dodged with ease. Yet now, each narrow escape was a testament to the genuine peril he faced, as he narrowly avoided being overwhelmed by Tien and the others. He had not anticipated that their strength had reached such formidable heights, particularly Tien Shinhan, despite being a newcomer, had his third eye firmly locked onto the cat sage. Even without mastering the technique of sensing ki, he was able to closely track the cat sage's movements. Previously, he had toyed with Goku for several days before Goku managed to wrest the super holy water from him. If he were to lose the super divine water so quickly at the outset, it would be a significant embarrassment for him as a sage. Got him! Yet the cat sage's momentary distraction led to his downfall. In a mere 10 minutes, he found himself firmly grasped by Tien Shinhan. Chapter 16. The Legend of the Ancient Race in the Heavenly Temple. The god in bubbles watched attentively as Tien and his companions engaged in their contest. The god had initially believed that the cat sage's trial involving the super divine water would consume at least half a day for Tien and the others. The cat sage's ability to evade them was not merely due to superior speed over Tien and Goku. Rather, it stemmed from his mastery of ki sensing, a skill yet to be learned by the martial artists on Earth. Currently, only he, Bubbles, and the cat sage possessed this ability. While Earth's martial artists, such as the Turtle Sage and Crane Sage, could already harness ki to attack and unleash energy waves, they still relied on their eyesight to track their opponents during battle. The limitations of ordinary vision, often fraught with blind spots, rendered this method significantly less effective compared to the combat style that employed ki sensing to track enemy movements. However, Tien Shinhan's eyesight had sufficiently compensated for this innate disadvantage when facing the cat sage. The cat sage's speed could no longer elude his gaze, let alone slip into his blind spots. The importance of ki sensing could only be fully realized when an adversary hid within such blind spots. But the cat sage had no opportunity to do so against Tien. This was the reason for his swift capture. Could it be that Tien's third eye had awakened under the influence of the dragon? The god found himself lost in thought, startled by his own conjecture. Since his arrival on Earth, he had lost fragments of his memory, forgetting his origins. However, certain extraordinary legends concerning cosmic races remained etched in his mind. The moment he laid eyes on Tien Shinhan, he recognized him as not of this earth, but rather as a descendant of the long-extinct three-eyed race from the cosmos. He was aware that the third eye of the three-eyed people possessed extraordinary vision. Yet he also knew that the typical three-eyed individual had vision only twice as keen as that of an earthling. To achieve the effects witnessed earlier was evidently beyond their reach. This indicated that Tien's eyesight had surpassed even the normal limits of his ancestral race. Moreover, possessing the ability to sense ki, he had also detected subtle changes in Tien's body, changes he had only begun to observe after Tien made a wish upon a dragon. A myriad of vital energy was being drawn towards Tien from various corners of the earth, continually flowing into him through an unseen force. With eyesight exceeding the typical three-eyed individual and the passive absorption of vital energy. The god recalled a legend from the ancient three-eyed race. It was said that each three-eyed individual possessed a third eye, which was a hereditary trait that could be honed. When the potential of the third eye was sufficiently developed through training, it would awaken. Once awakened, the legendary Supa, Sanyinjing, would emerge. Sup, in the language of the three-eyed people, signifies super. The term three-eyed hawk denotes the three-eyed people themselves within this linguistic framework. This legend speaks of the super three-eyed individuals, who, upon their emergence, possess the capability to rescue their kin from peril and guide their entire race toward glory. Regrettably, despite every member of the three-eyed people being endowed with a third eye, the probability of awakening this eye through mere training remains exceedingly low. Ultimately, within the ancient lineage of the three-eyed people, the super three-eyed individual, Sup, has yet to come into existence, which is a contributing factor to the quiet demise of this venerable race. The celestial deity did not anticipate that Tien Shinhan, in a moment of inspiration, would combine the third eye with the unique divine power of the Dragon Balls, potentially resurrecting the ancient cosmic legend. The mere thought that Tien Shinhan might have become the legendary Sup, three-eyed individual filled the celestial deity with excitement. Although the recent ordeal with the evil entity, a manifestation of Piccolo, had been successfully resolved, the deity contemplated a far-reaching future. The divine being, he could not easily depart from the heavenly palace. Thus it became imperative to select a martial artist from the earth to serve as its guardian. Given that Tien Shinhan had dealt a fatal blow to the evil Piccolo and might very well become the Sup three-eyed individual, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. As such thoughts raced through his mind, a gleam of exhilaration appeared upon his wrinkled, green visage. Baba, please contact the cat sage and inform him that I shall personally train Tien Shinhan. Understood, Lord Deity, I will reach out immediately. Below the heavenly palace. Within Karen Tower, the cat sage looked somewhat embarrassed as Tien Shinhan seized him and snatched the ultra-divine water from his staff. Wow, Tien Shinhan managed to obtain the ultra-divine water so swiftly. That's impressive. Goku, Yamcha, and the others could not help but exclaim in astonishment, though tinged with a hint of regret. The abrupt conclusion took them all, including the cat sage, by surprise, after living for over 8 centuries. The sage stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for how to address the rather awkward situation with Tien Shinhan, who had so swiftly taken the ultra-divine water. After all, Tien Shinhan's speed left even this immortal feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. It was Baba, conveying the celestial deity's message to just in time. The cat sage inwardly rejoiced, having found a way to respond. Goku, and the others awaited the cat sage's assessment. They noticed him standing in place, momentarily immobilized. What is wrong with the cat sage? Shortly thereafter, they realized something was amiss, leading to murmurs of confusion. I wonder if something important has come up? Upon hearing their discussions, the cat sage understood that they had noticed his odd behavior, prompting him to feign a reboot. Tien Shinhan, I have just received a message from the celestial deity. Above Karen Tower lies the heavenly palace, and the deity invites you to visit. There, you shall receive direct martial arts instruction. The cat sage recounted the information he had received from Baba, deliberately omitting any mention of the recent incident involving the ultra-divine water. Upon hearing the cat sage's renewed declaration, Goku and the others suddenly understood. It turned out the cat sage had been distracted by the divine message, which explained the rapid conclusion to the earlier training session. Yamcha, with a knowing expression, speculated towards the cat sage's intentions. Indeed, but it's quite a feat that Tien Shinhan managed to obtain the ultra-divine water before us. They were astonished to learn that the heavenly palace existed atop Karen Tower, and that it housed a deity. The fact that even the celestial deity personally invited Tien Shinhan for training was indeed enviable. Goku, with a mix of surprise and joy on his youthful face, bit down on his lip. His belief that Tien Shinhan's prowess had surpassed his own grew ever stronger. Yet he remained undeterred. In his heart, the stronger Tien Shinhan became, the more exhilarated he felt, fueling his own desire to grow stronger. Regrettably, Tien Shinhan remained unaware of Goku's thoughts, as he was enveloped by a force that propelled him directly toward the heavenly palace. Chapter 17. The plan all right. Let's disregard what just happened. With a clap of his hands, Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm, brimming with determination. Cat Sage, let us begin the quest for the ultra-divine water anew. I shall train to seize it from you in an even shorter time than Tien Shinhan. The Cat Sage, having exhaled a sigh of relief at Tien Shinhan's departure, felt a jolt of dread at Goku's declaration, bringing to mind the embarrassing episode he had just wished to forget, observing Goku's eagerness. The Cat Sage felt a wave of trepidation, but he had no doubt about Goku's ability to fulfill his words. The sage was certain that should he allow Goku another attempt at obtaining the ultra-divine water, the young warrior would undoubtedly train to surpass his previous speed. Having already felt humiliated by Tien Shinhan's swift acquisition of the water, the Cat Sage was reluctant to endure a similar embarrassment again. Fortunately, the remaining ultra-divine water within Karin Tower had been reduced to but a single jar, now claimed by Tien Shinhan. Should they wish for more, they would need to seek it themselves from the large vat. This vat connects to a special spatial entrance. Your upcoming adversaries will no longer be me, but the monsters within. Whether you can successfully retrieve the ultra-divine water will depend on your own abilities. As he spoke, the Cat Sage guided Goku and the others to the storage chamber within Karin Tower. Is this the large vat you mentioned? It looks quite dark, as if it truly leads to another realm. Without further thought, Goku examined it for a moment before leaping into the inky abyss of the vat. Upon witnessing Goku vanish into the dark void, Yamcha followed suit shortly after. Chaozu, however, lingered in place. Momentarily dazed, without Tien Shinhan beside him, he felt uncertain about his next move. After a brief hesitation, he ultimately decided to jump in as well. I never expected the warriors on the ground to have grown so formidable. But finding the ultra-divine water will undoubtedly take some time that I think I'll rest for a while. The Cat Sage, seeing everyone had temporarily departed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, with this relaxation, his thoughts immediately turned to his vast collection of fish jerky. Saliva, almost instinctively, trickled from the corners of my mouth. Meow. Before these little creatures return, I ought to savor the delectable fish jerky. The Cat Sage would not wait idly. Seizing this opportunity, he finally indulged in the fish jerky he had longed for. That moment, Tien Shinhan arrived at the God Temple. Connecting this to the Cat Sage's sudden moment of distraction, he was now directly invited by the deity. Like Goku and others, Tien Shinhan presumed that the Cat Sage had been preoccupied, which allowed him to snatch the super divine water so swiftly as for the deity's intent in inviting him. Tien Shinhan had a rough idea. To accept the deity's guidance and become Earth's protector. Originally, this should have been Goku's privilege. Now, due to an unforeseen error, Tien Shinhan had no choice but to launch a surprise attack, ultimately becoming the one to defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Thus, the one invited by the deity had transformed into him. Least in Tien Shinhan's perspective, whoever vanquished the Demon King Piccolo would be summoned by the deity, irrespective of other reasons. Under normal circumstances, the deity's method of selecting guardians was not flawed. However, now that he had chosen him, Tien Shinhan realized the deity had erred. He had truly chosen the wrong individual. Instead of selecting the future formidable Super Scion, he opted for a mere character who only wished to be a slacker. He lacked the strength to shoulder this responsibility and had no desire to bear a burden he was ill-equipped to manage. Now, Goku and the others had successfully arrived at Karin Tower for training, and Yamcha's leg had been healed. Even the super divine water, which had not been part of his initial goals, had already been acquired. Tien Shinhan felt that his journey to Karin Tower had been fulfilled. All he needed to do was drink the super divine water, observe its effects, and then find an opportune moment to explain his decision to retreat from the world to everyone, after which he could begin to lead a life of leisure. The deity had now brought him to the God Temple, temporarily separating him from Goku and the others. When he returned from the God Temple to Karin Tower, it would be the perfect moment to communicate his decision to Goku and the others. Thus, although Tien Shinhan had cooperated with the deity's power to arrive at the God Temple, apart from wanting to drink the super divine water and see its effects, his foremost desire was to leave as swiftly as possible. Therefore, the first thing Tien Shinhan did upon entering the God Temple was to tilt his head back and gulp down the super divine water in one go. Originally, according to the deity's instructions, Bubbles was just about to step forward to welcome him when he witnessed this scene. Before he could utter a single word, Tien Shinhan, having consumed the super divine water, rolled his eyes and fainted. How could this fellow so rashly drink the super divine water upon arrival? Did he not fear death in the slightest? Or did he calculate that even if something went awry, I would still strive to save him? Most importantly, was he not the least bit curious about what I, the deity, looked like? Tien Shinhan's unorthodox behavior prompted the deity, who had been hidden in a nearby room, to emerge while grumbling and wielding his divine staff. According to the deity's original plan, although he had invited Tien Shinhan to the god temple, he would not make his appearance immediately. He intended for Bubbles to greet Tien Shinhan first. At that moment, Tien Shinhan would cultivate a sense of curiosity about the mysterious deity. To satisfy this curiosity, he would first have to pass Bubbles' test, and then be awed by Bubbles' unfathomable depth. Only then would the deity seize the opportunity to reveal himself, using the master-servant relationship between himself and Bubbles to accentuate his own inscrutability. In doing so, the deity's authority would be impeccably established before Tien Shinhan. Although he had previously refrained from expressing anger towards Tien Shinhan and had allowed Bubbles to lift the barrier at Corinne Tower to permit Tien Shinhan's spaceship entry, he still remembered the utter disrespect shown towards the deity's dignity. In his view, this plan was flawless, ingeniously exploiting human curiosity, a perfect embodiment of his wisdom as a deity. However, this meticulously crafted plan was now disrupted at the very first step by Tien Shinhan. Look at him! He has gulped down the entire jar of super divine water. What chaos! Although the deity was utterly vexed by Tien Shinhan's disruptive antics, he could not help but concern himself with his condition, which prompted his swift exit. Just then, the newly unconscious Tien Shinhan emitted a muffled groan, clearly on the verge of regaining consciousness. Witnessing such a scene, the deity, who had walked part way, quickly retreated back into the room, signaling Bubbles to proceed with the plan, as usual. Indeed, mere moments later, Tien Shinhan, who had just fainted for less than 10 seconds, awakened. Rubbing his head, Tien Shinhan could only recall drinking the super divine water before losing consciousness. But he had no notion of how much time had passed. However, he vaguely remembered that after Goku consumed the super divine water, he experienced intense abdominal pain, and it took him a considerable time, half a day or even a day, to recover. Thus, he surmised that he had likely been unconscious for at least half a day. With this half-day of calm reflection, returning to bid farewell to Goku and the others at Corinne Tower was indeed an opportune moment. Yet he found it peculiar that after being unconscious for half a day, neither the deity nor Bubbles had made an appearance that you're awake. Tien Shinhan, I am Bubbles, the servant of the deity. The deity has set a rule. If you wish to meet him, you must accept my test. That moment, Bubbles' voice reached Tien Shinhan's ears. So, Bubbles had already been here. Tien Shinhan shook his still slightly dazed head, dispelling the confusion in his heart upon seeing Bubbles on his face. However, he couldn't help but murmur upon seeing Bubbles up close. So dark, from a distance, the deity felt a sense of relief seeing Bubbles act according to the plan. Although there had been a slight hiccup, his perfect plan would now proceed smoothly. Not only that, but the deity also discovered a greater surprise in Tien Shinhan, who had consumed the super divine water. The water's ability to unleash potential had manifested, and the deity distinctly sensed a significant change within Tien Shinhan. The range from which his third eye absorbed energy had extended beyond the entire Earth, as for the exact boundaries. With his strength, he could no longer discern. This revelation further convinced him that Tien Shinhan's third eye had indeed awakened. And such a legendary entity was to be cultivated by him according to his plan to become the guardian of Earth. Just thinking about this made the deity feel a surge of excitement. Chapter 18. It seems I must remain a slacker. I refuse. However, the next moment, Tien Shinhan's response to Bubbles' words took the deity by surprise. Sweat beads of astonishment rolled down Bubbles' dark forehead. This was not in accordance with the developments the deity had informed him about. Too troublesome. I refuse to accept the test. If I can't meet the deity without taking the test, then so be it. Since the martial arts tournament concluded, I have already decided to retreat. Tianjin Fan fixed a serious gaze upon Bobo as the two exchanged intense stares. Although the room where the deity resided was quite distant from their position, his acute hearing allowed him to clearly discern Tien Shinhan's words. This lad, does he possess no curiosity whatsoever? How is it that my illustrious reputation as a deity holds no sway over him? Furthermore, he even contemplates seclusion. Does he intend to withdraw from combat altogether? Or is he forsaking the martial way? This cannot be permitted. Such a rare talent should not be allowed to abandon the path of martial arts. The deity mused inwardly, entirely unprepared for the abruptness of Tien Shinhan's refusal. It seemed that the true nature of his divine self bore no allure for Tien Shinhan, stirring within him an overwhelming sense of frustration. Does the deity not value his own dignity? Yet, despite the matter of pride, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's intention to depart, he could not suppress the urge to intervene and persuade him to stay. Years of self-cultivation had significantly elevated his state of mind. Although compelled to make his presence known due to Tien Shinhan's rejection, he nevertheless took a moment to compose himself before approaching. Tien Shinhan, do you understand why I have invited you to the temple of the deity? He stood before Tien Shinhan, appearing calm and composed, even though a flicker of anxiety about Tien Shinhan's potential departure lingered within him. His demeanor revealed no trace of urgency or preferential treatment. At the very least, Tien Shinhan perceived no special intentions from the deity toward himself. I it because I defeated the demon King Piccolo? While Tien Shinhan speculated, he could not miss the opportunity to confirm it with the deity face to face. Indeed, it is because you vanquished the demon King Piccolo that I wish to personally offer you guidance in martial arts as a reward. The deity nodded, refraining from mentioning the legend of the three-eyed beings. Given the ancient lineage of the three-eyed race, which had long since perished, he assumed Tien Shinhan would be unfamiliar with that cosmic myth and thus chose not to squander words on it. In his view, as a martial artist, Tien Shinhan would surely yearn for superior martial guidance, and this was something the deity could entirely provide. Thus, he aligned with Tien Shinhan's speculation, using the feat of defeating the demon King Piccolo as a pretext to propose the reward of martial instruction. Surely, no martial artist on earth would dare refuse the deity's guidance, he thought with confidence. However, in the next moment, he grew concerned that Tien Shinhan might not fully grasp the rarity of receiving guidance from the deity. Prompting him to elaborate further, what I intend to teach you is a revolutionary combat technique that currently eludes the martial artists of this world. Under my tutelage, you will learn a unique ability known as aura perception. Are you aware of what aura perception entails? Bobo, demonstrating, continued, once I blindfold myself, you may commence your attack from any direction. During this explanatory process, the deity suddenly realized that Tien Shinhan might not comprehend the true magnitude of the aura perception ability. If Tien Shinhan deemed it unworthy and attempted to walk away again, that was a scenario he wished to avoid. Thus, he called upon Bobo to demonstrate for Tien Shinhan. The deity produced a piece of white cloth for Tien Shinhan to inspect, ensuring its effective light-blocking properties. Subsequently, he blindfolded himself with the cloth and stood with his hands behind his back. Now, begin your assault. Upon the deity's command, Bobo circled to the side and launched an attack. With a silent yet forceful punch aimed at the deity, just as it seemed destined to connect, his body effortlessly shifted aside, evading the strike. Following this, Bobo attempted several more attacks, yet each time, the deity narrowly escaped. Throughout the demonstration, he appeared remarkably at ease. Minutes later, when the deity finally removed the blindfold, Bobo had yet to land a single hit. Any other martial artist on Earth witnessing the spectacle would undoubtedly be astounded. The deity was confident that Tien Shinhan would feel no different. Regardless of his previous intentions to retreat or his respect for the deity, after witnessing this demonstration, he would surely be swayed. In the deity's mind, even if Tien Shinhan held no curiosity about him, he would now be unlikely to reject his offer of martial guidance. While feeling assured, the deity also experienced a twinge of exhaustion. Had he not perceived the potential for the three-eyed beings within Tien Shinhan, he would never have personally demonstrated to anyone else. Truly, the deity was a benevolent soul, observing the deity's detailed explanations and meticulous demonstration. Tien Shinhan felt a swell of emotion within. Yet, from the deity's earlier demeanor and responses, he also sensed a hint of disappointment. He understood that the deity's patience was not a reflection of any special regard for him, but rather a manifestation of the deity's impartiality, as I suspected. Regardless of who delivered the final blow to the demon king Piccolo, the deity would extend an invitation that I am indeed not exceptional. In this light, it appeared that the deity had made an erroneous choice. I inadvertently seized the opportunity originally intended for Goku, which is why I stand here. The deity's martial guidance is indeed commendable. However, for me to be the one to receive, it feels somewhat wasteful. Perhaps I could persuade the deity to invite Goku and the others to the temple of the deity for training. If they begin their training at the temple of the deity earlier, Goku and Yamcha should become even stronger than before, right? Their growth would ensure a more stable life for me in the future. Unbeknownst to the deity, his offer of martial guidance had indeed piqued Tianjin Fan's interest. However, simultaneously, Tianjin Fan became increasingly convinced of his lack of extraordinary talent. This realization extinguished the flicker of hope he held after using the Dragon Balls. He had initially believed that awakening the potential of his third eye might unveil some extraordinary ability. Yet, whether after making a wish with the Dragon Balls or after consuming the super divine water, aside from the unique ability of Eye, which allowed him to concentrate energy, the only change he perceived was a gradual improvement in his eyesight. This monotonous transformation led Tianjin Fan to feel as though he wielded a truncated version of the Sharingan while navigating the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, it was just a single eye. Such a disparity in power levels was no laughing matter. He had hoped that he might have overlooked some latent ability of the third eye. However, upon observing the deity's indifferent reaction, he resolved one thing. He was indeed suited to remain a mere spectator. After securing the opportunity for Goku and others to train at the temple of the deity, I shall take my leave from this place. Tianjin Fan silently decided, nodding gently. Tianjin Fan, have you given it some thought? After witnessing aura perception, are you now willing to accept my martial guidance? As the celestial being beheld Tianjin Fan, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes, and he thought to himself, this is but a natural occurrence. Which martial artist from Earth could possibly resist the allure after witnessing such a dazzling demonstration? Speak your desires, and I shall impart my knowledge unto you. The legendary super three-eyed one. One wonders to what heights he may ascend. The celestial being mused, filled with anticipation for the potential growth of this promising talent under his tutelage. Apologies, celestial being, but I must decline your offer of martial arts guidance. Upon hearing this response, the celestial being smiled and nodded. Splendid. You have accepted, so let us commence. What? You mean to say you refuse my guidance? At that moment, the celestial being could no longer maintain his nonchalant demeanor. His mouth agape, he stared incredulously at Tianjin Fan, while even Bobo, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Noticing the astonishment of both the celestial being and Bobo, Tianjin Fan felt no surprise. It was impossible to claim indifference to the celestial being's proposed rewards. After all, any rational Earth martial artist would find it hard to resist. Yet at this moment, Tianjin Fan was anything but ordinary. With the recent confirmation from the celestial being, he had seen through the illusions and relinquished all hope. Though he did not intend to abandon martial arts entirely, he had irrevocably severed any notions of shouldering the responsibilities of Earth's guardian. He was convinced that he lacked the requisite strength. Having exhausted the Dragon Balls and the super divine water, he had failed to rise, so it was best to embrace a life of tranquility as an unassuming bystander. Thus avoiding physical suffering. Cunning as he was, he would not await a series of tragic fates to discern his destiny. With clarity, he had accepted the disparity between himself and Wukong. With such sentiments, Tianjin Fan contemplated how to ensure his laid-back existence remained undisturbed. Beyond merely enhancing the abilities of Wukong and Yamcha to compensate for his absence, he aimed to avoid drawing attention to himself. The most effective means of doing so was to remain oblivious. Tianjin Fan recalled that whenever formidable foes emerged, the Dragon Ball warriors did not convene through mobile devices or telephonic communication. Instead, they relied on a nearly omnipresent ability to sense energy. The instant a significant energy signature manifested on Earth, Wukong, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and others would immediately perceive it and swiftly rush to the scene. Tien Shinhan was uncertain if mastering this energy-sensing ability would allow him to live in peace. Should he detect an overwhelming presence, would he be able to resist the urge to join the fray? The risk of inadvertently becoming collateral damage would render his secluded existence utterly futile. Even if he could refrain from joining the chaos, each time a powerful energy signature appeared, would he not be left in awe? He vividly remembered that characters in Dragon Ball would break into a sweat upon sensing a presence far superior to their own. If he learned to sense energy, though he might avoid combat, he would undoubtedly tremble in fear whenever Wukong and the others fought with their vastly superior strength. Would he not shiver at the arrival of Vegeta? At the sight of Cell? Upon the resurrection of Bu? Perhaps it would be more fitting to label his existence a life of trembling rather than merely one of idleness. Thus, he resolved against learning this ability. Absolutely no learning. For those who sought to engage in frequent battles, such as Wukong, energy sensing was indeed a valuable skill. However, for Tien Shinhan, who had firmly chosen a reclusive life, it was akin to poison, a disruptive alarm clock shattering his tranquil slumber. Contentment in ignorance was a state of living, and to secure his peace, Tien Shinhan made the deliberate choice to relinquish the ability to sense energy. Indeed, celestial being, I do not wish to accept your martial arts guidance. I'm grateful for your patient demonstration of energy sensing, yet my resolve to remain in seclusion is unwavering and unchangeable. Tien Shinhan asserted resolutely to the astonished celestial being, are you truly not willing to reconsider? If you would, I could. The celestial being expressed a hint of regret, even contemplating retaining Tien Shinhan with promises of becoming his successor. However, he was abruptly interrupted. There is no need for further persuasion. Celestial being, I have made my decision. Tien Shinhan declared that I understand that your aim this time is to recruit exceptional martial artists to safeguard Earth, preventing a recurrence of the events surrounding the Demon King Piccolo. Though I lack the capability to bear such responsibility, I can recommend martial artists who surpass my abilities. Wukong and his companions at Korin Tower are far more remarkable than I trust you will find their talents impressive. Particularly, Sun Wukong possesses boundless potential. With your guidance, he is sure to yield astonishing results. Tien Shinhan shook his head, seizing the opportunity to recommend Wukong and others to the celestial being. Yet, after making his suggestion, he continued to gaze intently at the celestial being, feeling somewhat anxious. Although the celestial being appeared amicable, he had just declined his offer, leaving Tien Shinhan uncertain of the efficacy of his recommendation. Should he fail to bring Wukong and the others to the celestial palace for training, his prospects for a peaceful life will be severely compromised. Alas, what a pity. Very well, once they pass Korin's test, I shall allow them to receive your martial arts guidance. The celestial being sighed, wearing an expression of considerable regret, yet he acquiesced to Tien Shinhan's request. Upon hearing the celestial being's agreement, Tien Shinhan exhaled with relief. Concluding that the celestial being was indeed quite accommodating, I can permit them to receive guidance. However, I must disagree with your assessment that Sun Wukong's talents exceed your own, despite the dwindling hope of retaining Tien Shinhan. The celestial being felt compelled to counter Tien Shinhan's assertion regarding his talent. What nonsense! You are the legendary super three-eyed one. How could your gifts be inferior? Your awakened third eye grants you an extraordinary passive ability, continuously absorbing energy to enhance your inner power. Given sufficient time, you will grow ever stronger. Moreover, following the enhancement from the super divine water, the range of your energy absorption extends beyond Earth. How could it possibly compare unfavorably with Sun Wukong? The celestial being scoffed, finding it utterly ludicrous that Tien Shinhan believed Sun Wukong's talents surpassed his own. Hearing the celestial being's rebuttal, Tien Shinhan could not help but stifle a chuckle that, celestial being, if only you understood the might of the super scion, then you would realize just how wise my choice to embrace idleness truly is. Both individuals silently chuckled at one another, convinced they were the ones with the correct perspective. Well then, I must take my leave. Tien Shinhan spoke up. It seems I truly cannot remain here any longer. However, you have, after all, triumphed over the great demon king Piccolo. Such an achievement deserves recognition, without a doubt. Since you are unwilling to accept my guidance in martial arts, I shall bestow upon you another form of reward. Once you have received this reward, you may depart at your leisure." The tone of the celestial being regained its calmness, indicating that he had relinquished the desire to persuade Tien Shinhan to stay. "Very well," Tien Shinhan replied, somewhat curious about the nature of the reward the celestial being intended to offer him. "Then, follow me." The celestial being turned his back to Tien Shinhan, a knowing smile gracing his lips, having recognized that previous attempts at persuasion had failed to alter Tien Shinhan's intention to retreat from the world. He resolved to employ a different tactic, that he aimed to transport Tien Shinhan back to the era when the ancient three-eyed clan still thrived, allowing him to witness firsthand the extent of his remarkable talent. Chapter 20. Suitable for combat. "No, for farming. Celestial being, do you intend to have him use a time machine?" Bobo inquired, trailing closely behind the celestial being, astonished, indeed, that I have observed that Tien Shinhan seems oblivious to his own potential, mistakenly believing that his companions possess greater abilities. Judging by his expression, this belief is deeply ingrained within him. If I were to directly inform him that his talents surpass those of others, he would likely dismiss it, just as he did moments ago, that I plan to have him return to the time when the three-eyed clan existed, allowing him to come to the realization of his formidable aptitude for combat on his own. The celestial being explained softly, glancing back at Tien Shinhan, who appeared unconvinced, following behind. "But did you not mention that ordinary three-eyed individuals lack significant combat prowess?" Bobo questioned, perplexed. Indeed, the combat effectiveness of ordinary three-eyed beings is rather limited, as their third eye generally remains dormant. However, it is worth noting that even in its unawakened state, the third eye possesses the capacity to absorb vital energy, albeit to a negligible degree, making it nearly indistinguishable from having no such ability at all. Yet, when ordinary three-eyed individuals congregate, the cumulative effect of this dormant ability can become quite pronounced over time. Although it pales in comparison to the awakened third eye, the surrounding vital energy will gradually become more abundant. Moreover, the ordinary three-eyed beings have developed a method of using their third eye for combat when in groups. Should Tien Shinhan witness the three-eyed people engage in battle utilizing this technique, he will inevitably recognize his unique racial talent and acknowledge his suitability for cultivation and combat in that moment. The celestial being's demeanor returned to one of composure and confidence, that he believed that even if Tien Shinhan's misguided beliefs were firmly entrenched, they could indeed be successfully transformed through his intervention. As long as he could come to understand that his talents were superior, there would be no doubt that he would abandon his intentions of seclusion. The celestial being smiled with unwavering confidence. From a distance, Tien Shinhan could not hear the conversation between the celestial being and Bobo, but he observed their furtive gestures in his mind. However, he surmised that the celestial being was merely reluctant to give up, seeking yet another approach to persuade him to stay and accept his responsibilities. That it was a futile effort. Unless he could convince me that I am stronger than a super scion, I would not remain, no matter the persuasion. The notion of surpassing a super scion seemed utterly impossible to Tien Shinhan, given his current status. After following the celestial being through the main hall of the celestial palace for approximately 3 minutes, the celestial being and Bobo finally came to a halt. "This is the place. Upon entering this room, you shall receive the reward I have prepared for you," the celestial being stated, stopping before a door at the end of a corridor within the main hall and gesturing towards the room behind him. "Oh, what lies within?" Tien Shinhan inquired, slightly puzzled. He could not recall any specific rewards within the celestial palace. Could this room possibly be a time chamber where one could train for a year in just a day? If so, Tien Shinhan found himself rather intrigued. Noticing the renewed interest on Tien Shinhan's face, the celestial being maintained a composed demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of excitement. "Enter, and you shall understand." The celestial being stepped aside, granting Tien Shinhan access to the doorway. Oh, mysterious, Tien Shinhan mused, growing increasingly curious about the enigmatic room, especially since the celestial being had chosen not to disclose any details beforehand. Nevertheless, he surmised that this room would most likely be the time chamber. With a decisive step, Tien Shinhan did not linger. He trusted that the celestial being harbored no ill intentions and thus ventured into the mysterious room. Almost instantaneously upon crossing the threshold, Tien Shinhan realized that this room was far from the time chamber. In a dizzying swirl of distortion, his surroundings darkened momentarily. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself no longer within the celestial palace. Instead, he had been transported to a completely unfamiliar planet. As he stepped forward, he found himself floating effortlessly over 2 meters high. Clearly, the gravitational pull of this planet was significantly less than that of Earth. However, as a top-tier martial artist capable of utilizing the flight technique, Tien Shinhan quickly adapted to the sensation of weightlessness. Within mere seconds, he recalibrated the strength required for his movements and began to adjust to the planet's gravity. This the reward the celestial being has given me in place of martial arts guidance. Being sent to an alien planet? Tien Shinhan pondered, somewhat confused by the celestial being's intentions in bringing him here. Yet having experienced transdimensional travel before, he did not find himself overly concerned about arriving on an unfamiliar world. As Tien Shinhan opened his third eye, his field of vision expanded to approximately 5 kilometers. A swift glance revealed a sizable village situated about 4 kilometers away, bustling with activity. The peculiar architecture, enormous plants, and the distinctive attire of the inhabitants all piqued his interest. However, these alien features did not captivate him until he noticed that each individual bore a third eye. Could it be that this is a planet inhabited by the three-eyed people? Tien Shinhan exclaimed in surprise. Tien Shinhan is aware of his lineage as a member of the three-eyed race. However, he also understands that he is among the last descendants of this lineage, which signifies the extinction of his kind. This indicates that, in his current era, the three-eyed race has been eradicated. In his recollections of the narrative, he has not encountered any other members of the three-eyed race. Yet now, the undeniable presence of three-eyed beings stands before him. Could it be that I have not only arrived on a foreign planet, but also traveled back in time? The divine being has bestowed upon me a reward. That's right, a time machine. Apart from the one created by Bulma in the future, the realm of the divine also possesses a time machine. However, this time machine has rarely made an appearance in the latter part of the Dragon Ball storyline, which is why it did not initially cross Tien Shinhan's mind. Only after experiencing it firsthand does he recall that Goku had indeed once utilized the Divine Realm's time machine to return to the era of Master Roshi for training. Now this reward has fortuitously fallen into his hands. Although the time machine is marvelous, the divine being's insistence on my departure suggests an underlying intent to persuade me to stay. What use would it be to send me to a time when the three-eyed race had not yet perished? Tien Shinhan finds himself momentarily perplexed by the divine being's intentions in granting him this reward. However, upon discovering that the inhabitants of this unfamiliar planet are three-eyed beings, his worries begin to dissipate. He alters his initial plan of avoiding contact with the creatures of this planet and sets off toward the recently discovered three-eyed village. Of course, given his uncertainty about the three-eyed being's habits, Tien Shinhan refrains from making a grand entrance using his flight technique and instead approaches the village discreetly at a distance of 4 kilometers is hardly a challenge for him, especially on a planet with lesser gravity. Within a mere 5 minutes, he arrives at the outskirts of the village. What a colossal radish! From 4 kilometers away, Tien Shinhan has already observed that the vegetation in the village is significantly larger than that on Earth. Now, at the village's edge, he sees 2 towering radishes, each standing 2 meters tall at the entrance, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. The radishes at his previous location were merely 40 to 50 centimeters tall. Suddenly, he comprehends the divine being's intention behind this reward. It is to allow him to witness the innate gifts of the three-eyed people. Tien Shinhan slaps his forehead, and the doubts that lingered in his mind vanish in an instant. Just observing the enormous radishes makes it abundantly clear. It seems the three-eyed race is indeed a peaceful and agrarian people. With such remarkable agricultural talents, even if he were to retreat into seclusion without a single coin, he would surely avoid hunger simply by farming. This race stands in stark contrast to the warlike scions, clearly ill-suited for battle, and oh wonder the original Tien Shinhan, despite his relentless efforts in the Dragon Ball narrative, ultimately became a mere side character. It seems my decision to embrace a life of leisure was indeed a stroke of brilliance. Enlightenment dawns upon Tien Shinhan, and the smile on his face reinforces his resolve to gracefully withdraw from conflict. He feels he has misjudged the divine being. Initially, he thought the divine being harbored ulterior motives, hoping to use this reward to entice him to remain. Now it appears that the divine being genuinely wishes for his departure. Even the concerns regarding his future life in seclusion have been alleviated by the divine being's provision of the time machine. Chapter 21. Where lies the issue? It shouldn't be like this. Upon returning to the divine realm, Tien Shinhan finds that the divine being has ultimately been unable to convince him to stay. When he expresses his gratitude and asserts that he is indeed suited for a life of seclusion and farming, the divine being is left utterly bewildered. He cannot discern where the problem lies. Yet, with his final gambit failing to take effect, he can only sigh in resignation and consent to Tien Shinhan's departure. As previously agreed, he also promises to allow Goku and Yamcha to come and train Radits in truth. Tien Shinhan does witness, as the divine being had anticipated, the ordinary three-eyed people uniting to combat formidable foes on their planet. He is even summoned to join in the fray. However, his preconceived notions cloud his perception, preventing him from uncovering the hidden secrets of the three-eyed race's combat methods. Instead, he becomes increasingly convinced that the three-eyed race is relatively weak within the cosmos, incapable of resisting enemies on their own. Only through the combined efforts of several individuals can they triumph over a single adversary, as the sole surviving descendant of the three-eyed race on Earth. He does not place much importance on this unique combat style that necessitates the collaboration of multiple three-eyed beings. When the 3-day allowance for Tien Shinhan's stay on the three-eyed planet expires, he returns to the divine realm and promptly declares his intention to leave, much to the divine being's anticipation. Back at Korin Tower, Tien Shinhan seizes the moment to inform Goku and the others of his decision to retreat into seclusion. You all should focus on your training in the divine realm. I've already discussed it with the divine being. The safety of Earth will still rely on you in the future. I have grown weary of battle and simply wish to find a remote place to live in peace, dedicating myself to the study of martial arts. His tone is resolute, his gaze reflecting a carefree acceptance of the tumult of conflict. Well, this is truly regrettable, but since you have made your decision, we can only acquiesce. Goku and the others respond, astonished by his resolve yet recognizing the impossibility of changing his mind. They can only reluctantly agree to Tien Shinhan's choice. At last, I can begin my leisurely life, Tien Shinhan muses, reflecting on the arduous journey that brought him to this point, which necessitated his participation in the battle against Demon King Piccolo. That aside, he never anticipated that he would unwittingly become a pivotal figure in that confrontation, nearly being detained by the divine being. Fortunately, the divine being proved to be quite accommodating, not only refraining from making things difficult for him, but also clarifying the unique talents of his race. Tien Shinhan bids farewell to Goku and the others, watching as they are escorted to the divine realm. Initially, he intends to depart with the ever-loyal Chaozu. However, just as he is about to leave, he suddenly spots Yajirobe still lingering at Korin Tower. During the earlier trials, Goku and Yamcha had already consumed the super divine water, while Yajirobe had delayed testing it out, fearing potential poisoning. Upon seeing Yajirobe, Tien Shinhan is struck by an idea regarding the magical beans. Perhaps I could attempt to see if I can cultivate the magical beans on Earth. If successful, it would enhance Goku and the others' chances in future battles, allowing me to live with greater peace of mind. The moment this thought emerged in Tien Shinhan's mind, it swiftly took root, leading him to believe that this idea was indeed worth a try. Moreover, with Aki Luobe remaining here, he felt a tinge of apprehension regarding the celestial beings. Despite having given Aki Luobe a sound thrashing earlier and having emphasized the significance of these celestial beings to the cat immortal, he was still wary. After all, it is better to be safe than sorry. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket. Recognizing the celestial beings as a crucial resource for the protagonists in the Dragon Ball saga, Tien Shinhan felt compelled to personally safeguard a portion of them for peace of mind. Thus, before departing, he took Jiaozi along to the Cat Immortal's abode to procure a large jar of celestial beans. Nearly 1/3 of the total supply of this substantial jar, Tien Shinhan intended to utilize half to test his agricultural aptitude, to see if he could cultivate celestial beans outside of the heavenly temple. The other half would be set aside for emergencies, should Goku and the others require them. With this in mind, Tien Shinhan felt completely justified in his decision to retreat into seclusion. He was not neglecting Earth entirely. He was merely channeling his talents in a more suitable environment. After all, he had witnessed firsthand that engaging in conflict was not the calling of someone descended from the three-eyed race. "Where shall we reside in seclusion, Tien Shinhan?" Jiaozi inquired, trailing behind him as they had been searching for several days since leaving Karen Tower. "This spot shall do," Tien Shinhan declared, clutching a map of the Dragon Ball world. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly examined several locations marked on the map as suitable for retreat. Upon spotting a nearby mountain shaped like a penguin, he made his decision. Tien Shinhan. "Finally, I'm exhausted," Jiaozi exclaimed. Having participated in the trials with Goku and the others at Karen Tower, and having consumed the super divine water, Jiaozi's potential had been awakened, resulting in a significant boost in his strength. Otherwise, the continuous use of the instant transmission technique over the past few days would have left him utterly fatigued. Even so, he was now beginning to voice his weariness. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's decision, he expressed his relief. "Wow, the scenery here is truly remarkable," Jiaozi remarked as they landed before the penguin-shaped mountain. Lush greenery, the gentle murmur of flowing water, and a refreshing breeze filled the air, prompting an involuntary cheer from the weary Jiaozi. Tien Shinhan, surveying the mountain before him, couldn't he help but smile in satisfaction, thinking that his diligent observations over the past few days had not been in vain. "From now on, we shall call this place Penguin Mountain. We will live here in seclusion," he announced, feeling invigorated by the cascading waterfall deep within the mountain and the mist that enveloped the area. The recent battle against Demon King Piccolo and the formidable foes Earth was bound to face seemed to fade away in the purity of this serene environment. Tien Shinhan was certain that Penguin Mountain was the ideal place for his retreat. With a sense of anticipation, the duo ventured into the depths of Penguin Mountain. Upon rounding a bend, a quaint village nestled at the mountain's base came into view. Tien Shinhan observed the radishes growing in the village and knelt to examine the soil beneath his feet. "Excellent soil, perfect for cultivating farmland," he noted, envisioning a self-sufficient existence amidst the mountains. He imagined spending his days practicing martial arts, watching television, and playing on the computer, much more enjoyable than a life filled with conflict. The Ural spaceship is about to take off. Just as he envisioned his idyllic life, a youthful shriek suddenly pierced the air. Tien Shinhan looked up to see a little girl sprinting from the village. She appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, clad in denim overalls and wearing a hat adorned with feathered wings. The round glasses perched on her nose seemed to possess anti-gravity properties, remaining perfectly still despite her rapid movements. "Hey, who are you? I've never seen you before. What brings you to Penguin Village?" The little girl inquired, coming to a halt just 2 meters from Tien Shinhan, her arms spinning excitedly as she curiously tilted her head up. "I am Tien Shinhan, and this is my junior, Jiaozi," he replied, feeling quite pleased at having found a suitable retreat. The warm welcome from such an enthusiastic young neighbor only added to his delight. This village is called Penguin Village. How fitting that I named this mountain Penguin Mountain by chance," he mused, realizing the serendipity of his choice. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's response, the little girl displayed a peculiar expression. "Tien Shinhan, Jiaozi, how strange that your names sound like food," she exclaimed. "By the way, my name is Ural. I was just playing a game about the Ural spaceship adventure." After a brief moment of surprise regarding their names, Ural eagerly introduced herself. As she finished, her eyes darted around the surroundings before a moment of realization washed over her. "Haha, I know what you're here for. You came to this empty spot to poop, didn't you?" she declared, suddenly picking up a small twig and rushing toward a pile of excrement at the edge of the road. "Hey, Ural, don't go messing with that. It's dirty," Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi exclaimed, utterly speechless at her assumption. However, seeing the little girl charging towards the mess left them no choice but to intervene. With a swift leap, Tien Shinhan positioned himself in front of Ural. Ural, who was poised to charge at the pile, halted abruptly at the sight of Tien Shinhan blocking her path. "Are you really going to play with that mess again?" "Ural, it's quite troublesome," he admonished, having intended to educate her about what should not be played with. Just then, a middle-aged man burst from Penguin Village, clearly in a rush toward Ural. Tien Shinhan quickly deduced that this man must be Aral's guardian. Thus, he abandoned his plans to lecture her, recognizing that it was better for her elder to impart such common sense. Thank you. Thank you. I saw everything that just happened if you hadn't intervened. Aral would undoubtedly be running around with a stick poking at that dried mess right now. Dr. Zaquan donned a slightly stained white lab coat, bowing gratefully to Tien Shinhan while lifting a corner of his coat to wipe the sweat from his brow. From his words, Tien Shinhan gleaned that the little girl, named Aral, seemed to be quite a mischievous child. The act of inserting branches into excrement was not a novel occurrence for her. Tien Shinhan found this rather unsurprising. Although the girl appeared quite adorable, she had come rushing in with great fervor moments. By the way, you are not villagers for Penguin Village, are you? I am Dr. Zaquan, residing here to... Is there anything I can assist you with in return for your help in stopping Aral? After all, you've done me a considerable favor by intervening. While expressing his gratitude, Dr. Zaquan scrutinized Tien Shinhan and Dumpling closely, subsequently inquiring warmly if Tien Shinhan required any assistance as a newcomer. Tien Shinhan had not anticipated that this seemingly disheveled middle-aged man would exhibit such warmth and hospitality. The local environment nurtures its inhabitants, and witnessing the enthusiasm of both Dr. Zaquan and Aral only deepened Tien Shinhan's satisfaction with Penguin Mountain. However, he had merely intervened to remind a thoughtless child as a sensible adult, not considering it a significant matter. Dr. Zaquan, my intervention was merely a small gesture. You need not take it to heart. Dumpling and I were once martial artists, but having grown weary of combat, we seek a place to live in seclusion. The environment of Penguin Mountain aligns perfectly with my ideals, hence my decision to retreat here. Tien Shinhan waved his hand, indicating that Dr. Zaquan need not prepare any form of recompense, and conveyed his intention to live in seclusion. Oh, is that so? You wish to live in seclusion here? Penguin Mountain is indeed a splendid choice. How about residing in Penguin Village directly? There are only a few households at present, and there is ample space available. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's desire for seclusion, Dr. Zaquan's enthusiasm intensified. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended an invitation for Tien Shinhan and Dumpling to also reside in Penguin Village. Tien Shinhan glanced at Penguin Village and then at the waterfall deeper within the mountain, momentarily hesitating. Thank you for your kind offer, Dr. Zaquan, but I prefer a location deeper within Penguin Mountain, closer to the waterfall. The environment there's more to my liking. Ultimately, Tien Shinhan opted for a site nearer to the waterfall, as it provided a more favorable ambience than Penguin Village. Oh, how unfortunate. I'd hoped that Penguin Village would gain a new resident. Dr. Zaquan expressed a tinge of regret upon learning of Tien Shinhan's decision. By the way, you are a martial artist, aren't you? You must engage in training frequently, correct? Suddenly, Dr. Zaquan recalled Tien Shinhan's identity, his eyes lighting up with excitement. That's so. Tien Shinhan responded, his confidence wavering. He had contemplated continuing his martial arts practice during his secluded life whenever time permitted. However, that was contingent upon having time available. The technology in the Dragon Ball world was not inferior to that of the world from which Tien Shinhan had crossed over. In fact, it was markedly more advanced. He had already arranged a leisurely lifestyle for himself. While martial arts remained crucial for ensuring a degree of safety in this world, they would no longer dominate his existence that he aspired to watch television, play computer games, indulge in video games, and perhaps even pursue romantic interests. The leisurely lifestyle in the Dragon Ball universe could be so richly fulfilling, and Tien Shinhan was uncertain if he could uphold the consistent practice that Dr. Zaquan spoke of. With the prize money from the martial arts tournament as a foundation, coupled with his talent for cultivating self-sufficiency, Tien Shinhan believed he could afford to live a carefree life without the need for employment. Aside from his reluctance to engage in endless battles with Goku and others, the various temptations of modern technology were also something he found difficult to relinquish, even after his journey into this new world. After all, having arrived in this realm, he remained himself. The martial spirit that originally defined Tien Shinhan had not vanished. He could still feel its presence at all times. Yet as a modern individual, he could not guarantee that he would immediately transform into a martial arts fanatic, especially with the foreknowledge that his martial arts prospects were not particularly bright. Sometimes, knowing the future outcome in advance can be a daunting prospect, particularly when that outcome is unfavorable. With number 996 work schedule. Number 007 obligations. In possessing superhuman stamina and agricultural talents inherited through bloodlines, Tien Shinhan could easily rely on the mountains for sustenance. Presently, he could already live a life that surpassed that of most individuals on Earth. Conversely, even if he devoted himself entirely to martial arts, achieving the status of the world's best was beyond reach. The time invested would not yield proportional returns. Choosing a leisurely lifestyle, I have made an astute decision. What cosmic supremacy, what title of the strongest under heaven? Let them all go to hell. Those ephemeral accolades cannot compare to the joy derived from a can of soda or the happiness brought by a PS5. Having distanced himself from threats and the likes of Goku, Tien Shinhan's true desires surged forth uncontrollably. Akin to a flood, he dared not dwell further on these thoughts, nor did he voice them aloud. For such a life was undeniably decadent and exhilarating. Ha! I knew it. Wait a moment, I previously invented a device that has been sitting idle. Now is the perfect time to gift it to you for your training. Without waiting for Tien Shinhan to respond, Dr. Zaquan tugged a roll along and dashed towards Penguin Village. Before long, the two returned. This is my invention, the constant proportion weight block, and I present it to you. As long as you wear it, it will serve you well in your training. Dr. Zaquan beamed as he handed a bracelet-like device to Tianjin Fan.to, where it constantly and achieve substantial training benefits. How remarkable! Tien Shinhan regarded the seemingly unremarkable device, feeling that while Dr. Zaquan was quite amiable, his claims appeared somewhat dubious. Perhaps this was a small invention that he had been unable to sell previously. Tien Shinhan mused, but he refrained from voicing his doubts and simply donned the bracelet. In his view, Dr. Zaquan's gift of the bracelet was clearly a gesture of gratitude. If he were to decline, Dr. Zaquan would undoubtedly seek other means to express his thanks, which was entirely unnecessary. Thank you for the bracelet. Now, Dr. Zaquan and Aral, Dumpling, and I shall venture further up the mountain in search of a suitable place to settle. With that, Tien Shinhan led Dumpling deeper into Penguin Mountain. Before the sun set that day, he needed to find a location to build a wooden cabin. Doctor, is that weight block truly effective? Aral inquired. Watching Tien Shinhan and Dumpling's figures disappear around the bend, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at Dr. Zaquan. That, of course, it is effective. The constant proportion weight block ensures that, at all times, the user experiences a weight proportional to their maximum capacity. It automatically adjusts according to the user's weight tolerance and evenly distributes it throughout their body. Dr. Zaquan replied with a sense of pride, stating that the constant ratio weighted training block was yet another of his remarkable inventions. Aside from the Earth Restoration Gun, please simplify your explanation. Dr. Zaquan, I can't comprehend. Alalay interjected, rubbing her head and pouting. Very well. Seeing Alalai's cute protest, Dr. Zaquan felt a bit helpless and reorganized his thoughts, opting to illustrate his point using Tien Shinhan as an example. If Tien Shinhan's current limit is 5 times the force of gravity, which it seems he has yet to achieve, then with the addition of the weighted block, he would unknowingly endure 4 times the gravity. This way, his strength would be honed, and his limits would gradually increase to 10 times the gravity. Wow. What happens at 10 times the gravity? Alalay asked, her eyes wide with astonishment. I could see that point. The weighted block will also automatically adjust, maintaining 80% of the maximum limit. Tien Shinhan would then unknowingly bear 8 times the gravity, preserving the same training effect without the need to change to other weights. Each time his strength improves. My weighted block will automatically adjust to maintain the training effect. Dr. Zaquan responded with a smile that in theory, his weighted block could adjust infinitely as long as the user's body had not completely reached its limits. The training effect would always be maintained. Although this device has never been used since its invention, he eagerly anticipated witnessing its practical effects on Tien Shinhan. Chapter 23. The decline of Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan was completely oblivious to the conversation between Dr. Zaquan and Alalay. With the wristband-like weighted block, he felt no discernible change. Indeed, how could such a small wristband possibly exert a significant burden? Perhaps Dr. Zaquan had never encountered martial artists, leading him to measure my capabilities against those of ordinary individuals? Tien Shinhan pondered, dismissing the wristband-like constant ratio weighted block from his mind. While it seemed somewhat useless, it served as a decent decorative piece. Oh, I must also change my appearance. This outfit is neither aesthetically pleasing nor comfortable. He thought as he continued his ascent up Penguin Mountain that he was still clad in his original attire, green shirt and pants. Thankfully, without the hat from the Universal Capsule, IT baffled him why. With so many colors to choose from, as the senior disciple of the Crane School, he was so fond of green he glanced at the floating dumpling, which was also dressed in green, that I must change. He touched his smooth, bald head, equally dissatisfied with his lack of hair. The thought of growing hair occurred to him. Before long, Tianjin and the dumpling reached the halfway point of Penguin Mountain, approximately 2,000 meters from the waterfall deep within. This distance allowed him to appreciate the waterfall without being overwhelmed by the sound of the cascading water. The environment was distinctly more pleasant than that at the foot of the mountain. "Let us begin," Tianjin said to the dumpling, eyeing the spacious, flat ground before them. Building a wooden house was a breeze for both Tianjin and the dumpling. Tianjin dashed to the forest's edge, his fingertips gathering energy. With a swift motion, he sliced through a thick tree trunk, leaving a surface as smooth as a mirror. With dexterity, he danced his fingers in a dazzling display, shaping the cut wood into various forms required for constructing the wooden house: columns, planks, stumps, all the necessary components. "Hey!" the dumpling exclaimed, lifting his hands in excitement at the neatly prepared wood. In the next moment, the wood was enveloped by their supernatural abilities, swiftly assembling into the framework of the wooden house. What might take ordinary individuals several days or weeks to construct was completed by Tianjin and the dumpling in just a few hours. Seizing the remaining daylight, Tianjin took the dumpling down the mountain to change his appearance. Making purchases of various electrical appliances and furniture with the prize money from the martial arts tournament, deities for the electrical connections, Tianjin simply tapped into the resources of Penguin Village. By the time they finished everything, they were no longer clad in the unflattering green martial arts uniforms, but rather in comfortable, stylish leisure wear. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Tianjin nodded in satisfaction. With sharp, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and chiseled features, he was undeniably a handsome man. Coupled with a well-proportioned physique that accentuated his figure, every movement exuded an irresistible masculine charm. Once his hair grew back, complemented by a stylish haircut, he would surely captivate countless young women. Tianjin proudly caressed his cheek, gazing at the furnished wooden house, and officially embarked on the leisurely life he had longed for: television, computer, games, and delightful beverages, in an endless cycle of joy. This blissful period lasted for nearly half a month, during which he realized he had already spent a significant portion of the prize money he had won at the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Only then did he detach himself from such delightful moments. Crack, crack. Tianjin retrieved the farming tools he had prepared half a month ago and sorted through the various seeds he had purchased. Stretching his body, he heard a series of popping sounds. What a decadent lifestyle. Yet, if possible, he wished for it to last even longer. Listening to the creaks and groans of his body, Tianjin recognized that he had neglected his training over the past month. However, the moment he took a step, the specially reinforced floor he had once strengthened succumbed, yielding a large hole. "Have I lost control of my strength from inactivity?" Tianjin glanced at the gaping pit in the floor, attributing it to his lack of practice, which had rendered him somewhat unaccustomed to controlling his power. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the fractured floor, a solid rock had shattered into dust, becoming indistinguishable from the ordinary soil beside it. This was something he could only achieve through deliberate strikes before, yet now it had happened effortlessly. "This won't do. My body will become rusty." Tianjin has readjusted to his current strength, allowing him to step forward steadily. Refraining from exerting excessive force that could cause damage, in his original plan, he intended to engage in basic training daily. Otherwise, a prolonged absence from practice could lead to a fate akin to that of the aging Krillin, who might find himself vulnerable even to a robber's bullet. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, encounters with robbers are exceedingly common. It would be rather absurd to evade confrontations with the main characters only to fall prey to a bullet due to negligence in martial arts. Furthermore, the reality is that the prize money from the martial arts tournament has dwindled to half. He must commence his original self-sufficient plan, lest he faces hunger from lack of funds. Now is the time to execute the established plan. With this thought in mind, Tien Shinhan skillfully cleared several acres of land behind his wooden cabin and sowed various seeds. Next came the regular fertilization, irrigation, and maintenance. He wondered if these fruits and vegetables would mature before his prize money ran out. Stretching his back, Tien Shinhan mused that farming also requires a certain level of discipline. With that in mind, he took out a sheet of white paper and swiftly filled it with a schedule of activities, such as watching television, playing on the computer, and gaming. He detailed his routine for the next half-month. After stroking his chin, he flipped the pencil around and used the red eraser on the other end to eliminate the narrowest line of time allocations. The half hour he had originally set aside for watching television was now designated for farming. Glancing at the words farming nestled within the schedule, Tien Shinhan frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. Yet, in order to ensure his fundamental safety, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly wiped away the second narrowest time allocation on the schedule. In the space that had been erased, he begrudgingly wrote the word training. This time allocated for training was a full hour, double that of the farming time. Originally, he had intended to use this hour for gaming. Living a leisurely life, Tien Shinhan had nearly lost interest in training, to the point where he hadn't practiced at all during the preceding half-month. If it were not for the fear of being unable to dodge even bullets in the future, he might have continued to avoid training altogether. How disciplined I am, he thought, to have secluded myself yet still force myself to schedule an hour for training. Tien Shinhan tucked away his newly arranged schedule and begrudgingly reinforced his foundation in the Crane School martial arts. However, unbeknownst to him, during these past 2 weeks, Goku and Yamcha had been tirelessly training in the Heavenly Palace day and night. Each day, they dedicated over 12 hours to their training, still yearning for more. Tien Shinhan, you must be training diligently as well, right? In the next World Martial Arts Tournament, I will surely surpass you. Gritting his teeth, Goku persevered in his training, striving to close the gap in strength between himself and Tien Shinhan. As spring turned to autumn and the chill of winter gave way to summer, 2 years slipped by in the disciplined lifestyle of Tien Shinhan. Throughout these 2 years, without fail, he devoted an hour daily to martial arts training, followed by half an hour tending to his farmland. Not a minute less, nor a minute more. While the total time spent may not compare to that of Goku and others, the precision with which he controlled his training and farming hours indeed exemplified a form of discipline. Thanks to this consistent hour-and-a-half daily regimen, the chaotic state of his initial seclusion had not resurfaced. Though the duration of his training was brief, merely an hour, his focus during that time was remarkably intense. After all, this hour of practice was not merely to pass time for anyone else's sake. It was a genuine effort to achieve sufficient training results for his own safety. The four-way fist, Tien Shinhan shouted. And in an instant, he transformed into 4 distinct selves. Each clone was tangible and possessed its own combat consciousness. Far beyond mere illusions, 4 Tien Shinhan appeared simultaneously in the clearing before the cabin, unhesitatingly launching attacks at one another. Bang, 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 bang. Each Tien Shinhan's punch carried strength equal to that of the original. The exhilarating experience of engaging in risk-free sparring thrilled Tien Shinhan. However, this was also a source of astonishment for him. According to the original progression, although he had created the 4-way fist by this point, each clone's strength should have paled in comparison to the original. It wasn't until later, when Cell demonstrated the perfect 4-way fist, that the flaws of the 4-way fist were rectified. Yet that was many years later, and now, merely 2 years had passed, and he had independently created and perfected the 4-way fist. What could this mean? Although I am disciplined, my training time surely pales in comparison to that of the original martial arts enthusiast Tianjin. Why have I managed to perfect the 4-way fist ahead of schedule? Tien Shinhan found himself puzzled. He had considered the possibility that the Super God Water and the Dragon Balls played a role. Yet the effects of those 2 potential enhancements had primarily concentrated on his eyesight. Even now, he had not realized that his third eye possessed abilities beyond enhanced vision and the Ki Blast technique. Moreover, over these 2 years, Tien Shinhan had comprehended and could now skillfully wield both the Kamehameha and the new Kamehameha. It is one thing for the 4-way fist to be perfected early. However, mastering the Kamehameha and new Kamehameha requires a certain level of energy within the user. if one lacks sufficient ki. They would have to drain a portion of their life force to forcibly activate these techniques, a situation one would prefer to avoid. Yet, Tien Shinhan experienced no such struggle when using the Kamehameha and new Kamehameha. This could not merely be attributed to the Super God Water and the Dragon Balls. Given this, it seems that my 1 hour of training each day over the past 2 years has yielded results even more substantial than the relentless training of the original Tien Shinhan. Swallowing hard, he found it hard to believe. But aside from this, he could think of no other explanation for why he had mastered these techniques, which were typically acquired later in one's journey. Spending less time training, yet achieving superior results, Tien Shinhan compared his current state to the strength that the original Tien Shinhan possessed at this stage in the narrative. He was certain that he had surpassed the original Tien Shinhan by a slight margin. As for why, when all clues lead to a singular conclusion, the truth is unmistakable. I am a genius. In fact, prior to my transmigration, I may very well have been a latent prodigy in martial arts. Nodding in agreement, Tien Shinhan found this notion increasingly plausible. The original Tien Shinhan, who trained tirelessly day and night, had not achieved results as favorable as his mere hour of daily practice. If that does not make me a genius, what does? The conjecture that arose within his heart stirred a sense of excitement in Tien Shinhan. Yet merely moments later, that exhilaration swiftly subsided. What of genius? Can brilliance compare to the extraordinary? Tien Shinhan shook his head. Were he not in the world of Dragon Ball, perhaps he might feel a twinge of arrogance at this moment. However, now, he swiftly buried the joy of this trivial matter deep within. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, can genius truly rival the prowess of a super scion with an unfair advantage? With just one brush with death, one could return with a power that expands rapidly. No matter how formidable a genius, mere cultivation pales in comparison. Furthermore, although he believed himself to be quite disciplined, he was acutely aware that his training could hardly be deemed rigorous. The time he dedicated to martial arts training was evident. A mere hour each day. Tien Shinhan maintained a commendable mindset, accepting his circumstances with equanimity. A salted fish must have the consciousness of a salted fish, especially as he had come to grasp his role in this world. He was unfit for battle. Fortunately, he possessed the innate talent of the three-eyed people, excelling in agriculture and cultivation. As the hour of training came to a close, Tien Shinhan promptly ceased his practice and made his way to the farmland he had cultivated. The lush, towering vegetables and fruits in the fields bore testament to the fact that his talents had been directed toward the right pursuits. The ordinary seeds of vegetables and fruits had undergone mutations through his diligent cultivation over the past 2 years, now rivaling the colossal plants he once beheld on the three-eyed planet. Extracting a radish over 2 meters tall, Tien Shinhan deftly sliced it with a precision akin to a blade, as chunks of diced radish fell gracefully from the air, filling a large basket he had prepared nearby. Next came a cabbage towering over 3 meters, along with tomatoes and potatoes the size of basketballs. Observing the bounty collected in baskets, Tien Shinhan nodded in satisfaction. The assortment of produce would suffice for his sustenance for an entire week. 2 years ago, he had worried that his appetite exceeded his capacity, but now it seemed he could fully sustain himself. Moreover, he often shared the surplus with the residents of Penguin Village, in addition to plants, to alleviate the cost of meat. After successfully cultivating his first batch of vegetables and fruits, Tien Shinhan ventured deep into Penguin Mountain and the nearby wilderness to capture some wild boars and chickens. After 2 years of nurturing, these creatures, once comparable in size to those on Earth, had grown immensely. With leftover meat still in the refrigerator, he decided against slaughtering any pigs today, after tending to the fields. Tien Shinhan passed by his pig pen, feeling no urge to harm the adorable creatures within. However, what truly captured Tien Shinhan's attention in this small wooden house's garden, or rather, botanical garden, was a cluster of diminutive seedlings located at its center. These seedlings, numbering about 10, had been meticulously cultivated by Tien Shinhan, clearly receiving more care than the ordinary fruits and vegetables. After all, these young saplings were not mere plants. They were the seedlings that had miraculously survived after he sowed the mystical beans. Following nearly 100 failures and almost 20 months of attempts without a single success, Tien Shinhan had been on the verge of giving up. Yet 3 months ago, when he planted one of the last few beans, a miracle occurred. The bean, which had always wilted shortly after being sown, astonishingly thrived this time. Tien Shinhan had presumed that the ordinary soil of Earth lacked the nutrients to rival that of Karen Tower, believing that no matter how talented he was, he could never successfully grow the mystical beans. However, following that initial success, he subsequently planted the remaining beans, and to his astonishment, each one sprouted into a seedling. This was a miracle, yet it also served as compelling evidence of his innate talent. Even with inferior soil, he could cultivate the mystical beans outside of Karen Tower. Perhaps this was the golden finger he had received upon his arrival in this world. Although it may not be particularly beneficial in combat, it was exceptionally suited for his tranquil, untroubled existence. Tien Shinhan mused, hoping that this peaceful and stable life would persist. Yet at that moment he was startled by the sound of gunfire. In the next instant, a young boy, drenched in sweat, appeared in a disheveled state around a nearby corner. Chapter 25. Trouble approaches. Darn it, am I destined to meet my demise here today? I have yet to avenge my master. However, this band of robbers is rather foolish, chasing me so far. The girl down the mountain should have seized the opportunity to escape by now, right? Damn it, if only they hadn't had guns, how could I, with my formidable martial skills, be so thoroughly cornered by just 5 or 6 of them? The boy sported a head of unruly, fluffy black hair resembling popcorn. 3 years prior, he and his master had been traveling for training when they unexpectedly encountered the world's most notorious assassin, Tao Bai Bai. His master was slain by Tao Bai Bai, while he, having escaped due to a lack of orders for his capture, was fortunate to survive. Over the past 3 years, in pursuit of vengeance for his master, he had traveled far and wide, seeking out martial artists for sparring and exchange. Feeling that his martial prowess had significantly improved, he simply needed to endure another decade of rigorous training, and he would be confident enough to defeat Tao Bai Bai and avenge his revered master. After all, he had been an orphan since childhood, relying solely on his master for companionship. Tao Bai Bai's act of murder had effectively extinguished the only family he had in this world. This vendetta must be avenged. During his travels over the past 3 years, he had encountered various evildoers and had not hesitated to uphold the sense of justice instilled in him by his master. Just moments ago, near the base of the penguin-shaped mountain, he had witnessed a group of robbers surrounding a frail girl, prompting him to act heroically. What he had not anticipated, however, was the overwhelming firepower of these bandits. Had they wielded ordinary handguns, he would have felt confident in attempting to evade them. But faced with the miniature submachine guns spitting yellow flames, his only choice was to flee desperately throughout the rugged terrain of the mountains. Bullets had always seemed to be a step behind him, yet now he found himself with no opportunity to escape, as the robbers had closed the distance to less than 10 meters. Ahead, a wide expanse of open ground lay before him, offering no further cover. With the cold muzzles of the submachine guns aimed directly at him, beads of cold sweat trickled down the boy's forehead. Run. Why don't you run? You were so cocky just a moment ago, declaring your intent to take us down. Why are you silent now? The leader of the robbers pointed his gun at the boy, bursting into laughter. His face, marked by mockery and cruelty, bore the imprint of a large shoe. A remnant of the boy's sudden appearance earlier. Not running anymore, huh? I wasn't unaware that you lot had submachine guns. The boy managed a bitter smile, yet his heart could not help but pray that the robbers were unarmed. Meddlesome fool. What kind of robbers would we be without guns? Never mind. I can no longer be bothered to continue conversing with you, you self-righteous individual. Otherwise, that lovely girl might escape, and that would be unfortunate. Go meet your maker, and remember, this is the price you pay for meddling. With that, the leader of the bandits waved his hand, and a barrage of submachine guns was aimed at the boy. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan, having just emerged from his botanical garden and preparing to return to his quaint cabin for a leisurely day, was startled by the gunfire and witnessed the unfolding scene from the earlier exchange. He had gleaned the gist of the situation. This uniquely coiffed boy had intervened heroically to save a girl, thus incurring the wrath of the bandits. Acts of valor met with retribution were not uncommon in Tien Shinhan's original world, and in the Dragon Ball realm, such occurrences were even more prevalent. Had he not encountered the situation, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved, for he was no superhero. Yet, as fate would have it, such an event was transpiring right before his eyes. leaving him no choice but to intervene. Sighing, although he wasn't particularly driven by a sense of justice, he couldn't allow the brave to be disheartened. With a deep breath, Tien Shinhan vanished from sight in an instant. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bandits unleashed a furious spray of yellow flames from their submachine guns, mercilessly showering bullets upon the boy, though gripped by a tumult of fear. Helplessness, regret, and frustration. The boy had mentally prepared himself for the grim prospect of being riddled with bullets. The only sorrow lingering in his heart was the unresolved vengeance for his master. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, a full 5 seconds passed. When the gunfire finally ceased, he was astonished to find that he felt neither pain nor discomfort. What was happening? Were these bandits masters of precision, managing to miss him at such close range? The boy found this utterly baffling and cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes. Then he beheld the first beam of light breaking through the darkness after narrowly escaping death. It was not the sun's brilliance, but rather the dazzling reflection off a bald head, more radiant than sunlight itself. This reflected light felt like a source of rebirth, deeply imprinted upon the boy's heart. A bald head, gazing at the figure that stood before him in the throes of life and death. The boy blurted out. Tien Shinhan trembled upon hearing the boy's words, noticing the boy's hair was unusually thick. Yet he had, after all, saved the boy's life in a moment of peril. While he had no expectation of gratitude, the boy should not respond in such a manner towards his savior. Over the past 2 years, Tien Shinhan had enjoyed a nearly perfect, tranquil life. The only source of his vexation was his hair. For reasons unknown, after deciding to grow his hair 2 years ago, it had indeed flourished rapidly. Within a day or two, he could boast a lush head of black hair. However, each morning, he would awaken to find that his hair had seemingly been shaken loose, falling away without a single strand remaining. It was still morning, and the hair he had grown just yesterday had completely shed upon rising, leaving him to wait until the afternoon for it to regrow. Damn, another meddler has emerged. Brothers, keep shooting. I refuse to believe he isn't afraid of bullets. Cold sweat streamed down the bandit leader's forehead. Although he couldn't discern exactly what was happening, Tien Shinhan standing unscathed under their barrage was enough to instill a sense of immense threat in him. Danger! Hearing the bandit leader shout, the boy snapped back to reality, realizing they were still surrounded by a throng of submachine guns, although he couldn't fathom how the man before him had survived the previous onslaught. He doubted they would emerge unscathed this time. Thus, the boy shouted as he pushed forcefully against Tien Shinhan, attempting to propel him out of the encirclement. However, his desperate push felt like striking a mountain. Tien Shinhan remained immovable, and the boy himself tumbled to the ground. With wide eyes, the boy now witnessed Tien Shinhan's method of dealing with the submachine guns. With open palms, he revealed a collection of bullet casings, evidently collected during the bandits' last barrage. Simply catching bullets barehanded left the boy awestruck. Yet, as the bandits prepared for another round of relentless shooting, Tien Shinhan merely waved his hands, sending the bullet casings back towards the bandits. Each one striking the bullets they had just fired. The bullets from the submachine guns collided with those thrown back by Tien Shinhan and Midair, all deflected away. Not only that, but the bullets he had tossed back also carried tremendous force, continuing their trajectory toward the bandits. Pew, 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 pew. The sound of gunfire abruptly ceased. The boy looked on in disbelief as the bandits were left riddled with the very bullets Tien Shinhan had returned to them. Though he could not discern the exact nature of the collisions, the outcome was evident, and the bullet casings he glimpsed in Tien Shinhan's hands suggested an incredible sequence of events. Thud! Tien Shinhan showed no inclination to show mercy to the bandits. Upon seeing the situation resolved, he glanced at his watch, ready to return to playing video games. However, just as he turned, he heard a dull thud from the ground. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." The boy gazed at Tien Shinhan, with eyes brimming with admiration, his face a mess of tears and snot ready to smear against Tien Shinhan's pants. "Get lost. I refuse to take you in." Tien Shinhan swiftly delivered a trio of kicks, sending the boy flying. Chapter 26. My disciple my name is Tien Shinhan, 18 years old, residing in a self-built cabin halfway up Penguin Mountain. Unmarried, I work in my botanical garden, dedicating merely half an hour each day to labor. Including my martial arts training, I work for an hour and a half daily before indulging in leisure. I neither smoke nor typically drink. I retire at 11 in the evening, ensuring 8 hours of sleep, awakening at dawn, resolutely refusing to carry fatigue and stress into the next day. The villagers of Penguin Village consider me quite normal, and I am content with my life. Even Dumpling, sharing a similar artistic style with Aral, often plays and resides in Penguin Village, further enhancing my tranquility. However, a colossal trouble has emerged. The boy with the explosive hairstyle whom I just saved insists on becoming my disciple. How could my peaceful life be so easily disrupted by him? Tianjin Fan observed with satisfaction the youth who, after tumbling down the slope like a rolling gourd, dashed towards the mountainside, before turning to make his way back to his humble cabin. Although there had been a minor interruption, all was well now, and the tranquility of life was set to resume. "Master, you must take me as your disciple," the youth implored. "I have journeyed alone for 3 years in pursuit of enlightenment. And today I have finally encountered a martial artist as formidable as you. If I were to learn under your guidance, I would undoubtedly succeed in avenging my wrongs," to Tianjin Fan's astonishment. Just as he reached the door of his cabin, the boy who had just rolled down the hill came racing back up. Despite being bruised and battered from his earlier descent, his voice rang out clear and strong. Though I had tempered my strength somewhat, this lad should have at least lost consciousness. It appears his resilience is commendable, yet I have no intention of accepting a disciple." Tianjin Fan shook his head, somewhat surprised by the boy's quick return. After living alone for so long, he had become accustomed to the solitude. A tranquil life was simply too delightful. He had yet to even entertain thoughts of marrying, let alone taking on a disciple. He certainly did not want this boy to disrupt his leisurely existence. Tianjin Fan was a responsible individual. Should he take on a pupil, he would feel obligated to teach him well. This would necessitate carving out additional time in his daily schedule, a prospect he was loath to consider. In his view, an hour and a half of work each day was already quite sufficient. Thus, the best course of action in light of the current situation was to simply refuse to take on a disciple. "You wish for vengeance?" Tianjin Fan asked, eyeing the boy, whose gaze was filled with admiration. "Indeed," the boy responded eagerly, kneeling and nodding fervently. "Are you aware that there is a grandmother in Penguin Village down the mountain who raises pigs?" Tianjin Fan suddenly pointed downhill. No, I am not." The boy shook his head, perplexed by the relevance of Tianjin Fan's question, yet he answered honestly. "Her pigs have been unable to produce piglets for 2 years. Did you know this?" No, I did not." The boy continued to shake his head, growing increasingly confused. "However, just last night, her old sow gave birth to 3 piglets." It wasn't me." The boy, momentarily dazed by Tianjin Fan's initial questions, instinctively blurted out his response upon hearing about the piglets. I don't know about that either. But master, what does this have to do with my desire to become your disciple?" Once the words left his mouth, he realized his misstep and quickly sought to clarify. Voicing his lingering confusion, Tianjin Fan was taken aback by the boy's unguarded response. However, upon hearing the boy's retort, he realized he had made his point. "Rest assured, I believe you. The piglets born at the grandmother's place have no connection to you. What I am trying to convey is that your desire for vengeance and the matter of seeking a master are as unrelated to me as the birth of those piglets. Could it be that your nemesis is someone I know? Therefore, you ought to depart. My life is quite serene, and I do not wish to disrupt it by taking on a disciple." With that, Tianjin Fan waved his hand dismissively, determined to ignore the boy, regardless of how persistently he might cling on. "My enemy is Tao Bai Bai. He killed my master, who raised me," as Tianjin Fan turned to leave. The boy, seizing his last chance, revealed the identity of his FOEI in that moment. The boy fervently hoped that Tao Bai Bai had some connection to the esteemed figure before him. If that were the case, he would accept even a tenuous link to the recently born piglets, Tao Bai Bai. Upon hearing this name, Tianjin Fan paused. How could it be that this lad's nemesis was Tao Bai Bai? What a bizarre coincidence. Could it be that the piglets born at the grandmother's had some link to this boy? Tianjin Fan shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. He had not anticipated such an ironic twist of fate. Although he could not devote himself to relentless training like a martial arts fanatic, it did not negate the fact that he was a responsible individual and a modern-day young man who abhorred being in anyone's debt. 2 years prior, Yamucha's leg had been broken even before he arrived in this world, and he had accompanied them to Karen Tower to help mend it. Now, it turned out that Tao Baibai was, in a sense, his nominal master uncle. The transgressions he had committed were indeed somewhat distantly related to Tien Shinhan. Curse it, Tao Baibai again. Tien Shinhan seethed internally, recalling how he had viciously broken Yamucha's leg under the influence of Tao Baibai. This time, it was even more serious, as Tao Baibai, as enemy, had come knocking at his door to know, I must eliminate Tao Baibai to prevent further complications. With this thought, Tien Shinhan turned to scrutinize the kneeling youth before him for the first time. To bring down Tao Baibai, this boy might prove to be a suitable candidate. Alas, rise, Tao Baibai was my former master uncle, but he has committed numerous evils, and I have long since severed ties with my former sect. Since your enemy is he, I shall offer you my assistance, albeit with one condition. Our master-disciple relationship shall extend only until you have avenged yourself upon Tao Baibai. The moment the boy heard Tien Shinhan's words, he sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement, and immediately produced 10 tiles, stacking them together. Thank you, master. I will diligently learn martial arts and will not bring you shame. How do you find my current foundation? Hey ha! The boy, having successfully become a disciple, could hardly contain his enthusiasm and felt compelled to showcase his solid foundation before Tien Shinhan. He promptly assumed a horse stance, one fist clenched at his waist while the other hand formed a palm. And with all his might, he swung down, crack. The 10 tiles shattered into 2 pieces, demonstrating not only his impressive resilience, but also his commendable strength among ordinary martial artists. However, witnessing the boy's display and the triumphant grin on his face after successfully breaking the tiles, Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, and the next moment, a series of bullets sent the boy leaping about in utter disarray. Who are you? A mere fish in the martial arts world, daring to flaunt your skills before Tien Shinhan. Just as Tien Shinhan was about to inquire about his disciple's name to validate his suspicions, he heard the voice of the fiery-haired Lan Q. As expected. The sultry beauty, Lan Qi, was gazing at him with delight. Tis a misunderstanding. I am the disciple, just accepted by my master, Satan. The boy. Satan quickly explained to Lan Qi, realizing that his savior bore the name Tien Shinhan. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but wonder why this enchanting woman bore a striking resemblance to the girl he had previously rescued from bandits. Oh no, my peaceful life has come to an end. Tien Shinhan found himself somewhat regretting the principles he steadfastly upheld. Had he known that this youth was a harbinger of chaos, he would have preferred to overlook any relationship with Tao Baibai rather than accept such a troublesome disciple. Moreover, how did this Lan Qi manage to locate him? Tien Shinhan, I have searched for you for 2 years since Corinna departed. Today, I have finally found you. Come, let us embark on a grand heist. Indeed, in the very next moment. The golden-haired Lan Qi disregarded the chaos and extended an invitation to Tien Shinhan to form a team. Chapter 27. The Law of Hair Conservation. My name is Tien Shinhan, 18 years of age. Once residing in a self-constructed wooden cabin halfway up Penguin Mountain, and I currently maintain an unmarried status that I work in my own botanical and zoological garden, previously requiring merely an hour and a half of labor each day. However, the arrival of both a man and a woman has stolen away my precious time. The presence of Satan and Lan Qi has directly resulted in my humble cabin becoming insufficient for habitation. Consequently, Tien Shinhan demolished his 2-year residence and transformed it into a 2-story wooden villa featuring 6 rooms, 2 halls, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, which is quite acceptable in a bid to swiftly enhance Satan's capabilities. Enabling him to seek vengeance upon Tao Baibai, Tien Shinhan subjects him to 3 hours of rigorous training each day. Additionally, he dedicates half an hour to dissuading Lan Qi from her notion of inviting him to partake in the heist. This escalation in responsibilities has extended his daily work hours from the original hour and a half to 3.5 hours. The reason it hasn't ballooned to 5 hours is that he has integrated his previous work hours into his current schedule. During the 3 hours of grueling training for Satan, 1 hour is reserved for silent observation. wherein Satan must watch Tien Shinhan demonstrate his techniques in silence. The remaining 2 hours are devoted to detailed martial arts instruction. Beyond these 3 hours, Tien Shinhan ensures that Satan has ample time for independent training, guaranteeing that he exhausts himself through rigorous practice. After all, Satan is on a quest for vengeance. Tien Shinhan is no tyrant. His actions are not motivated by revenge. As a mentor, he comprehends Satan's urgent desire for retribution and imposes sufficient pressure to cultivate his potential. Young individuals require a firm hand to fully unleash their latent abilities. The visible consequence of this training regimen over the course of nearly a year is that Satan's hair has progressively dwindled. Whether Satan has grown stronger remains uncertain. The once voluminous hairstyle persists. Yet the central portion has become increasingly sparse, and it won't be long before he resembles the Mediterranean. Despite Tien Shinhan's repeated assurances to the troubled Satan that he is utterly perplexed by this phenomenon, the fact that Satan has emerged from the previous 2 years of hair growth and loss cycles leaves him feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, Satan remains oblivious to the reality that his hair had a mere day's lifespan during those 2 years. Otherwise, Tien Shinhan would have been forced to employ the dubious law of hair conservation as an excuse. Hair neither materializes out of thin air nor vanishes without a trace. It merely transfers from one individual to another. With hairstyles being subject to change, this peculiar situation has disrupted Tien Shinhan's previously tranquil existence, yet is the only source of solace amid the chaos. The arrival of Satan has bestowed upon Tien Shinhan a strikingly handsome hairstyle. During the half-hour dedicated to persuading Lan Qi, Tien Shinhan tends to the flora and fauna of his garden simultaneously. Under the apple tree, beside the cornfield, above the radish patch, and beyond the pig and sheep pens. The entire botanical and zoological garden serves as an appropriate venue for his conversations with Lan Qi. After all, while working in his garden, he need not maintain intense concentration and is quite capable of multitasking. Of course, to swiftly dissuade Lan Qi from her heist proposal, Tien Shinhan finds various settings within the villa to be suitable as well. For instance, on the couch, he may invite Lan Qi to engage in video games together, subtly steering her away from thoughts of robbery. After all, games are far more enjoyable than the violence of a heist. Alternatively, while preparing meals in the kitchen, he also engages Lan Qi in conversation. Even when Lan Qi transforms into her blue-haired state, they may cook together in the kitchen. Tien Shinhan does not perceive meal preparation as part of his workload. Firstly, dining is an essential daily ritual. Secondly, prior to becoming Tien Shinhan, he was quite adept in this domain, rendering it a natural endeavor. With such judicious time management, a year has swiftly elapsed at the dining table. Tien Shinhan, Lan Qi, and Satan gather around a handcrafted elongated round table. Delicious, truly exquisite, regardless of how many times he dines. Master S dishes are always delectable. No wonder you've been reluctant to let me prepare meals. Perhaps you fear my culinary skills were insufficient. Satan devours the vegetable salad prepared by Tien Shinhan. Singing the praises of his culinary prowess, in the realm of cooking, Satan possesses considerable confidence, particularly regarding desserts, where he effortlessly excels in creating various cakes and puddings. However, after indulging in the meals Tien Shinhan has prepared over the past year, he has absolutely no desire to step into the kitchen himself. Beyond desserts, he feels that his culinary abilities pale in comparison to Tien Shinhan's. Even in the realm of desserts, he doubts he could surpass Tien Shinhan's expertise. Were it not for Tien Shinhan's extraordinary martial prowess, Satan might well question whether he is, in fact, a 5-star chef. I am well aware of my own culinary abilities. They are not as remarkable as you claim. Hurry up and finish eating. We must stick to our usual training schedule. Tien Shinhan shot a glance at Satan. While he found the flattery quite pleasurable, he was unwilling to jeopardize the stability of his newly established routine. Tien Shinhan, your dishes are genuinely delightful. I have sampled meals prepared by 5-star chefs, and yours surpasses them. Lan Qi gracefully lifts a small bite of salad to her lips, gently tucking a stray blue hair behind her ear. Over the course of the year, the blue-haired Lan Qi has made few appearances, especially during meals. Yet each time she dines, she offers her compliments on Tien Shinhan's culinary creations. After receiving repeated praise from the blue-haired Lan Qi, Tien Shinhan can no longer suppress his doubts. Could it be that my culinary skills have truly reached such heights? Ahem, Master, please do not doubt your culinary talents. Even if you do not trust me or the golden-haired Lanchi. Surely you can place your faith in the blue-haired Lanchi? Throughout my life, I have never submitted to anyone, but I am completely in awe of you. Master, not only are you extraordinarily powerful, but your culinary skills are beyond compare. Furthermore, I feel that your meals not only taste exceptional, but also seem to enhance the strength within my body. It's as if your dishes possess a special efficacy, imparting strength upon consumption. The speaker is unintentional, yet the listener is intentional. Tien Shinhan found himself lost in contemplation upon hearing Satan's final words. Could it be that the food he meticulously cared for, which grants strength, truly possesses extraordinary effects? Its impressive appearance seems not merely for show, but rather holds the potential to genuinely empower those who consume. As Tien Shinhan pondered this, he took another bite of the salad. However, after a moment of careful reflection, he failed to discern any notable change. Could it be that my prowess surpasses Satan's, rendering me oblivious to the transformations he perceives? Doubtful yet curious, Tien Shinhan glanced towards Lanchi. I'm uncertain whether consuming it will enhance my strength. However, I could distinctly feel a warm sensation coursing through my body after eating. It's peculiar, yet delightful, compelling one to crave a second bite, leading to a consumption that feels effortless. Furthermore, I can assert that my health has significantly improved over the past year. Previously, I would sneeze due to allergies whenever I approach flowers, but my sensitivity to pollen has considerably diminished. As Lanchi spoke, Tien Shinhan observed her, his hands gripping the spoon as he tilted his head towards the ceiling, striving to articulate his feelings. Warmth, flowing throughout my body. Upon hearing these descriptions, Tien Shinhan was convinced that his ingredients indeed possessed unique properties. Perhaps the effects were not overtly conspicuous, yet they undeniably contributed to the enhancement of one's physical well-being, for even he had experienced that euphoric sensation. Although Tien Shinhan could not perceive any influence on his own strength from these ingredients, he nonetheless noticed his skin improving significantly. Each morning, upon gazing into the mirror, he felt increasingly handsome. Hence, aside from the magical beans, I could also send a portion of these ingredients to Goku and the others. Tien Shinhan contemplated a means to further strengthen Goku and his companions. That it was only when they became stronger that he could enjoy a more stable life here. Calculating the days, it had been 3 years since the battle with Demon King Piccolo. I wonder what kind of being Piccolo has grown into from that quail egg? Oh, Master, I intend to participate in this year's World Martial Arts Tournament. Perhaps Tao Bai will also make an appearance. Just then, while engrossed in his meal, Satan suddenly shared his significant decision with Tien Shinhan. Chapter 28 was indeed rather juvenile. Satan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Tien Shinhan might disapprove. Over the past year, aside from imparting martial arts knowledge, Tien Shinhan frequently reminded him to act within his means, to remain humble, and to avoid seeking the limelight. Engaging in an event like the World Martial Arts Tournament, where victory would undoubtedly attract attention, left Satan uncertain of Tien Shinhan's stance. To Satan's astonishment, Tien Shinhan's response was remarkably straightforward. Agreed, it was surprisingly easy to gain his consent. Satan was taken aback by Tien Shinhan's decisive reply. Yet, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's acquiescence, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and seized the moment to express another request. Master, I would like to invite you to join me in witnessing the competition. Satan felt a twinge of apprehension. Was he being overly greedy? His master was so humble. Why would he wish to attend the martial arts tournament with him? Of course, Tien Shinhan, preoccupied with thoughts of the ingredients' extraordinary effects, realized how long it had been since he last saw Goku and the others. This was an opportune moment to assess their progress. Moreover, he could bring some ingredients and magical beans to aid their training. However, Tien Shinhan's straightforward answer once again took Satan by surprise. And why Master always advises me to stay low-key? Why is he so readily agreeing to attend the World Martial Arts Tournament? Satan furrowed his brow, finding it somewhat perplexing. It must be Tao Bai. Satan believed he had uncovered the truth. His master surely understood his eagerness for revenge, which was why he had already considered granting permission to attend the tournament. After all, remaining at Penguin Mountain would not allow him to confront Tao Bai. Furthermore, his master must be concerned that he might not be able to defeat Tao Bai, which was why he had so readily agreed to accompany him, his intention being to protect him. He even prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice if necessary, to help him eliminate Tao Bai. At this thought, Satan's eyes glistened with emotion. "Oh, Master, I never imagined I held such significance in your heart." Wiping his reddened eyes, Satan resolved another decision. "Rest assured, Master, I will win this martial arts tournament and secure the prize money to establish a grand martial arts school for you. A martial artist as magnificent as you deserves a school of your own." As Satan mused, a foolish grin spread across his face, convinced that his decision was quite sound. Additionally, aside from repaying Tien Shinhan, he harbored a personal ambition. If Tien Shinhan had a grand martial arts school, he could become the senior disciple. As the number of disciples increased, being called senior brother every day would be immensely gratifying. If Tien Shinhan advised against seeking fame outside, surely it would be acceptable for him to bask in glory within the school. Right? With arms crossed and eyes closed, Satan nodded, exhaling 2 powerful gusts of air from his nostrils like a steam locomotive. That moment, Tien Shinhan noticed Satan's peculiar behavior. He couldn't comprehend why. After merely acquiescing to 2 of Satan's requests, the young man suddenly became so silly. Focus on your meal, and after dining, ensure you train on schedule. Following today's training, arrange the itinerary for the martial arts tournament. Tien Shinhan tapped the table with his chopsticks, bringing Satan back from his reverie. Understood, Master. Satan quickly resumed his meal upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words. Indeed, his master trusted him immensely, even entrusting him with important scheduling. Observing Satan's renewed diligence in eating, Tien Shinhan chose to say nothing further. He was eager to conclude the day's work and watch a movie on television. Yet he harbored some concerns that it seemed that Satan's martial arts talents were somewhat imbalanced. Over the past year, he had only mastered his hand-to-hand combat techniques, while he quickly grasped close-range techniques that required minimal energy control, such as high-speed movement, phantom fist, volleyball fist, and fiery lightning fist. He struggled to learn remote energy techniques like the Dodon Ray, flight technique, and Kamehameha, which necessitated a more intricate concentration of internal energy. The sole martial art that exists between brawling and the techniques of chi manipulation is the solar fist that it took Satan a good half-year to barely grasp it. And he still cannot wield it with proficiency. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Satan is now a disciple of his. Though Tien Shinhan harbored no illusions about Satan snatching the championship from Goku and his companions, he certainly did not wish to witness his premature elimination in the days leading up to the martial arts tournament. Tien Shinhan increased Satan's training regimen, leaving him utterly exhausted each day. It was only the day before the competition that Tien Shinhan, in a moment of mercy, granted him a day of rest. So many people. Is this truly the venue for the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Rest assured, Master, I shall undoubtedly secure the championship and bring you no shame. After a day of respite, Satan felt invigorated. As soon as he arrived at the tournament venue, he exuberantly shouted amidst the bustling atmosphere, especially when he placed one hand on his hip and pointed to the heavens, proclaiming his resolve to win the championship. Tien Shinhan began to regret his leniency the previous day, wishing he had pushed this novice harder until the very last moment. Sure enough, at the sound of Satan's loud declaration and his self-important pose, many martial artists turned their gazes toward him. Fortunately, Tien Shinhan had anticipated this and had already distanced himself from the boy, accompanied by Lan Shi and Jiaozi. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a position too awkward to endure. Who is this Mediterranean fellow? How dare he act so brazenly? He seems to think little of me. Neo Dali, a burly man with a bovine visage, glared at Satan, wishing he could pierce him with his gaze. Indeed, how arrogant. Who is this explosive-haired lad on the verge of baldness? I don't recall hearing about him before. The crowd murmured in speculation. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Hearing the murmurs, Tien Shinhan felt his face flush for Satan, silently praying that this fool would not disclose their acquaintance. Master, look at those martial artists. They are all staring at me. Surely, they are intimidated by my formidable presence. I owe this entirely to your teachings over the past year. At this moment, Satan noticed the attention directed toward him, interpreting their intense gazes as reverence for his might. As he spoke, he placed his hands on his hips, reveling in his own perceived grandeur. No, I truly never taught you that. Tien Shinhan waved his hand, eager to create more distance between them. Oh, right. Master, you instructed me to be more low-key. I almost forgot. Satan chuckled awkwardly, lowering his hands and awkwardly shuffling along with Tien Shinhan in an attempt to be inconspicuous. Seeing that he could not shake him off, Tien Shinhan decided to ignore him as much as possible, hoping to prevent others from discovering their master-disciple relationship. However, after taking only a couple of steps, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Wow, is that Tien Shinhan, the champion of the last martial arts tournament? Yes, he is the one who defeated the monster and saved us. Tien Shinhan. I can't believe he is here too. What a remarkable man. I hadn't realized that after 3 years, he had grown hair and become so handsome. A trio of martial artists, 2 men and a woman, pointed at Tien Shinhan in astonishment. Clearly, they recognized him. Tien Shinhan paused and turned toward the sound, and after a moment of recollection, he recognized the 3 individuals. They were the martial artists who had managed to survive 3 years prior, saved by him and Goku from Dambalin. What? So that nearly bald lad is the disciple of the champion from the last tournament. No wonder he is so confident. Those who had previously deemed Satan arrogant altered their perception upon recognizing Tien Shinhan's identity. In that moment, their gazes towards Satan transformed into expressions of respect. Regarding Satan's earlier declaration of intent to win, they no longer viewed it as arrogance, but rather accepted him as one of the favored contenders for the championship. Master, I had no idea you were the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. That is truly impressive. Satan gazed at Tien Shinhan, his surprise evident that I always believed my master to be a great martial artist. But I never imagined he was also a tournament champion. More importantly, despite his immense renown, I had been completely oblivious to it before coming here. My master has concealed his true power so well. Is this the essence of humility? Reflecting on this, Satan recalled his earlier exuberance upon arrival, and he felt a stark contrast between his own demeanor and that of Tien Shinhan. Faced with the genuine awe emanating from the surrounding martial artists, Satan suddenly found the situation rather unfulfilling. Compared to my master, I am still so far behind. How naive of me to take pride in the slight respect shown by other martial artists. As these thoughts consumed him, his expression shifted into a stoic mask, devoid of emotion. Chapter 29 is intriguing. The martial artists around remained unaware of Satan's internal musings. However, upon witnessing his impassive demeanor, they found him even more enigmatic. Hey, Tien Shinhan, we're over here. You've come at last. It's been ages. At that moment, from the other side of the crowd, Goku waved his arms, beckoning Tien Shinhan over. 3 years had passed, and Goku had transformed from a mere child into a strikingly handsome young man. Tien Shinhan glanced over and noticed Bulma, gazing adoringly at the now dashing Goku. However, once Tien Shinhan approached, Bulma's gaze wavered. Unsure of where to direct her affections, Goku had matured into a fine young man, and astonishingly, Tien Shinhan had also become quite handsome. Oh dear, who should I choose? Bulma sighed, torn between her admiration for both. In that moment, she glanced at Krillin, relieved that he still appeared small and unremarkable. Hey Bulma, what kind of look is that? I was merely frozen for a year and then revived. Which means I'm actually a year younger than Goku now. Just wait for a year, and I'll be sprouting up too. Unlike Goku, who is somewhat oblivious in this regard, Krillin immediately sensed Bulma's lingering gaze upon him and became defensive. Jumping up to explain. All right, you'll grow taller. I believe in you, okay? Bulma replied dismissively, attempting to placate Krillin. Meanwhile, Goku turned his head and looked at Krillin's head. Krillin, even if you grow taller, you'll still be bald. It won't make you any more handsome. Tien Shinhan chuckled at the banter. Sometimes, the deepest wounds are inflicted by those closest to us. Krillin clutched his chest, feeling a pang of heartache, despite knowing that Goku's words were unintentional. Gazing at Tien's dashing hairstyle, envy filled Krillin's eyes. Should I also grow my hair and style it when I return? I've heard that a center part can reflect the charm of a mature man. Perhaps I shall secretly cultivate a stunning center part to astonish them. With this thought, Krillin revealed a sly smile. Goku, I've told you before, I'm not bald. I shave my head myself. However, just as Krillin was explaining, Goku's attention had already shifted back to Tien. Sensing the immense energy emanating from Tien, he realized that he was certainly not a match for him at this moment. He was bewildered by how Tien had trained over the past 3 years to elevate his energy to a level that was beyond Goku's complete perception. This was evidently beyond the range of his sensory abilities. That you've become stronger, Tien. Even though he recognized that the total amount of energy within him was far inferior to Tien's, Goku felt an exhilarating thrill. For him, the mightier the opponent, the more it ignited his fighting spirit. Even in the face of defeat, he would boldly challenge with all his might, pushing beyond his limits. This is who Son Goku is. Embodying the spirit of all true martial artists, Tien was momentarily taken aback by Goku's words, reflecting that although his secluded training had been somewhat lackadaisical, he had indeed grown stronger. However, faced with Goku's compliment, he could not narcissistically claim that he had become significantly stronger. In the spirit of reciprocity, Tien scrutinized Goku. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, he could discern that Goku's vitality had improved considerably compared to 3 years ago. You've also grown stronger, Goku. This mutual flattery, though Tien was not particularly adept at it, he at least knew the basics. Furthermore, he imagined that Goku's strength had undoubtedly reached remarkable heights over the past 3 years. It was very likely that Goku had left him far behind in terms of power. Nevertheless, Tien was unconcerned. As long as he saw Goku and the others thriving in their strength, he felt reassured. After all, any enemies looking to wreak havoc on Earth would first have to contend with Goku and his companions. I am eagerly anticipating our encounter, Tien. Upon hearing Tien's response, Goku's fighting spirit surged even more, causing his entire body to tremble with excitement. You don't know. I want to be participating in this martial arts tournament. I have retreated into seclusion. What would it mean for me to join the martial arts event now? My martial arts practice is merely a part of my life now. I have other significant matters to attend to. Tien was momentarily taken aback by Goku's statement, quickly realizing that he had yet to inform Goku and the others of his decision not to participate in the tournament. What? Hearing Tien's response, Goku, Krillin, and even Yamcha, who had just arrived after being preoccupied with chasing girls, were all stunned. They had heard about Tien's retreat, but had not anticipated such a complete withdrawal. Greetings, friends of the Master. This time, the martial arts tournament will be represented by the Master's chief disciple, Mr. Satan. Although I have only mastered a small portion of the Master's ultimate techniques, if everyone is eager to engage in battle with the Master, I believe I can step in and let you down. Tien, upon seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, was about to explain further when Satan preemptively patted his chest, presenting himself with an air of confidence. Stand down, Satan. You are being overly presumptuous. Merely having trained with me for a year does not qualify you to challenge Goku and the others. That is truly beyond your capabilities. Tien felt his face flush with embarrassment at Satan's brazen attitude. This fellow was making him lose face. After all, he himself was hardly a match for Goku at this point. Satan had learned less than 30% of his techniques, and yet he dared to boast so boldly. Indeed, he should never have taken Satan as a disciple. This guy was truly ignorant of his limits. Very well, Master, I shall retreat. Upon hearing Tien's reprimand, Satan, who had just been boldly flaunting his prowess before Goku and the others, promptly fell into line, retreating to stand behind. I understand now. The Master must be conveying that rather than boast, it is better to prove my worth to his friends through my own strength. Is this the approach of understated luxury? The Master truly understands me and is considerate of my interests. Do not worry, Master. I will certainly perform well on the competition stage and not bring you shame. Standing behind Tien, Satan secretly reveled in his understanding that I apologize. Due to certain lengthy reasons, I have taken on this inept disciple that he lacks the ability to sense energy and is unfamiliar with all of you. So he is unaware of your strengths. Please do not take offense. Tien smiled as he explained to Goku and the others. However, after exchanging glances, Goku and the others scrutinized Satan more closely to their surprise. They sensed a formidable energy from him, one that was not far off from their own. This disciple, named Satan, possesses such strength. It seems Tien has indeed reached a higher level of power. So, does this mean we must first defeat his disciple before we can challenge him? How intriguing! Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha, all disciples of Master Roshi, exchanged knowing smiles, each discerning the unspoken thoughts of the others that I in that moment. The previously directed fighting spirit towards Tien shifted silently among the three of them that T.O. seized the opportunity to battle Tien. They must establish a victor in this martial arts tournament. After all, Tien had merely stated he would not participate. He had never claimed he would not accept their challenges. Chapter 30. I am Satan. I remain low-key. Tien observed the sudden shift in the fighting spirit of the three with a hint of bewilderment. However, as long as they did not entertain the notion of coercing him to register for the competition, he was indifferent. Tien chose not to dwell on the fervent spirits of Goku and the others, but instead turned his gaze to scan the crowd. Before long, he spotted the individual he was searching for, a tall, slender man, tightly wrapped yet still revealing his green visage. This must be Piccolo, right? From his appearance, he seemed little changed, but his fighting prowess would only be revealed once he stepped into the arena. Tien swiftly located the towering Piccolo among the throngs. He remembered well that due to his intervention, this Piccolo was no longer the same as the original. He had emerged from a magic egg the size of a quail's egg. Let us hope he isn't developed poorly. Otherwise, the Dragon Ball warriors may lose a valuable backup. As Tianjin Fan meticulously scrutinized Piccolo, the latter, sensing an unspoken tension, turned his head. Indeed, within Piccolo's gaze, Tianjin Fan discerned a palpable intensity of combat spirit directed not only towards him, but also towards Wukong. It appeared that during the previous battle, the vengeful energy of the Demon King Piccolo had been predominantly concentrated on both Tianjin Fan and Wukong. At this moment, it was evident that Piccolo had recognized them as his adversaries. Tianjin Fan averted his gaze from Piccolo, understanding that as long as Piccolo remained an antagonist, further engagement was unwarranted. Just then, Wukong, following Tianjin Fan's line of sight, caught sight of the towering Piccolo. However, due to the distance, he could not clearly discern Piccolo's face, only vaguely identifying that the figure had a green head. Wow, it looks like he has a frog's head, Wukong exclaimed in surprise upon spotting Piccolo from afar. Having encountered various anthropomorphic beings on Earth, dog-headed, cat-headed, bear-headed, this was his first encounter with one possessing a frog-like head. Tianjin Fan, taken aback by Wukong's exclamation, glanced back at Piccolo, only to observe that nearly simultaneously, Piccolo's body staggered slightly. Clearly, even the faint sound of Wukong's utterance had reached his keen ears. Upon confirming Piccolo's presence, Tianjin Fan prepared to withdraw his gaze, but just as he did, he noticed a bespectacled middle-aged man with a small mustache registering for the martial arts tournament. The slightly intoxicated appearance of the man in black-framed glasses seemed somewhat familiar to Tianjin Fan, yet he could not quite place it. I hereby declare the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers upon hearing the familiar opening remarks from the blonde, sunglasses-clad host. The atmosphere of the tournament venue surged to exhilarating heights in an instant. The first contestant to take the stage is our recurring participant, King Choppa. The audience has undoubtedly witnessed King Choppa's prowess in the past few tournaments, where he once claimed the championship title. Though he fell short of the top 8 in the last competition, he remains a formidable presence. Let us examine the schedule. Who is this unfortunate soul destined to face him so early on? As the golden-haired host, renowned for his expertise, recognized King Choppa's name, he immediately sought to evoke the audience's memories of him, igniting the atmosphere further. The excitement in the venue escalated to a new pinnacle. And despite the day's mild temperature, the crowd was ablaze with enthusiasm, drenched in sweat. They collectively directed their attention towards the newly unveiled match scheduled. Oh, I see it's the contestant Satan. It seems this is his first appearance at our World Martial Arts Tournament. And he has met with King Choppa right from the start. I believe we all share the same apprehension for him. However, until Satan showcases his abilities, anything could transpire on the tournament stage. Let us eagerly anticipate the performance of our newcomer, Satan. The golden-haired host's prowess in engaging the audience was commendable. He expressed optimism regarding familiar contenders while refraining from making absolute declarations about the newcomers. Moreover, he adeptly utilized the inherent disadvantage faced by new contestants, skillfully rallying the audience's sympathy and immersing them deeper into the riveting competition. This strategy not only heightened the stakes of the match, but also intensified the electric atmosphere, mitigating the risk of an anticlimactic outcome. Having perfected this art of hosting over numerous tournaments, the golden-haired host was well-versed. Yet this time, upon introducing Satan, he noted an unexpected lack of sympathy from the audience regarding Satan's apparent disadvantage. To his astonishment, more spectators seemed to favor Satan than King Choppa. What could this mean? Was this individual, named Satan, particularly esteemed among the audience? Although the anticipated effect had not materialized due to unforeseen circumstances, it did not amount to a hosting failure. The golden-haired host realized that there must be some information about Satan that he was unaware of. Thus, refraining from further commentary, he promptly announced the commencement of the match. Gazing at Satan, who had just taken the stage, the golden-haired host couldn't help but frown. This Satan bore a striking resemblance to King Choppa, albeit with a significantly fairer complexion and appearing younger. Yet what was with his hair? How could it be that while King Choppa's voluminous, dark locks flourished despite his older age, Satan's hair was already sparse? As the golden-haired host listened intently to the murmurs of the audience, he silently speculated, "You're the newcomer, so you should make the first move. After all, it'd be a shame to participate in a martial arts tournament without seizing the opportunity to strike." King Choppa, recognizing a shared fondness for the explosive hairstyle in the young man before him, kindly encouraged Satan to initiate the bout. However, upon hearing King Choppa's words, Satan stood motionless, his expression as impassive as a poker face, devoid of any sign of fear or excitement. Behold, truly a disciple of the previous champion, Tianjin, he faces a formidable opponent without a hint of trepidation. He must possess great confidence in his abilities. Unmoved and inscrutable, he was indeed a powerful martial artist. Even if he were to lose the match, he had already triumphed psychologically, having gained the upper hand over King Choppa in spirit. The caliber of martial artists of the World Martial Arts Tournament evidently increased with each iteration. The audience buzzed with discussion, increasingly convinced of Satan's uniqueness, suggesting he was far from an ordinary individual. Due to his newly stylish hair, Tianjin was recognized by few, apart from those who had previously encountered him. At that moment, alongside Wukong and others, he overheard the audience's chatter, feeling somewhat speechless, realizing that this fellow had not shed his penchant for drawing attention. Even Wukong and his companions seemed convinced of Satan's assured victory, causing Tianjin to wish he could burrow into the ground out of embarrassment. He simply hoped that Satan would not falter due to overconfidence, at the very least showcasing some of the techniques he had taught him. However, in the next instant, the events on stage unfolded in a manner Tianjin had hoped to avoid. "Humph, since you disdain to make the first move, then I shall take the initiative." Although King Choppa harbored a sense of camaraderie towards Satan's hairstyle. Witnessing Satan at this moment, silent, arms crossed, and eyes shut, filled him with immense indignation. And no longer holding back, he unleashed his ultimate technique, resolute in delivering a severe lesson to this arrogant youth, reminding him of who the true veteran with the explosive hairstyle was. The eight-hand fist. In an instant, the spectators beheld King Choppa's hands darting through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, as if he had sprouted 8 limbs simultaneously. The rapid-fire punches rained down upon Satan like a relentless machine gun, causing Tianjin to avert his gaze. Unable to watch further, a piercing scream echoed, and a figure was sent hurtling out of the arena. To Tianjin astonishment, it was not the motionless Satan who had been posing for the onslaught, but rather the fiercely attacking King Choppa who had been thrown out. As the assault ceased, Satan finally opened his eyes to glance at Tianjin. "Master, I neither spoke nor struck, nor did I make any conspicuous movements. Surely, I have been sufficiently low-key," he mused inwardly, silently commending himself for adhering to Tianjin advice to be more discreet. Chapter 31. Enemies on a narrow path, how formidable. The spectators surrounding the martial arts arena could think of nothing else after witnessing Satan's recent display. They had envisioned countless scenarios in which Satan might vanquish King Gappa, but the sight of him standing still with closed eyes, effortlessly launching King Gappa from the arena, had never crossed their minds. Moreover, upon turning back to glance at King Gappa, they discovered that it was not merely a simple ejection. King Gappa had actually succumbed to unconsciousness during that very moment of being flung away. Foam escaping his lips, clearly a sign of having been knocked out. What does it mean to be formidable? This is what it means. What does it mean to be imposing? This is what it means. In that instant, the name Satan etched itself into the minds of all present. Although Tien Shinhan did not participate in this tournament, the fact that he was Satan's master quickly spread like wildfire among the spectators. I hereby declare the victor of the first match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament to be Satan. Given the confidence displayed by the audience in Satan's performance, it was evident that they already recognized his identity. Indeed, he was the esteemed disciple of the previous champion, Tien Shinhan. Surely, none had forgotten the excitement of the last tournament. Though Tien Shinhan himself did not compete this time, he brought along his prized pupil. Let us all anticipate Satan's extraordinary performance in this year's martial arts tournament. The golden-haired host, having gleaned Satan's identity from the audience's discussions, rushed onto the stage to announce. His words resonated. The atmosphere around the arena surged to a fervent climax. Satan, Satan, Satan. The crowd erupted into spontaneous cheers, with supporters of Satan emerging among the audience, and the name resonating as the dominant melody of the arena. Wow, Satan's popularity is astounding. Tien Shinhan, I never expected you to have taught such a remarkable disciple in such a short time. Goku and the others found themselves overwhelmed by the chorus of Satan's name. Astonished. Furthermore, Satan's recent display had captured their attention, compelling them to regard him with newfound seriousness. Goku, with a playful nudge of his elbow, remarked teasingly to Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan, who had been troubled by Satan's penchant for showing off, was taken aback to realize that the outcome had indeed resulted in Satan effortlessly sending King Gappa flying. When did this kid become so powerful? He pondered, returning to reality thanks to Goku's gesture. Haha, he's just a bit more resilient and has tougher skin, which is why he withstood King Gappa's assault, Tien Shinhan casually explained. Yet, as the words left his lips, a revelation dawned upon him. Perhaps that was indeed the case. After all, in the narrative, Satan was a remarkable individual, one who had survived a blow from Kid Buu. With this thought, Tien Shinhan concluded that Satan's unwavering stance against King Gappa, his ultimate technique, was not so surprising after all. King Gappa and Majin Buu were hardly comparable, were they? Plus, Satan had been consuming the ingredients Tien Shinhan provided daily and had trained in martial arts for an entire year. It was only natural for him to have grown stronger. With this in mind, Tien Shinhan recalled the versatile capsules he had brought. Once the tournament concluded, he would remember to share some of the ingredients with Goku and the others. Although the enhancement effects of these ingredients might be negligible, they would still contribute in some way. Moreover, Tien Shinhan had plans for the ingredients he cultivated that had the potential to enhance strength. After the tournament, he could periodically deliver a batch of these ingredients to Goku and his companions. After all, he could never consume all of them alone, and sharing would ensure they were better equipped to protect the Earth. What could be better than that? He firmly believed that, over time, his offerings would help Goku and the others become slightly stronger due to his assistance. The golden-haired host, having ignited the atmosphere to a fever pitch with Satan's performance in the first match, proceeded with a series of successful contests. The surrounding spectators maintained their fervor, mirroring the intensity of the battles on the martial arts stage. Following Satan's match, it was Goku's turn to compete. As the runner-up of the previous tournament, Goku's rapid growth over the past 3 years left many unable to recognize him, but also sparked yet another surge in the atmosphere. Goku's opponent was a dinosaur man. Had this been the former little Goku, he might have needed to exert some effort. However, after training on Korin Tower and in the Heavenly Temple, along with 3 years of relentless practice, Goku knocked his opponent out of the ring with a single kick that, in an instant, discussions ignited among the audience about who would emerge as the champion of this tournament, Satan or Goku. How wonderful! With the rivalry between Satan and Goku, this tournament promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The golden-haired host clutched his microphone tightly, quivering with excitement. The previous tournament's final match between Tien Shinhan and Goku had been the most thrilling he had ever witnessed, and he hoped to see a battle this time that would rival that intensity. After all, the fights of Goku and his companions had raised the standards, making it hard for him to find excitement in the matches of ordinary martial artists. Meanwhile, after stepping off the stage, Satan returned to stand respectfully behind Tien Shinhan, striking a pose he deemed modest, who knew that being low-key could elicit such fervent cheers from the crowd. Indeed, the master is truly a master. It appears that this is the advantage of maintaining a low profile. Fear not, master. I shall certainly continue to uphold this, as Satan listened to the fervent support from the audience surrounding him. He gazed at Tien Shinhan with eyes filled with admiration. The benefits of being understated, which the master had emphasized to him time and again over the past year, seemed to finally dawn on him. Who knew that such humility could evoke such a euphoric sensation? Satan felt as though he had developed an addiction to this modesty. Master, does this newfound humility bring me a step closer to your realm? He pondered, only to shake his head in reverence. No. Merely entertaining such thoughts would already be an act of arrogance. The master's realm is one that I cannot hope to approach with but a single successful act of modesty. I must set a small goal first, to succeed in being low-key 1,000 times. With this thought, Satan closed his eyes, nodding in satisfaction, secretly applauding his brilliant idea. The competition had now progressed to a crucial juncture, drawing near to the top 8 of the tournament. Let us now turn our attention to the contestants of the upcoming match. First, we welcome the highly anticipated rising star of the tournament. Satan, as the golden-haired host called out Satan's name once more, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted around the arena. Could it be that this young man possesses some mystical ability to garner popularity? How could he have gained such overwhelming support so swiftly? Tien Shinhan felt the surrounding atmosphere, which was even more fervent than when he had truly claimed victory in the previous martial arts tournament. The audience's enthusiasm for contestant Satan is indeed remarkable. Now, let us see who his opponent will be. Here he comes. Satan's contender is none other than the legendary assassin, Tao Bai. No, he should now be referred to as the android Tao Bai. The golden-haired host glanced across to Satan's opponent and began his introduction. Mind your words, golden-haired lad. It is not merely once was. Whether in the past, present, or future, there can only ever be one true assassin. And that is I, Tao Bai. Tao Bai, clad in a long robe with one hand resting behind him, glared coldly at the golden-haired host. Had his eyes not been transformed into a pair of lens tubes, the host would surely have witnessed the chilling, murderous intent within his gaze. Tao Bai, you have indeed made your appearance. Opposite him, Satan clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming battle spirit enveloping him. Only you, I can never forgive. Casting aside the need to maintain his earlier low profile, Satan roared and charged directly at the android Tao Bai the moment the match commenced. Chapter 32. Do not insult my master. Oh, it seems you harbor a grudge against me. Upon seeing the furious outrage radiating from Satan, Tao Bai immediately realized that this explosive-haired youth, whose hair was somewhat thinning, must have a personal vendetta against him. Perhaps he was someone whose significant individuals he had slain in the past. Yet, Tao Bai was unconcerned. As the world's #1 assassin, he had taken countless lives, apart from those targets who had offered substantial rewards later on. He could hardly recall the majority of those who had perished at his hands out of course. There was also that detestable little imp, Sun Wukong, whose interference had forced him into this peculiar android form. However, he was quite satisfied with this new body, which was equipped with various assassination mechanisms, proving to be even more suitable for his role than his original physique. He was confident that when he encountered Sun Wukong again, he would be able to exact his vengeance personally. His participation in this grand martial arts tournament was, in fact, aimed squarely at that little rascal Sun Wukong. Now, let us first deal with you. This insolent brat who has somehow incurred my wrath. Tao Bai remained with one hand behind his back, observing the charging Satan as he pointed his fingers like a sword. Hit! With a cold expression, Tao Bai watched as his finger's strike met the oncoming Satan. The speed at which Satan approached took him by surprise. However, in his fury, this young man had chosen a reckless frontal assault. This, in the eyes of the android Tao Bai, was tantamount to seeking death in the presence of the world's #1 assassin. Even the slightest flaw could become the crucial blow that heralds the end. The strike landed directly on the side of Satan's neck. Rest peacefully. I could see the moment Tao Bai's strike connected with Satan. He prepared to turn and exit the stage, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. As for the tournament's rule against killing, he had little regard for such foolish regulations. Bang! However, in the next instant, instead of collapsing as he should have upon being struck, Satan remained entirely unaffected, charging forth like a bull that had caught sight of a red cape. With a resounding impact, Tao Bai was sent tumbling backward over 10 meters, performing several somersaults in midair before finally staggering to a halt at the edge of the tournament arena. How is this possible? Is this brat's body made of iron? Never mind that I used a finger strike. Even if I'd used my tongue, that blow should have been lethal. Why is this fellow completely unscathed? Wait, it's definitely his chi. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter a mere child who had already cultivated chi. Has the standard of contestants in the world's #1 martial arts tournament risen to such heights during my absence? The android Tao Bai pressed his hand firmly against his chest. Satan's earlier charge had not only knocked him back, but had also inflicted internal injuries. He had no doubt that if he were to loosen his grip, a mouthful of blood would uncontrollably spew forth. The world's #1 assassin had been forced to vomit blood by an obscure bald youth. What remains of his dignity, as he gazed with grave concern at the still furious Satan? Tao Bai felt a mixture of shock and confusion to his knowledge. Within the martial arts sects of Earth, very few could cultivate chi. Among the most renowned were the Turtle Hermit, that foul old man, and himself from the Crane School. So, which sect does this young Satan belong to? At that moment, Tao Bai slightly regretted isolating himself in the contestants' lounge to maintain an air of mystery, thus missing the opportunity to observe the match. Consequently, he was entirely unaware of the background of this young man named Satan. Well done, Satan. As expected of the previous champion Tianjin fan's disciple, go forth and defeat this unholy creature. Yet at that moment, the audience erupted into cheers for Satan's impressive display. Through their exclamations, Tao Bai learned of Satan's origins. So you were the disciple of that traitor Tianjin fan. How fortuitous. My objectives this time, aside from that little rascal Sun Wukong, include settling the score with his unworthy disciple. Peach Bai revealed a sinister smile as he continued to mock Satan. From their brief skirmish, or rather, from a moment he was unilaterally sent flying, he had discerned that Satan's strength was on par with his own. Engaging him directly could likely lead to his defeat. Yet, as an assassin, he excelled at identifying his opponent's weaknesses and delivering a fatal blow. He recognized Satan's reckless nature. With a slight provocation, he could easily incite him. Indeed, upon hearing Peach Bai's taunts, Satan, already clouded by rage, lost all capacity for rational thought. He fixed his gaze on Peach Bai, preparing to charge once more. Now was the moment. A sly smile crept across Peach Bai's face. Alarmingly, Wukong and the others in the audience quickly discerned Peach Bai's intention to launch a surprise attack. In the next instant, several hidden darts shot forth rapidly from his sleeves. Moreover, to ensure a decisive strike against Satan, he propelled his mechanical arm alongside the darts. Die! Peach Bai shouted, his expression one of ferocity and madness. Yet in the very next moment, his frenzy abruptly ceased, for Satan had effortlessly caught the darts and his mechanical arm. How is this possible? Peach Bai stared in disbelief at Satan. What do you mean, how is this possible? When I learned you were my master's former disciple, I thought you would be formidable. If merely catching these projectiles astonishes you, it seems you are not as impressive as I presumed. This is a far cry from my master's ability to catch bullets with his bare hands. Satan casually tossed aside the darts and mechanical arm, looking down on Peach Bai with disdain. Peach Bai felt utterly speechless. The speed at which his darts and mechanical arm were launched was several times faster than a bullet. How dare this fellow compare my attack to a mere bullet? That is an affront to my prowess. In stark contrast, the audience gazed at Satan in admiration. For most of these ordinary people, bullets represented the pinnacle of speed. Upon hearing Satan mention the remarkable skill of catching bullets with bare hands, their astonishment surpassed even the revelation of anyone possessing immense battle power. For them, the speed of a bullet was the ultimate limit of what they could comprehend. While they knew light traveled faster, it was intangible, making it difficult to compare or fully grasp. Thus, when Satan spoke of Tien Shinhan's ability to catch bullets, the crowd erupted in gasps of awe. Tien Shinhan, caught in the throng, was utterly taken aback. Even Master Roshi had already demonstrated the ability to obliterate the moon, and now, far surpassing him, Tien Shinhan found himself lauded for something as trivial as catching bullets. You've acquired an impressive skill set, yet all you do is engage in villainy, and oh wonder Master refuses to remain with your sect. He recalled feeling enraged upon seeing Peach bye-bye, a wrath that had clouded his judgment. But now he had regained his composure, remembering his master's teachings. Though Master had advised him to be low-key, how could such a person dare to insult his master? Even if he faced repercussions later, he was determined to avenge his master's honor. The level of his mastery was beyond your imagination. After Peach bye-bye's attempt at a sneak attack, Satan had ironically calmed down. Yet he could not allow Peach bye-bye's slander of Tien Shinhan to go unchallenged. Channeling all his strength into his fist, Satan unleashed the afterimage technique he had learned from Tianjin Fan, in an instant. A circle of Satan's afterimages surrounded Peach bye-bye, leaving him unable to discern reality from illusion. Damn it, super whole wave. Peach bye-bye realized he could not differentiate between the genuine and the false, and he shouted, spinning around and launching his new ultimate move. Faster, more powerful, with shorter pauses, like a laser beam. The super whole wave's beams struck each of Satan's afterimages almost simultaneously. Offense is the best defense. I shall see how you will break through this absolute defense. However, in the next moment, one of the super whole waves, as Peach bye-bye had anticipated, struck Satan's solid form. Satan, with his iron fist infused with all his might, charged forward with an unstoppable momentum, causing the super whole wave's laser beam to vanish within the gale of his punch. Satan swung his fist. With a powerful shout, Peach bye-bye was struck hard. His body contorted into a shrimp-like shape, and his mouth gaped open in an O. Even the tube that replaced his eyes was dislodged from its socket. The victor of this match is Satan. Chapter 33. Truly underdeveloped amidst the announcer's proclamation, the arena erupted once more into frenzied cheers. The names Satan and Tien Shinhan echoed repeatedly. Tien Shinhan, amidst the fervent applause, felt that he was hearing accolades concerning himself more often than when he personally participated in the competition. This guy Satan is something else, Tien Shinhan mused silently. He had merely intended to observe discreetly, to strengthen his bonds with Wukong and the others after the martial arts tournament and share the items he had brought. Yet, due to Satan's antics, he found himself thrust into the spotlight without having done anything at all. This inexplicable experience of gaining immense honor reminded Tien Shinhan of Satan's accidental rise to fame as a world hero within the storyline. It felt exhilarating, as if under the warm sun. A salted fish hanging from the eaves was effortlessly flipped by a gentle breeze, basking evenly in the light. Thus, surrounded by the cheers, Tien Shinhan became less concerned about Satan's penchant for seeking attention. Furthermore, he could see that Satan had clearly had the chance to disregard the tournament's rules and eliminate Peach bye-bye. Yet he had not. In fact, after Peach bye-bye disparaged Tien Shinhan, Satan even regained the rationality that had been clouded by hatred following the murder of his previous master. T.O. remained a disciple under Tien Shinhan. He had let go of his obsession. Instead of continuing to dwell on the hatred for Peach bye-bye, who had killed his former master, he had used Peach bye-bye's insults against Tien Shinhan as a justification to deliver a fierce punch. This punch symbolized victory. By the time Peach bye-bye was carried away, he was already on the verge of unconsciousness. Well then, since you are unwilling to act, it seems I must take some responsibility as your master. After all, I have no habit of leaving potential threats unchecked. With that, Tien Shinhan excused himself under the pretense of needing to use the restroom, temporarily leaving the crowd's sight, just as Tien Shinhan departed. The 8 finalists of this martial arts tournament were determined. Aside from Wukong, the 3 of them, and Satan, the other 4 contenders were Piccolo, Shun, Chi-Chi, and Yodali. Approximately half an hour later, Tien Shinhan returned to the martial arts arena. Almost simultaneously, the event organizers received distressing news from the hospital. The contestant Tao Bai, who had been taken away by an ambulance, had mysteriously vanished. Whether he was alive or dead remained unknown to them. Furthermore, the events that transpired after the conclusion of the competition could not be attributed to the participating contestants. Even if it were ultimately discovered that Tao Bai had perished, the matter would bear no relation to his opponent. As Tien Shinhan cast his gaze back upon the ring, he found Krillin engaged in a fierce battle with Piccolo. At the same time, he noticed an additional young girl among his familiar companions. The girl, clad in a cerulean martial arts robe with slits, radiated an aura of youthful vibrancy. It was none other than Chi that moment. She stood bashfully behind Goku, her face flushed with crimson. It turned out that several matches had taken place during the brief interlude after Tien Shinhan's departure. The fight between Goku and Chi was devoid of suspense. Yet the drama stemming from a childhood bet leading to a long search for a husband captivated the audience. Satan encountered Nyodali, whom he had met upon arriving at the martial arts venue. Both Nyodali and Chi enjoyed favorable fortunes, advancing to the top 8 without encountering particularly formidable opponents. However, when Nyodali faced Satan, he was swiftly eliminated. What left Tien Shinhan somewhat regretful was having missed the previous match. That it was only through Goku's explanation that he recalled a middle-aged man with a small mustache, whom he had found vaguely familiar. This man was, in fact, the divine fighter disguised by the god of earth. The divine fighter had faced Yamcha, who, under Tien Shinhan's prior arrangements, had received guidance from the god of earth alongside Goku. It appeared that this early instruction bore fruit, as Yamcha had astonishingly managed to send the divine fighter flying out of the arena with his masterfully honed energy sphere, although the victory was hard-won and attributed partly to the divine being's inability to exert full power through a mortal vessel. Yamcha's triumph over the divine fighter still left Tien Shinhan both astonished and gratified. Indeed, my initial decision was correct. Goku and the others had received the god of earth's guidance ahead of time, rendering them significantly stronger than their counterparts in the original storyline. The only one whose abilities remained largely unchanged was Krillin. Due to his ceremonial sacrifice, he had been resurrected a year later through the Dragon Balls by Goku and the others. By that time, Goku and Yamcha had already completed their guidance from the god of earth and had dispersed for individual training. Thus, upon his resurrection, Krillin had not been able to benefit from the divine instruction through his association with Tien Shinhan. Although he had scaled Karen Tower and undergone some training there, it did not significantly differ from his original storyline self. As Tien Shinhan contemplated this, he turned his attention back to Piccolo, who was currently engaged in an intense battle against him in the arena. It appeared that Krillin's lack of significant improvement was not entirely a negative outcome. At the very least, he could assess, based on Krillin's current strength, whether this Piccolo had indeed suffered from developmental deficiencies due to Tien Shinhan's earlier interventions. Kamehameha, as Krillin, with a face smeared with dust and dirt, struggled to unleash a wave of energy. Managing to take down Piccolo, Tien Shinhan was convinced. This Piccolo had indeed been adversely affected by his actions. I knew it. This Piccolo, hatched from a quail egg, Tien Shinhan felt a twinge of concern. In the original plot, although Piccolo had also failed to keep pace with Goku, he had played an indispensable role in several major battles. Apart from Goku and the others, Piccolo was the only Dragon Ball warrior capable of holding his own against formidable foes. Now, with Piccolo's diminished prowess, it meant he had effectively rendered the strongest substitute among the Dragon Ball warriors ineffectual. Would Goku and Yamcha's enhanced strength, compared to the original storyline, compensate for Piccolo's weakened state? Tien Shinhan hoped that the overall combat strength of Goku and the others would at least reach a balanced level akin to that of the original narrative. Only then could Earth repeatedly navigate crises without necessitating his involvement. Yet, faced with Piccolo's developmental shortcomings, he found himself in doubt. Never mind. Do I not possess ingredients that could slightly enhance their abilities? Perhaps I could provide them with a bit more to accelerate their strength's growth. As Tien Shinhan mused, the arena prepared for the most anticipated battle among the spectators, the climactic showdown of this martial arts tournament. Due to the considerable exertion in their prior matches, Both Krillin and Yamcha were swiftly defeated when pitted against Satan and Goku. The ultimate showdown unfolded just as predicted at the tournament's opening, erupting between the two most favored seed contestants. What we are about to witness is the final match of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. The esteemed disciple of the last tournament's champion, Tien Shinhan, Satan, faces off against the runner-up, Sun Wukong. Although 3 years have passed, I believe everyone still vividly remembers the intense battle that erupted between Tien Shinhan and Sun Wukong 3 years ago. Now, as Tien Shinhan's disciple, can Satan and Sun Wukong recreate the thrilling spectacle of 3 years prior? Let's await the outcome. The finals begin. Chapter 34. A mismatched final. Tien Shinhan was utterly astonished at Satan's advancement to the finals. He never anticipated that this young man would achieve such a feat. Although luck played a part in avoiding powerful adversaries, he had indeed given it his all, observing Satan on the arena. Tien Shinhan felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite some lingering resentment regarding the disruption Satan had brought to his tranquil life, after a year of camaraderie, it was impossible to deny the bond that had formed between them as master and disciple. To witness his disciple standing upon the grand stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament's finals stirred emotions within Tien Shinhan. He was aware that Satan's decision not to eliminate Tao Bai was a reflection of the agreement they had previously established. Their master-disciple relationship would persist only until the point where Satan avenged Tao Bai. Thus, in order to maintain their bond, Satan restrained his vengeful impulses, contenting himself with merely defeating Tao Bai. Tien Shinhan held no particular feelings for Tao Bai. In fact, he had not even encountered him since arriving in this world. The only connection lay within the memories shared with the original host. Hence, he had unhesitatingly departed earlier to fulfill Satan's desire for revenge. As for the matter of severing their master-disciple relationship, Tien Shinhan had no intention of broaching it again. After all, habit is a formidable force. Throughout this year, although Satan's presence required him to dedicate an additional 2 hours each day to impart martial arts knowledge, he had grown accustomed to this newly stabilized life, including the companionship of Lan Chi over the past year. Tien Shinhan found himself reluctant to disrupt this newly formed equilibrium. Of course, while he felt a sense of pride in Satan's performance, he was not convinced that Satan could genuinely defeat Goku to claim the championship. After all, as his master, Tien Shinhan possessed only a limited level of skill. Satan was no prodigy, he was merely resilient. So how could he possibly triumph over Goku? Let me see just how far you can go. Tien Shinhan gazed expectantly at the two combatants in the arena. Indeed, this generation of martial artists is truly remarkable. It seems I need not concern myself with Piccolo's situation any longer. That moment, a visibly inebriated figure, the one possessed by the celestial deity, suddenly sighed beside Tien Shinhan. Both were tacitly aware of the divine identity he bore. Who knows, perhaps even more formidable adversaries will emerge in the future. Nevertheless, with Goku and the others around, it should not pose much of a problem. By the way, Krillin has yet to receive your guidance. Has he? We cannot leave him behind. After all, the more hands we have, the better. You wish for Earth to be safer, do you not? Tien Shinhan did not turn to look at the celestial possessed fighter, but instead kept his gaze fixed on the arena. Seemingly indifferent as he spoke, the deity nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I shall take your suggestion under serious consideration. However, as I have previously stated, I possess neither the interest nor the capability to partake in this matter. You should place your hopes on Goku and his companions. From your prior encounters, you must have discerned their innate talents, seeing that the deity had, after 3 years, resumed his endeavor to persuade him to become Earth's guardian. Tien Shinhan quickly cut him off. Even though he had grown accustomed to the inclusion of Satan and Lan Chi in his laid-back life, he still wished to avoid the terrifying battles associated with Goku. Such confrontations, in his view, had surpassed the limits of his capabilities. Observing Tien Shinhan's unwavering resolve, the deity refrained from further persuasion. Over the past 3 years, he had noticed some intriguing changes on Earth. Changes that aligned with his expectations. Regardless of Tien Shinhan's involvement in the battles, as long as he remained on Earth, it would inevitably become increasingly secure. Did you truly only study martial arts with Tien Shinhan for 1 year? On the arena, Goku stood face to face with Satan. Once again sensing the immense energy within Satan, Goku could not help but seek confirmation. Indeed, last year at Penguin Mountain, my master rescued me from bandits. Throughout this past year, I have been learning various martial arts by his side. Although I had previously studied some martial arts, I realized that what I learned before was merely scratching the surface compared to my master's teachings. You are a friend of my master, but do not hold back against me. This match is the final round, and I intend to unleash my full strength to showcase the fruits of my training. Upon mentioning Tianjin, admiration surfaced on Satan's previously poker-faced expression. Wow, you really have only studied for a year. To possess such immense energy in just 1 year, Tianjin's current strength must be truly unfathomable. Goku, upon hearing Satan's words, felt a surge of astonishment while simultaneously gauging Satan's strength to estimate Tianjin's current abilities. That, of course, we did encounter some villains during this year, yet I have never witnessed my master's limitations. Satan, seeing Goku's astonishment, could not help but exude pride on behalf of Tianjin. Thankfully, Tianjin's vision was exceptionally sharp, and he lacked the acute hearing of Piccolo. Thus, he remained oblivious to Satan's current flattery. Otherwise, he would surely wish to cover the mouth of this boastful individual. For someone of their caliber, to showcase their ultimate strength by dealing with bandits would be nothing short of ludicrous. The trivialities that Satan was so eagerly boasting about were merely mundane affairs. However, he had inadvertently encountered the naive Goku. Though Satan's example seemed somewhat trivial to him, Goku could still automatically deduce the significant improvement in Tianjin's abilities. Well, although I may not yet be a match for Tianjin, I am certainly up for this challenge. Your proposal aligns perfectly with my intentions. I will not hold back simply because you are Tianjin's disciple. Prepare yourself. With a mighty shout, Goku's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Moments later, 8 identical Gokus appeared simultaneously, surrounding Satan. Afterimage fist? I can do that too. Satan smirked confidently. He had learned this technique from Tianjin and had just employed it against Tao Bai. In an instant, amidst the encirclement of the 8 Gokus, 8 Satans also manifested simultaneously. Afterimage fist vs. Afterimage fist. In the blink of an eye, the audience witnessed a flurry of afterimages created by both Goku and Satan on the arena. Haha, it seems you have a decent grasp of the afterimage fist, Goku remarked, intrigued by Satan's use of the same technique against him. Of course, I have more than just this technique. Behold my solar fist. Satan declared triumphantly, as all 8 figures positioned their hands on their foreheads and shouted in unison. The next moment, the arena erupted in blinding light, compelling the surrounding audience to shut their eyes in agony. The radiant foreheads of the 8 afterimages of Satan simultaneously burst forth with dazzling white light. Can you even utilize the solar fist? Yet, while this technique might have been effective against my former self, it holds little significance for me now. Goku thought excitedly, promptly closing his eyes to heighten his sense of energy. Whoosh! As he heightened his perception, Satan's mouth curled into a grin, and the 8 afterimages surged toward Goku's last known position. In an instant, 7 of Goku's afterimages vanished, leaving only the real entity behind. Seeing this, Satan swiftly aimed a punch at Goku's physical form. Just as his fist was about to strike Goku, the latter slightly angled his body. Effortlessly evading Satan's attack. Satan lacks the ability to sense energy and does not possess vision like mine. It seems victory is imminent. Indeed, after Goku evaded the attack, he immediately followed up with a spinning kick that sent Satan staggering back 2 steps. Such formidable power, truly worthy of being my master's friend, Satan exclaimed, shaking his hand as he steadied himself a short distance away. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he realized Goku's assault was far from over. Goku had sensed the total amount of energy within Satan, knowing that a single kick would not harm him. Combat is not a turn-based game. That kick was merely the beginning, before Satan could even attempt to counterattack. Goku's relentless strikes came crashing down in rapid succession, that a flurry of punches and kicks kept Satan on the defensive, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Not only did he lack Goku's ability to perceive energy, but he also fell short in close-quarters combat experience. Retreating. Under Goku's tempestuous onslaught, Satan could only barely defend himself, with no opportunity to strike back. After being pushed back dozens of steps, Satan suddenly found his footing. It was not that he had discovered a flaw in Goku's technique to counterattack. Rather, he had reached the edge of the arena point one more step back, and he would fall out of the ring. He had nowhere left to retreat. How infuriating, truly a formidable rival to my master. He realized he could no longer retreat and concluded that he had no choice but to act decisively. Satan's half foot has already ventured beyond the edge of the ring. His sturdy forefoot tightly curled. Through the resilient training shoes, he firmly thrusts his toes to create a fissure in the ground, anchoring himself steadfastly at the ring's perimeter. Bang! This time, Satan does not evade. Instead, he absorbs Wukong's pursuing strike head-on. His body leans back under the immense force, yet he withstands Wukong's blow, thanks to his remarkable technique of digging in with his toes. Now is the moment. At last, having bravely endured Wukong's punch, Satan seizes the opportunity for his counterattack. He must act. Surrendering so easily would be a disgrace to his master. This was the singular thought that flashed through Satan's mind just before he resolved to withstand Wukong's punch. He has boasted countless times throughout his life, so much so that he sometimes forgets the extravagant tales he has spun. However, he will never forget matters concerning his master. He vividly recalls the promises made at the beginning, pledging alongside Wukong and others. Although his master does not participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament this time, as a disciple, he too can fulfill their eager desire for a contest, if he were merely to be suppressed by Wukong until eliminated. What would that say about the intensity of their duel? With that promise engraved in his heart, Satan, filled with unwavering conviction, successfully launches his counterattack. Fiery rapid-fire fist. Aura! 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 By trading blows, Satan's decision to take a punch astonishes Wukong. Moreover, Satan's retaliation strikes at the precise moment Wukong's strength from his previous punch is depleted. Caught off guard, Wukong is hit by Satan's fervent fiery rapid-fire fist. Thud, 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 thud. Each punch lands with a resonant thump on Wukong's chest, echoing in the hearts of the countless spectators surrounding them. Having witnessed Satan being cornered at the edge of the ring, they all presumed this long-anticipated final match would conclude rather blandly. Yet they did not expect Satan to erupt with a passionate counterattack amidst such dire straits. The fiery rapid-fire fist is not flamboyant. Each strike is straightforward and to the point. Its only characteristics are speed, precision, and ferocity, exuding a formidable aura. Satan begins to push forward against the staggered Wukong, point one step, 2 steps. After a series of fiery rapid-fire fists, both combatants nearly return to the center of the ring. To everyone's surprise, this young man has shown remarkable intelligence, understanding the importance of leveraging his strengths while avoiding his weaknesses that, in terms of skill, he could never hope to gain the upper hand against the experienced Wukong. Regarding deception and sensory perception, Wukong, endowed with the ability to sense his opponent's energy, is beyond Satan's league. Only in terms of endurance can Satan perhaps measure up to Wukong at this stage. Unexpectedly, this young man swiftly identifies his singular breakthrough point, even while being thoroughly suppressed. Tien Shinhan, observing Satan's counterattack, clenches his fists in quiet admiration. Watching this individual's performance stirs a primal warrior spirit within him. While fighting and killing may lack substantial meaning, the tenacity to cling to hope despite being cornered resonates deeply, even moving him, someone who had resolved to become a mere bystander, as they return to the center of the ring. The audience collectively exhales in relief. The recent flurry of attacks and counterattacks had left them all breathless. Finally, they find the opportunity to erupt in fervent cheers for both participants. Spectacular! Incredible! Wukong! Brilliant counterattack! Satan! Listening to the crowd's cheers. Wukong and Satan readjust their stances. Indeed, Tien Shinhan's prized disciple. Although you appear somewhat inept at utilizing your internal energy, you're not easily defeated. That sequence of counterattacks truly caught me off guard. Wukong gazes at Satan, exhilarated. The internal energy within Satan is robust, perhaps not much inferior to his own at present. Although Satan struggles with the use of energy, appearing somewhat clumsy even with the sun fist. The mere presence of such energy within him endows him with astonishing defensive capabilities, allowing him to withstand Wukong's punch without faltering. Were it any other martial artist, Wukong believes they would have been sent flying out of the ring upon being struck, with no opportunity for a counterattack. This realization deepens his curiosity about the vast internal energy within Satan. If even Satan, who has only trained under Tien Shinhan for a year, possesses such immense energy, how formidable must Tien Shinhan's own internal energy be? This thought ignites Wukong's excitement, fueling his anticipation for a challenge against Tien Shinhan. However, all of this must wait until he defeats Satan. With this in mind, Wukong swiftly dismisses distractions, momentarily lowering his guard against attack. What is happening? Aren't we fighting? Satan, puzzled by Wukong's retreat, inquires. Satan, your strength is greater than I anticipated, but I can hardly contain my eagerness to battle Tien Shinhan. So, I apologize, but I must begin my warm-up for an all-out fight. With that, Wukong raises his arms and sheds his shirt. Bang! The seemingly light garment lands on the ground with a heavy thud. Not only that, but his boots similarly bear an unexpected weight. Weighted training. The crowd gasps in astonishment at the scene. Indeed, Wukong is commencing his weighted training, just as depicted in the narrative. Tien Shinhan, observing the unfolding events on the ring, offers a faint smile, then touches the wristband he has worn since his seclusion. Does this mean I'm also wearing weights? However, he quickly shakes his head. This item is merely ornamental, right? Tien Shinhan does not believe the wristband possesses the miraculous properties described by Dr. Zaquan. He has noticed no difference before, and after donning IT that moment, in Penguin Village, Aral rushes to Dr. Zaquan, who is seated before a supercomputer. Doctor, what are you doing? Dumpling and Tien Shinhan went to some martial arts tournament. And I'm so bored. Aral leans dejectedly on Dr. Zaquan's shoulder, peering at the chaotic data on the supercomputer screen, which is incomprehensible to her. Oh, Aral, you arrived just in time. I am currently analyzing the data from the constant ratio counterweights sent to Tien Shinhan. Can you guess the gravity multiplier now applied to Tien Shinhan? Dr. Zaquan adjusts his thick glasses, looking at Aral with a mysterious smile. Let me think. 0.3 years ago, it was 2. Now, 2 plus 2 equals 4. So it should be 4, right? Alale meticulously counted 4 of her fingers, only to find she was mistaken, and no wonder you couldn't guess. In truth, I was somewhat astonished myself. It has only been 3 years. The maximum gravity that Tien Shinhan can endure has already reached a staggering 100 times that of Earth's gravity, and now the gravitational multiplier on the weights has escalated to 80. However, logically, his physical limits shouldn't have increased so rapidly that it seems that there must be some secret within Tien Shinhan that allows his physical capabilities to enhance at such an accelerated pace. DR1 stroked his slightly unkempt chin, a result of his lack of time for grooming, and fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Alale, witnessing Dr. Wan's pensive demeanor, grew increasingly bored and seized the opportunity to scurry outside to gather twigs. Chapter 36. You will regret this within the martial arts arena. The battle resumed as Goku removed his weighted clothing. Satan observed Goku, who was energetically bouncing around, adjusting to his newfound lightness, striving to maintain a facade of calm. While internally he was tumultuously anxious. After completing his basic warm-up, Goku immediately began to sprint rapidly around the ring. During his run, each of his movements generated a whirlwind due to his incredible speed, leaving Satan feeling uncertain. At the pace Goku was now exhibiting, Satan found it impossible to clearly perceive Goku's actions. Consequently, he would be thrust into an utterly passive position in the ensuing battle. With this thought, he prepared himself for a fight that would entail exchanging injuries. Only by seizing the moment Goku launched an attack could he hope to counteract and retaliate. Having adapted sufficiently, "Let us continue our battle," Goku declared, resembling a whirlwind as he spun on the spot before gradually coming to a halt, a bright smile gracing his face. The injuries inflicted by Satan's earlier counterattack seemed to have healed significantly by now. "Come on." Satan stood firm, adopting a grappling stance directed at Goku. He recognized that he could not match Goku's speed now that he had shed his weights, so he resolved not to evade. He had already devised a plan. The instant Goku attacked, he would tightly embrace him and test his newly practiced headbutt. The audience, witnessing the two once again poised for confrontation, erupted into jubilant cheers. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Goku, having removed his weights, unleashed a kick that struck Satan squarely in the chest. What an opportunity! Satan felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he nearly spewed blood. Yet unwilling to squander this rare chance, he suppressed the urge to cough up blood and lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Goku. His head followed suit, aiming for Goku's. Look, here comes Satan's counterattack. The audience on the platform cheered in exhilaration, mirroring Satan's internal fervor. However, as he executed his headbutt, he ultimately found himself striking nothing but air. What Satan, along with the spectators, perceived as Goku was merely a fleeting afterimage, observing Satan stumble from his unsuccessful grasp. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Ha! The same trick won't work on me a second time. Goku's figure blurred once more, just a short distance from where Satan had lunged. Yes, Satan raised his head to gaze at the now indistinct Goku. He felt a gust of wind sweep in from behind. Instinctively ducking, he narrowly avoided Goku's horizontal kick, but was met with a swift follow-up as Goku executed a mid-air spin and brought down his other leg with force. With a resounding impact, the powerful kick struck Satan's shoulder, causing his legs to wobble and collapse into a deep crater, blood escaping his lips uncontrollably. Yet Goku, seasoned in combat, did not cease his assault, noticing Satan caught in a rigid state between his two attacks. Goku swiftly delivered another powerful kick, sending Satan sailing off the ring, decisively determining the outcome of the match. Tianjin Fan leaped into action, catching the unconscious Satan before he hit the ground, promptly placing a senzu bean into his mouth and transporting him to the resting area. By the time Goku and the others arrived at the resting room, the results of the tournament had been announced, and the audience was gradually dispersing. Haha, Tianjin Fan, I was so thrilled that I accidentally used my full strength. Satan should be all right? Goku said apologetically, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at the still unconscious Tianjin Fan. TS fine. I brought senzu beans, and I've already given one to Satan. Once he wakes up from his slumber, he will be fully restored, Tianjin Fan assured, smiling to indicate that Goku need not worry, although Satan had been swiftly defeated after Goku shed his weights. Tianjin Fan felt quite satisfied with Satan's performance in the ring. It was worth noting that the current Goku was likely someone he could not defeat, let alone Satan. As Tianjin Fan pondered this, he noticed Chi-Chi standing behind Goku, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Goku, once this martial arts tournament concludes, you will soon be marrying Miss Chi-Chi, won't you? Be sure not to forget to invite me to the wedding. Goku, recalling the previously overlooked Chi-Chi upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, turned to find her blushing even more. Embarrassed, she grasped Goku's arm, lowering her head in happiness, as though she wished to hide in his embrace. At that moment, Tianjin Fan suddenly noticed that the golden-haired Lanchi was casting him an envious look, her eyes ablaze with fervor. This realization made Tianjin Fan aware that his earlier jest towards Goku had nearly drawn unwanted attention to himself. This universal capsule contains vegetables, fruits, and meats that I cultivated myself. Goku, you can take it home and sample them. Consider it a gift from me after our years apart that I believe it will aid your training somewhat. Just then, Tianjin Fan recalled the primary purpose of his visit to the martial arts tournament and produced a universal capsule, tossing it to Goku. The universal capsule was originally produced by Bulma's family. Tianjin Fan had taken a substantial supply from Bulma when he departed from Karen Tower. Yamcha, Krillin, you all have a share as well. That I believe these ingredients should be somewhat beneficial to you. Tianjin Fan, having concluded his distribution of supplies, produced 2 universal capsules and tossed them to his companions. After sharing the ingredients, he retrieved several magical beans and granted them to Goku and the others. Now, he possessed the ability to cultivate these beans himself. Although the maturation period of the magical beans remained somewhat lengthy, yielding a harvest once a year, the mere existence of a dozen seedlings, each capable of producing a single bean, promised a bountiful annual yield. Should the cat immortal become aware of such an efficient cultivation method, he might question whether the soil atop Karen Tower, or that of Penguin Mountain, was indeed the enchanted earth. Thus, Tianjin Fan found himself liberated from the meticulous calculations that had once dominated his thoughts regarding the use of magical beans. With a satisfying crunch, the magical beans imparted their restorative properties. And Tien Shinhan nodded in approval as he observed Goku and the others regain their vitality. The beans he had just distributed were of his own cultivation, and witnessing their effects mirrored those of the beans from Karen Tower brought him a sense of reassurance. He then divided a few more magical beans into 3 equal portions, bestowing them upon Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin for safekeeping. As for the remaining bean, he glanced at Piccolo, who lingered outside the lounge. "This one is for you," he declared. "Consume it, and you shall recover swiftly." Piccolo, initially intent on observing the strength of Goku and Tien Shinhan up close, was contemplating the disparity in their powers before seeking a secluded spot for rigorous training. Aiming to eliminate both of them when his strength was sufficient, it was evident that he harbored malice towards them. However, before he could manifest this animosity, he had been bested by the bald boy named Krillin. Thus now, Tien Shinhan, seemingly oblivious to his ill intentions, offered him a magical bean, leaving Piccolo utterly astonished. This magical bean, which he had overheard being discussed, was reputed to restore stamina and heal injuries instantaneously. Why would this Tien Shinhan choose to bestow such a precious item upon a potential adversary? Piccolo was perplexed, but nonetheless caught the magical bean deftly toss his way. "Why?" he queried, tilting his head, a question shared by Yamcha and the others. "He might just find you somewhat agreeable," Tien Shinhan replied with a shake of his head. "What do you think, Goku? Should I give him a magical bean?" After a moment of contemplation, Goku nodded. Though unable to articulate his reasoning, he shared Tien Shinhan's sentiment that Piccolo deserved a bean. After all, his life now belonged to him alone and should not be shackled by the enmity of King Piccolo. Should it not? Scratching his head uncertainly, Goku spoke. Piccolo, upon hearing Goku's words, was momentarily taken aback, as if struck at a vulnerable point within. "Umph. You 2 naive fools aiding an enemy will inevitably regret today's decision." With that, he tossed the magical bean into the air, allowing it to fall into his mouth. Rejuvenated, he turned without a backward glance, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. "Tien Shinhan, son Goku, wait for it. I shall grow stronger and then vanquish you, ruling over the world." At his words, the faces of Yamcha and the others grew grave. Tien Shinhan, reflecting on Piccolo's brief moment of astonishment, realized that the bargain struck with a magical bean had ultimately led to his own downfall. As for Piccolo's parting words, they were merely the last remnants of prideful defiance. Chapter 37. A surge of passion, a hint of wildness. Tien Shinhan. "Let us engage in a contest. My strength has been fully restored," Goku exclaimed, barely concealing his excitement as Piccolo's form vanished from sight. Tien Shinhan hesitated at Goku's words. Before arriving, he had not considered engaging in combat. Observing the anticipation radiating from Goku, he discerned the scion's inherent martial spirit at play. However, he also understood that Goku, having grown up on Earth, differed from other scions. His temperament was notably more tranquil. Tien Shinhan was certain that a firm refusal would not compel Goku to insist on a duel. After all, he was not Vegeta, who would go to any lengths to instigate a clash among allies. Throughout their encounters with formidable foes, it was evident that the scion's innate combative nature played a minor role. Rather, it was his unwavering resolve to protect the Earth that drove him to confront adversaries time and again, not out of a thirst for battle, nor a belief in his own victory, but from the understanding that he could not afford to lose. As Tien Shinhan reflected on these memories, he felt a surge of emotion. Unprepared for combat, he found himself stirred by Satan's remarkable counterattack in adversity and the eager glint in Goku's eyes. "Very well, let us fight," he proclaimed. Compared to Goku's relentless battles against insurmountable odds, this contest, at worst, would result in a single defeat. What was there to fear? Moreover, it presented an excellent opportunity to assess his own progress. He wondered if he had indeed fallen behind. With this resolve, he clenched his fist. He aspired to lead a tranquil existence, yet he was not one to retreat in cowardice. His decision to avoid Goku and the others was not born from a fear of death. After all, in the realm of Dragon Ball, death held little terror. He simply felt no need to perish. Regardless, Goku and his companions consistently resolved their dilemmas, sparing him the need to involve himself in their struggles and endure the minor pains that bore little significance. Thus, faced with Goku's challenge, Fueled by Satan's earlier display and his own memories, Tianjin Fan hesitated only briefly before acquiescing. "All right, let us engage in battle," he affirmed, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features to in his mind. He believed he had grown stronger over the past 3 years. However, the adversaries he had encountered on Penguin Mountain had been nothing more than ordinary bandits. Mere fodder in comparison, Goku's challenge offered a perfect opportunity to gauge his advancement in real combat. "Aha, Tianjin Fan, you've accepted," Goku exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Yamcha and Krillin, witnessing Tianjin Fan's agreement, wore expressions of envy. Indeed, as we had surmised, defeating Satan would lead to a challenge with Tianjin Fan. Alas, it was Goku who ultimately seized this opportunity. After exchanging a glance, Yamcha and Krillin both silently lamented the situation. Bulma, astonished to see Goku challenging Tien Shinhan, expressed her surprise. "What? You just finished fighting, and now you're eager to continue? It's been years since we last met. We should engage in something far more entertaining." Bulma's mood was somewhat sour. She was in a state of separation from Yamcha and had intended to have a heart-to-heart with Goku, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of Chi-Chi. It was infuriating that she had arrived first, yet another girl seemed to have taken precedence. Naturally, Bulma's spirits were dampened. She was contemplating a meal to lighten her mood and check on Tien, who had also transformed into quite the handsome figure. When she realized the two were about to resume their battle, Chi-Chi, by Goku's side, tugged at his arm with a hint of worry. Reluctant to let go, Chi-Chi, if you keep pulling my arm like that, I want to be able to compete properly with Tien. Please, let go." Goku, oblivious to Chi-Chi's concern, was entirely unaware of her feelings. Yes, he sensed her grip tighten. He candidly expressed his frustration. "Humph, Goku, you big fool, big fool." Chi-Chi, witnessing Goku's distress, puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and stomped her foot, reluctantly releasing his arm. Tien observed Bulma and Chi-Chi's reactions, then glanced back at the now excited blonde launch. In this regard, the typically troublesome launch seemed rather easygoing. To "Go ahead and fight, Tien. I truly miss that wild side of yours. After 3 years, I finally have the chance to see it again." Launch cheered, raising her hands enthusiastically to spur Tien into action. "Surely, the wildness you are enamored with is not within me." Tien pondered, feeling uncertain. In the past, he would have quickly reached a conclusion, but now, he was unsure if his sudden surge of passion to accept Goku's challenge was a manifestation of that wildness. Perhaps, compared to when he first arrived in this world, he had indeed changed. Though he trained only an hour a day, his mindset had grown closer to that of a martial artist in this world, rather than an ordinary person from a peaceful realm. What? Tien Shinhan and Son Goku are going to compete. That is truly exhilarating news. At that moment, the blonde host, just returned to the lounge, overheard the announcement of Goku and Tien's impending duel. Excited, he immediately pulled out his phone and called the organizer of the martial arts tournament. Shortly after, he hung up, looking at Tien and Goku with enthusiasm. "Wonderful. The organizer insists that you must use the stage of the World Martial Arts Tournament for your match. Furthermore, he is willing to add a prize of 500,000 as an incentive, urging you to fight with all your might." Everyone was taken aback by the host's words, astonished by the generosity of the tournament's organizer. They hadn't anticipated such a lavish offer, especially since the audience had already dispersed. Allowing Goku and Tien to use the stage without any personal gain and even adding a substantial prize was indeed perplexing. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Tien speculated that perhaps the organizer was a fervent martial arts enthusiast. Otherwise, with so many ways to make money, he wouldn't have thought to host the World Martial Arts Tournament. With this new understanding, Tien began to appreciate the organizer's intentions. "Well, since the organizer has extended the invitation, let us use the stage," Tien declared after coming to a resolution. Goku had been so intent on challenging Tien that he hadn't considered that battles outside the tournament couldn't take place on the stage. Now that the blonde host had resolved this previously overlooked issue, Goku readily agreed. "I've already warmed up at the tournament, so you should too, Tien." Soon, Tien and Goku found themselves at the center of the stage. Goku energetically swung his arms, signaling Tien to warm up. "You must be stronger than me." "No need. I've already warmed up," Tien replied, shaking his head. He was neither boasting nor lying. The half hour spent eliminating Tao Pai Pai after leaving the tournament had sufficed as a warm-up. "Oh, It seems you are quite eager for this battle. Tien. Goku, having not witnessed Tien's warm-up, had no doubts about his reply. In Goku's mind, Tien must have anticipated this challenge and prepared accordingly. Tien recognized that Goku had misunderstood him but deemed it unnecessary to clarify. After all, he believed this battle would conclude swiftly. Although he felt slightly stronger, he didn't think he could withstand Goku's current strength for long. He simply wished to see how far he had come compared to Goku, who was now fighting at full power without weights. Speaking of weights, Tien recalled the constant proportion weights on his wrist. Perhaps I should remove these weights, Tien mused, but then he chuckled at the thought. Those weights were hardly burdensome. They were merely decorative, and removing them wouldn't make any difference. Shaking his head, he dismissed the silly notion of taking off the wristbands. Let us begin. Bulma is right. It's a rare occasion for us to meet, and we should engage in other activities, like sharing a meal together. After all, we didn't get to enjoy that meal 3 years ago, did we? But since you're the champion this time, Goku, you'll be treating us, Tien said with a smile, reminiscing about how Krillin had likely just completed his ritual 3 years ago. Of course. I'll be starving after the fight. Goku nodded, swiftly entering his battle stance. Tien mirrored him, preparing for the confrontation. Despite the absence of an audience except for their small group and the unseen tournament organizer observing from afar, the blonde host dutifully transitioned into his role as the announcer. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament's pinnacle battle between Tien Shinhan and Son Goku now officially commences, accompanied by a resounding declaration. The figures of Tianjin Fan and Wukong simultaneously vanished from the arena. Their speed was so extraordinary that the eyes of ordinary spectators could hardly follow. Fortunately, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others were not mere commoners. Despite their astonishment at the velocity unleashed by the two combatants, they could still barely discern the trajectory of their movements. Tianjin Fan's speed was certainly on par with mine. Indeed, he had grown remarkably strong over these 3 years. He must still be carrying some weight, I surmised. With the immense aura emanating from him, which I could not fully perceive, he was undoubtedly still in a weighted state. To maintain such speed without shedding his burden, Tianjin Fan is truly impressive. Well, although I harbor some reluctance, I have resolved to defeat the weighted Tianjin Fan in this battle. Next time, I must train to the point where I can conquer him unencumbered. As Tianjin Fan began to move, Wukong's ability to sense ki became increasingly acute, allowing him to perceive the energy within Tianjin Fan's body. With the total amount of ki currently within Wukong, he found himself unable to clearly measure how many times Tianjin Fan's energy surpassed his own. He only knew that Tianjin Fan was clearly not in a state of full power. However, Wukong was also aware of the vast chasm separating their strengths, thus refraining from allowing Tianjin Fan to unleash his full might in their duel. Feeling the current speed of Tianjin Fan, Wukong considered that this present state of affairs was perhaps more fitting for their battle. Otherwise, the sheer magnitude of the ki within Tianjin Fan would have been enough to compel Wukong to concede. He could not comprehend how Tianjin Fan had trained over the past 3 years to elevate his ki to such an astonishing degree. Meanwhile, as Wukong marveled at Tianjin Fan's prowess, Tianjin Fan was equally astonished by Wukong's strength. This current speed was already my limit. I never anticipated that Wukong could effortlessly keep pace with me. It seems that although I have grown stronger over these 3 years, I am still no match for Wukong. While sprinting, Tianjin Fan observed Wukong, who appeared somewhat distracted, speculating that he had yet to exert his full strength. He must be incredibly strong, perhaps even stronger than I. With such thoughts in mind, Tianjin Fan dared not relax even for a moment. Since I cannot gain an advantage in speed, I shall prevail through sheer numbers, transforming 1 into 4. In the blink of an eye, Tianjin Fan had multiplied from 1 to 4 from a nearby tower overlooking the martial arts tournament. The grand overseer of the event watched this scene unfold through a camera, slowed down to 20 times its normal speed, and could not help but applaud in admiration. He was grateful that he had invited Wukong and Tianjin Fan to compete on his stage. Otherwise, he would have missed this extraordinary clash. Once the 4 Tianjin Fans appeared, they no longer retreated passively as before. Mere seconds later, during their continued pursuit, the 4 Tianjin Fans inconspicuously encircled Wukong, the Tianjin wave. Tianjin Fan chose not to employ the solar fist, a mere illusion. For Wukong, who had mastered the art of ki sensing, the effectiveness of such a tactic was no longer absolute. It had diminished significantly. Therefore, Tianjin Fan opted for the more sudden Tianjin wave. Although it did not possess the same creative flair as Tao by Bai's Super Tianjin wave, Tianjin Fan's speed in executing the Tianjin wave had far surpassed that of 3 years prior. Sensing ki and physical movement were not one and the same. Some attacks could be detected, yet the body could not react in time. The method of attack chosen by Tianjin Fan was precisely aimed at exploiting this truth. In an instant, for Tianjin waves were simultaneously unleashed, all directed towards the encircled Wukong. Come now, let me see how you intend to respond. Will you clash your own attacks head-on, or will you unleash an even greater speed to completely surpass my assault? Tianjin Fan watched Wukong with eager anticipation. Simultaneously, the third eye on the forehead of each Tianjin Fan suddenly opened. Light beam. In addition to the 4D Tianjin wave beams, Tianjin Fan immediately released 4 key beams from his third eye, effectively sealing off Wukong's overhead escape. Around the arena, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others felt their scalps tingle at the almost impenetrable onslaught launched by Tianjin Fan. This level of attack was exceedingly precise. The total amount of ki within him far exceeded ours. He should not need to employ such a lethal method. Was he truly intent on sealing off all of Wukong's escape routes from the very start of their confrontation? Krillin, sweating profusely, envisioned himself in Wukong's current predicament and felt utterly helpless against such an assault from Tianjin Fan. Perhaps this exemplifies Tianjin Fan's serious martial arts mentality. Even aware of his superiority, he still maximizes his tactical execution with every strike. At this moment, Yamcha was fixated on the arena, determined not to miss a single detail of this extraordinary battle. Tianjin Fan's attacks were indeed difficult to evade. It appeared that he was earnestly battling me while limiting his own strength with the weights. Therefore, I must not disappoint him. I cannot be defeated in this initial assault. Wukong gritted his teeth, feeling the immense pressure within the sudden encirclement formed by Tianjin Fan. Yet this pressure invigorated his body further. His entire being trembled with excitement. Wukong abruptly stomped down with force. Boom! The ground of the arena was instantly cratered by his stomp. Employing a desperate maneuver akin to burrowing into the earth, Wukong narrowly evaded Tianjin Fan's beam of confinement. The beams had missed their target. Yet they were akin to spilled water. Irretrievable. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed as the 4D Tianjin wave beams collided with the 4 light beams. While the attacks had gone awry, the shockwave produced by the explosion radiated outward. The untrained Bulma and the blonde host were instantly knocked to the ground by the force of the blast. Lan Chi and Chi-Chi fared slightly better, yet were also pushed back a few steps by the gust. What incredible power! I never expected that such instantaneous Tianjin waves and light beams could possess this level of might. Yamcha and Krillin raised their arms to shield themselves from the approaching shockwave. The sheer intensity of the blast allowed them to viscerally experience the disparity between their strengths and that of Tianjin Fan. Although they had previously sensed an oppressive aura from Tianjin Fan, the proximity to his combat enhanced that feeling of pressure significantly. Truly remarkable. Wukong managed to evade my attack using such a method. Tianjin Fan nodded in acknowledgement of Wukong's successful dodge, even though he had believed his assault to be nearly flawless. Wukong had precisely anticipated his movements and evaded the onslaught. What a meticulous attack. It was almost too close for comfort. Wukong leapt from the deep pit he had created, dusting off the remnants of earth from his attire. A flicker of trepidation crossed his face. It was overshadowed by an exhilarating thrill. He had not anticipated that, in their very first clash, he would nearly become ensnared by Tianjin Fan's assault. With no avenue for escape, the harrowing experience had illuminated the stark reality that even at full throttle, he could not outpace Tianjin Fan. Recognizing that he lacked an advantage in speed, he resolved to devise an alternative strategy. Given the astonishingly meticulous nature of Tianjin Fan's prior techniques, which seemed to be calculated with precision, Wukong understood he could not afford to remain stagnant. He must create a semblance of chaos to evade another onslaught from Tianjin Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong conceived a cunning plan. Since Tianjin Fan could clearly perceive his trajectory and had already anticipated his movements, Wukong deemed it prudent to employ an illogical, erratic method of attack to disrupt Tianjin Fan's formation. In the next instant, Tianjin Fan observed Wukong suddenly lapse into a moment of stupor. Not only did Wukong's demeanor shift dramatically in a brief span, but his expressions and actions also transformed. "What is wrong? Not coming at me. Then I shall continue my assault." The four manifestations of Tianjin Fan fixated their gaze upon Wukong's peculiar changes. After a brief observation, realizing Wukong had yet to initiate an attack, they surged forward in unison. Fiery speed fist. The four Tianjin Fans unleashed their ultimate technique simultaneously, and as they were about to strike, Wukong sprang into the air with a sudden burst, soaring upward. He deftly executed several somersaults, easily evading the coordinated assault of the four Tianjin Fans. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself downward, executing a flying kick. Tianjin Fan, perceiving the imminent threat, hastily scattered to evade. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that Wukong's descent was not merely aimed at landing a kick. As Wukong plummeted, he quickly assessed Tianjin Fan's evasive maneuvers and executed a somersault, altering his descent's trajectory. By the time Tianjin Fan comprehended the situation, one of his four manifestations was already ensnared by Wukong's descent. At this moment, Wukong resembled a wild monkey, for he did not clench his fists or extend his legs. Rather, he swiftly grasped the face and hair of the ensnared manifestation with his fingers. Every move he made defied conventional logic, adhering instead to the primal instincts of a monkey. Monkey fist. The turtle sage was no stranger to this technique. Years prior, at the martial arts tournament, he had engaged in a contest of drunken boxing against Wukong's monkey style. The irrationality of their confrontation rendered them evenly matched. How swiftly time has flown. Who would have thought Wukong would be on the brink of marriage? Standing at the edge of the arena, the turtle sage gazed upon his three disciples, then glanced at Tianjin Fan, feeling a surge of nostalgia. Although Tianjin Fan did not immediately recognize the monkey fist as the turtle sage had, after experiencing Wukong's assault, he recalled Wukong's penchant for this technique. Did I see attempting to disrupt my rhythm with the instincts of a monkey? The advantage of monkey fist lies not in its structured attacks, but in the simultaneous use of hands and feet. In this regard, I am unafraid. With this thought, Tianjin Fan's body trembled with determination. Four demon fists. In the next moment, two additional arms sprouted from the backs of the four Tianjin Fans. The entangled Wukong was abruptly thrust away as the extra limbs emerged from the manifestation he had been grappling with. Moreover, as the four Tianjin Fans executed their four demon fists, they surged forward in unison. Despite the agility and unpredictability of the monkey fist, facing an assault from 16 arms proved insurmountable. Wukong barely had time to escape before he was firmly pinned in place by the robust limbs. Chirp! A mournful cry echoed from within Tianjin Fan's encirclement, as the wounded Wukong was forcibly extracted from the state of the monkey fist. In his moment of desperation, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave against the ground. Propelled by the force of the blast, he soared upwards, narrowly escaping Tianjin Fan's grasp, up into the air. Perfect! This contest is nearing its conclusion. Tianjin Fan smirked as he observed Wukong being propelled skyward. In the next instant, all four Tianjin Fans turned their attention to the ascending Wukong. New Kamehameha? Boom! Four massive beams of light erupted from the arena, converging upon Wukong. In midair, Wukong recognized Tianjin Fan's intent to conclude their duel and began to gather energy for a Kamehameha of his own. When the assault from the new Kamehameha approached, Wukong finally released a Kamehameha, infused with all his vital energy. Quick, retreat! Yamcha and Krillin urgently warned Bulma and the others as they hastily withdrew a few meters. Just as they distanced themselves, the two Kamehameha waves collided. In that instant, a colossal explosion lit the sky, the blinding brilliance rivaling that of the sun, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. The resulting shockwave swept through the arena, which was instantly reduced to rubble. When the dust settled, onlookers beheld the remnants of the arena, reduced to a mere circle beneath the feet of the four Tianjin Fans. As for Wukong, he ascended like a meteor. vanishing from Yamucha and the other's line of sight amidst the explosion. Wukong, where is my Wukong? Tears welled in Kiki's eyes. Observing this, Tianjin Fan stepped aside, releasing his 4 manifestations and the 4 demon fists. With a powerful push from his legs, he activated his flight technique and swiftly caught up with Wukong, who had already ascended into the clouds. Tianjin Fan, you truly are remarkable. Just as Wukong was on the brink of losing consciousness, he felt warmth enveloping him, realizing he had been securely caught by Tianjin Fan. Without uttering a word, Tianjin Fan retrieved a senza bean from Wukong's pocket and placed it in his mouth. Watching Wukong's rapid recovery, Tianjin Fan reflected on the recent battle, acknowledging that he had indeed grown stronger over the past 3 years, in fact, aided by the advantage of the 4-body technique. He had surpassed the Wukong of moments ago. Chapter 40. Satan's plan. This realization surprised Tianjin Fan, as he had initially assumed he would be unable to match Wukong's strength. However, upon reconsideration, he recognized a crucial point he had previously overlooked. He was not the original Tianjin Fan, but rather an individual who had traversed worlds, and through his training, he had come to understand one undeniable truth. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Thus, it is not surprising that he now surpasses Tien Shinhan in strength compared to the narrative. He is aware, however, that this superiority is merely temporary. Much like how Piccolo briefly exceeded Goku in the storyline, his moment of superiority was fleeting. Now, having utilized the senza bean, Goku has returned from the brink of death, undoubtedly experiencing a significant surge in power. From Tien Shinhan's perspective, it is highly likely that Goku has once again surpassed him. This is the unreasonable and astonishing growth in power characteristic of the scions, a phenomenon that he and other Dragon Ball warriors cannot fathom. Faced with such a method of enhancement, even if he has not fallen behind and has momentarily surpassed Goku, what does it truly signify? The only testament to his prowess is that he is a genius. Tien Shinhan has long acknowledged his own handsomeness and talent, yet he feels it pales in comparison to the scion's extraordinary abilities. Years from now, when confronted with Frieza, an opponent that requires super scion strength to defeat, he will ultimately be of little assistance. Look, they have returned. Shortly thereafter, the crowd, witnessing Tien Shinhan carrying Goku back, erupted in excited shouts. Chi-Chi, wiping away the tears that had just spilled from her eyes, yearned to rush into Goku's embrace. However, upon reaching Goku's side, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Goku, why are you still in Tien Shinhan's arms? She asked, her cheeks flushed. Yes, I've already consumed a senza bean and recovered. I forgot to get down, Goku replied, and with Chi-Chi's reminder, he promptly leapt from Tien Shinhan's embrace, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Observing this, Chi-Chi shot Tien Shinhan a sharp glance before hurriedly pulling Goku's arm tightly into her embrace. Tien Shinhan, with his keen eyesight, noticed her fleeting glance, which, though brief, did not escape his attention, feeling somewhat perplexed at being glared at by Chi-Chi for no apparent reason. Tien Shinhan found it bewildering that, despite his good intentions in assisting her future husband, she seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity towards him that moment. Amidst the ruins of the arena's perimeter, a rumble of shifting rubble echoed. In the next instant, a dust-covered host with golden hair emerged from the debris. What an extraordinary battle! The arena itself has vanished in the aftermath of your clash, the host exclaimed to Tien Shinhan and Goku, neglecting to brush the dust from his attire. Excuse me, are you saying that it doesn't matter, and that the prize money should still be awarded to Mr. Tien Shinhan? He continued, only to be interrupted by a call from the tournament organizer. The organizer assured him that the destruction of the arena was of no concern and instructed the host to proceed with paying Tien Shinhan the prize money and extending congratulations. Tien Shinhan was more than willing to accept the generosity of the tournament organizer. Before long, Tien Shinhan received his prize of 500,000. With this sum, he could finally replace the aging appliances and furniture that had served him for 3 years. He had heard that the latest model, the PS10, had been released, and he could take advantage and exchange offer to experience it firsthand. As Tien Shinhan contemplated the potential uses of this prize money, the group arrived at a luxurious restaurant near the tournament venue. This time, as Goku treated them, Tien Shinhan entered without hesitation, welcomed warmly by the ladies in Chong Sam's. The meal that had eluded him 3 years prior was finally realized, and he didn't even have to spend a dime. Perfect. Master, I apologize for not winning the tournament and securing the prize to help you establish a dojo. However, I shall find another way to gather the necessary funds. Once I have amassed enough, I will ensure that you have an exceptionally grand dojo that befits your stature. After bidding farewell to Goku and the others, Tien Shinhan and his companions set off on their journey back to Penguin Mountain. Meanwhile, Satan, who had been recuperating in the resting room, had awakened. Throughout the journey, he felt a lingering guilt over not having achieved the championship and the prize money he had initially hoped for. I told you, Goku is an exceptional martial artist, one that even I cannot defeat. You need not feel remorse for falling short before him. Even I might not emerge victorious, Tien Shinhan reassured Satan, waving his hand dismissively. Master, you truly are humble. After I woke up, I secretly overheard Dumplings saying how you easily defeated Goku, yet now you claim you might not be his match. You must be trying to comfort me. To prevent me from feeling too guilty, Satan thought, deeply touched by Tien Shinhan's kind intentions. His admiration grew. So did his desire to assist Tien Shinhan in raising funds for the dojo, in his view. It was a shame that such a remarkable martial artist as his master lacked a prestigious dojo. Even if his master preferred to remain low-key, they could simply refrain from advertising it. The dojo itself must exist. Stop. Hand over all your money. At that moment, a group of bandits appeared before Tien Shinhan and the others on their way back to Penguin Mountain. Master, are they really attempting to rob us? Satan chuckled at the sight of the bandits wielding firearms. To be honest, even a year ago, those bandits with their submachine guns would have posed a challenge. Yet after a year of training with Tien Shinhan, he now felt confident in his ability to confront them. The audacity of these bandits attempting to rob them was astonishingly foolish. Then you should quickly deal with them. We need to continue our journey. Tien Shinhan instructed, halting the vehicle and urging Satan to swiftly handle the bandits. Stop. Don't move. As Satan stepped out of the vehicle, ready to take action, a commanding voice suddenly rang out, to Satan's surprise. It was not the bandits who had spoken, but rather the police who had arrived just in time. It turned out that the police had been monitoring the bandits even before they initiated their robbery. As the bandits were caught red-handed attempting to rob Tien Shinhan and his group, the situation unfolded dramatically. Bang! 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 In an instant, a fierce exchange of gunfire erupted between the police and the bandits, resembling a competition in marksmanship as both sides' vehicles were riddled with bullets. Originally hindered by the bandits, Tien Shinhan and his companions found themselves sidelined, mere spectators to the unfolding drama. Observing the turn of events, Satan glanced at Tien Shinhan, who nodded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Satan proceeded to act according to their original plan. Bang! 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 With Satan's current prowess, bullets had become a mere nuisance. The band of ruffians, caught off guard, were swiftly subdued by him. Mr. Satan, this gang of brigands is a significant target for our bounties, and we are immensely grateful for your assistance in apprehending these scoundrels. With that, the chief among the police approached Satan, offering him a respectful salute before presenting an envelope into his hands. As he watched the police cars speed away, Satan returned to his vehicle and opened the envelope. Inside lay crisp, new banknotes, and a plan began to form in his mind to assist Tianjin Fan in securing funds for establishing a martial arts dojo. Chapter 41. Contemplating my next move, given my current strength. Dealing with these armed robbers, who lack any understanding of martial arts, poses no challenge whatsoever. A single bounty could yield a reward of 100,000 or even more. Thus, if I were to capture several such targets, I could help my master gather enough funds to establish his dojo. Satan tucked away the bounty from the envelope, his expression brimming with excitement. Tianjin Fan, glancing over, also discerned the amount within the envelope. Misunderstanding the source of Satan's enthusiasm, he assumed it was merely the sight of the 100,000 that thrilled him, leading him to reflect on how youthful Satan still was, despite his penchant for boasting. Compared to the narrative, the present Satan was still lacking in experience and wisdom. With this in mind, Tianjin Fan began to ponder. Now that Satan had avenged his grievances, it seemed that his martial arts training had reached a temporary plateau. For his future development, should he be encouraged to leave Penguin Mountain and broaden his horizons? After all, Tianjin Fan had seen much of the world himself. Remaining in seclusion on Penguin Mountain posed little concern for him. However, Satan was still a youth, and if he continued to hide away in Penguin Mountain, he would miss ample opportunities to gain insight and experience. Tien Shinhan hesitated if he were to directly suggest that Satan descend the mountain for training. He worried that Satan might misconstrue this as an attempt to send him away under the guise of encouragement. Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, as he pondered, Satan was grappling with the same dilemma. If I were to pursue this plan, I must frequently venture out to fulfill bounties. What justification could I provide to gain my master's consent for undertaking these tasks? Satan felt a pang of frustration. If he were to disclose his intentions to Tien Shinhan, he was certain he would face resistance. After all, bounty hunting entails a degree of peril, even though he held confidence in his abilities. His master was deeply concerned for his well-being and would undoubtedly be reluctant to let him face danger. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Upon returning to Penguin Mountain, however, they both found themselves ready to speak, only to discover they were in perfect harmony. Thus, a conversation that each had anticipated would require considerable persuasion unfolded effortlessly, resulting in a shared consensus. Near Tien Shinhan's wooden villa on Penguin Mountain, Satan constructed a small cabin for his own residence and commenced a daily regimen of training. Observing Satan's routine of descending the mountain at dawn and returning at sunset, Tien Shinhan felt a sense of reassurance. In no time, the spacious villa, featuring 6 rooms, 2 halls, a kitchen, and 3 bathrooms, was left with only him and Lan Qi, aside from the occasional return of Jiaozi. Amidst this tranquil yet potentially volatile environment, time passed day by day. After returning from the martial arts conference, Tien Shinhan discovered something remarkable. The incident stemmed from his use of the 4-body fist during his battle with Goku. While engaged in combat on the platform, he had sensed something unusual, but had been too preoccupied with facing Goku to investigate further. The 4-body fist is a technique that continuously consumes energy, typically utilized only briefly in the original Narrative S battles. Otherwise, if the fight were to continue, the energy within him would be depleted by the clones generated by the 4-body fist. Reflecting on the characteristics displayed during the original usage of the 4-body fist, Tien Shinhan recognized it as an explosive ambush skill. Much like the 4-demon fist, while it creates additional limbs, it also accelerates the consumption of energy within the body. Consequently, in the original narrative, no one regarded the 4-body fist as a sustained ability. It was merely employed in specific moments of combat. However, Tien Shinhan unexpectedly discovered that his 4-body fist seemed to have undergone further refinement. As a result, when utilizing the 4-body fist, he felt almost no depletion of energy within him. To confirm that this anomaly he had sensed on the platform was not a mere illusion, Tien Shinhan began maintaining the physical manifestations of the 4-body fist the day after returning to Penguin Mountain. For half a month, 4 versions of Tien Shinhan coexisted without any indication of energy drain, nor did the clones dissipate during sleep. Astonished, Tien Shinhan realized that despite sharing the same spirit, his 4-body fist manifestations had developed distinct identities. Indeed, the rate of energy depletion was negligible. This significant revelation left Tien Shinhan incredulous. Yet it stood as an undeniable truth before him. 4 bodies could coexist, maintaining a shared consciousness while also retaining a degree of independent combat awareness. Could it be that I, too, am on the verge of a breakthrough? With this thought, Tien Shinhan simultaneously commanded all his manifestations to engage in a deeper experiment. 4-body fist, he shouted in unison. But the next moment, nothing transpired. As expected, I knew such a glitch-like maneuver would not succeed. What about merging? If merging were possible, could my strength rival Goku's Super Scion form? Although the recent attempt to exploit a glitch proved fruitless, Tien Shinhan's countenance remained imbued with palpable excitement. Ever since his arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, where scion lineage reigned supreme, Tien, who had long resigned himself to his own mediocrity, glimpsed for the first time a glimmer of transformative opportunity. In a secluded corner of the botanical garden, he left 2 clones to keep watch not far away, while the other 2 engaged in an attempt to recall the fusion technique that lingered in his memory. First, the 2 individuals seeking to merge must synchronize their energy to a harmonious level. Then, they must assume the precise angles, and finally, align their fingertips, although Tien had not mastered the art of ki sensing. He possessed fundamental control over ki, having learned it in the Crane School. Unable to perceive the intensity of his clone's ki externally, he relied instead on his soul to harmonize their energies, raising his finger and adopting a comically awkward crab-like stance. Both Tien Shinhan clones bent forward, achieving the correct angle under the guidance of a singular soul, their fingertips touching perfectly. Fusion, Tien cried out, initiating the process flawlessly, awaiting the miracle to unfold. 1 second, 2 seconds, an entire minute passed. When a clump of grass was whipped up by a gentle breeze and struck his face, Tien felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing an intangible derision to what am I doing? Daydreaming. How ludicrous and absurd my hopes for a turnaround are. With a swift motion, he swatted away the grass and turned away from the botanical garden, returning to his mundane existence. Not only that, but the failure of his ambitious attempt left him even more entrenched in mediocrity. For when he later sought to disperse his four-way technique, he discovered to his dismay that he was utterly unable to do so. Consequently, those 3 clones became useless. Tien decided to delegate the planting tasks to them, instructing them to remain in the botanical garden to avoid further vexation. With a stroke of his schedule, Tien's work hours were effectively reduced by half an hour. In the heavenly temple, the god of the heavens gazed pensively at the ethereal clouds. "Boo-boo, do you sense it?" "Huh. Sense what, Lord God?" Boo-boo inquired, his eyes gleaming with a piercing insight, yet betraying a hint of confusion. "Boo-boo, we have known this for 3 years," the god replied, casting a glance at Boo-boo's eyes before continuing. "Tien Shinhan's third, I possesses the ability to continuously attract and gather life energy from across Earth and beyond." Boo-boo nodded in acknowledgement, affirming his awareness of this fact from a martial arts tournament. "However, during this period since our return from the tournament, I have sensed that Tien's capacity to attract and gather energy has increased from 1 to 4. An increase from 1 to 4. Doesn't that imply Tien's strength can escalate at a remarkable pace? This should be a positive development. Why then do you appear so troubled, Lord God?" Boo-boo questioned, perplexed by the deity's apparent concern. "Indeed, Tien's rate of growth surpasses my expectations that I can no longer perceive his limits. Yet, as his strength augments, it seems his third eye's abilities have been further developed. This capacity to gather energy beyond Earth's confines raises questions about whether it will ultimately be a blessing or a curse for our planet." Chapter 42. How could Earth possibly? A year swiftly passed, and Tien's tranquil life flourished remarkably. Aside from attending Goku and Chi-Chi's wedding, where he busied himself with congratulatory gifts, the remainder of his time was spent leisurely. Each month, he would drive to visit Goku and the others, delivering the harvested ingredients. However, he only physically visited one of their residences at a time, sending his other 2 clones to attend to the other 2 simultaneously. His only regret was regarding Satan's martial progress. Despite the need for more refined control of energy for ranged attacks, Satan had consistently struggled to grasp these concepts. Meanwhile, his hair continued to thin conspicuously. "Satan has been gone all day. He should be returning soon, I presume." Over the year, Tien had become aware of Satan's involvement in police bounties. However, what Satan did was of little concern to him. That Tien's objective was to broaden Satan's horizons, and participating in bounty tasks was indeed a commendable avenue. Estimating that Satan would soon return, Tien descended the mountain to assess his martial prowess. At that moment, Satan, who had spent a day and night completing a significant bounty task, returned to the foot of Penguin Mountain, beaming as he clutched the bounty reward. The haul was impressive. 50,000 in bounty money, equivalent to the prize of winning a martial arts tournament. Satan felt a swell of satisfaction as he secured the 50,000. Though the task had consumed considerable time, he found it far easier than winning a martial arts championship. If only there were more such substantial bounty tasks, the pace of fundraising would accelerate significantly. He mused with anticipation. Over the course of a year, he had amassed 50 million in funds through bounty earnings, which constituted roughly 1/3 of the capital he required to establish a martial arts school for Tien. In reality, 30 million was more than sufficient to create a standard dojo. However, in Satan's mind, if he were to build a dojo for his master, it must be the finest and most impressive. "Keep it up, Satan. Just hold on for another 2 years, and it should be within reach. He encouraged himself as he continued up Penguin Mountain. Wait a moment, the man in front. Have you seen a fearsome individual around here? At that instant, a voice called out from not far behind Satan. Man, I'm only 18, Satan retorted angrily, turning to confront the impudent speaker, only to be met with an unusually peculiar creature. What the? Are you an alien? Satan was taken aback at the sight of the being with a peculiar egg-shaped head. Alien? To me, you earthlings are the real aliens. I have a name, you know, speaking it might frighten you. Indeed, I am the illustrious Galaxy Patrol Elite. Jack, I have come to Earth on a confidential mission to apprehend a heinous intergalactic fugitive. Earthling, have you seen the individual I just mentioned? Previously, I observed him sprinting in this direction on the tracker. You must have seen him around here just moments ago, right? With an air of self-satisfaction, Jack proudly announced his identity and name. As he spoke, he struck what he believed to be a rather impressive pose. What a peculiar fellow. Despite being on a classified mission, he freely divulges such information. I have never encountered anyone more conceited than him. Today has truly been an eye-opener, and a Wondermaster advised me to maintain a low profile. It turns out that arrogant individuals can be quite infuriating. Satan glanced at Jack, who was awkwardly dancing in place, feeling a wave of exasperation. This extraterrestrial named Jack was both impolite and exceedingly arrogant. And what of this galactic patrol? He had never heard of it. My apologies, sir. Jack is simply like that, truly insufferable. However, his earlier mention of a cosmic fugitive is not without merit. Jack is indeed a member of the Galactic Patrol. I am Tiz, also a denizen of Earth, currently crafting my adventure novel based on the Galactic Patrol's endeavors. Might I trouble you to inform us whether you have seen the fugitive Jack spoke of? Just as Satan resolved to withhold any information from Jack, a striking blonde girl approached from nearby. Dressed in a sleek adventure outfit, she bore a resemblance to Bulma, albeit with a different style. Not only did she appear familiar and attractive, but her inquiry also seemed considerably more courteous than Jack's earlier brash demeanor. So it is true, this young lady possesses manners. If someone were as conceited as Jack, I would refuse to share any information, even if I possessed it. Satan shot a fierce glare at Jack before turning back to Tiz. My name is Satan. I am a martial artist residing on Penguin Mountain. I have not encountered the cosmic fugitive you mentioned. However, if that fugitive is indeed heading towards Penguin Mountain, I believe you need not worry. Satan shook his head, having been entirely engrossed in his plans for raising funds and oblivious to any fugitive's presence nearby. Tiz, you see, questioning this fellow is a sheer waste of time. We might as well have gone directly up the mountain as I suggested. Upon hearing Satan's response, Jack seized the opportunity to mock him. After all, he was an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. To converse with Satan was, in his view, a tremendous honor. Yet this earthling named Satan had the audacity to label his self-introduction as arrogance. Utterly unforgivable. Clearly, he was blissfully unaware of the true malevolence of the cosmic fugitive, which bred his blind confidence. The average combat prowess of Earth's inhabitants is woefully low. A single individual could orchestrate a global massacre. We must act swiftly to prevent him from replicating his previous atrocities on that other planet. Tiz, we must depart. We cannot afford to squander any more time with this foolish individual. Jack, feeling anxious, turned to Tiz and urged her to ascend the mountain in search of the fugitive. Upon hearing Jack's words, Tiz's expression grew more concerned. She had witnessed the fugitive's brutality firsthand on the last planet. By the time she and Jack arrived, the inhabitants had already been decimated by this cosmic fugitive. Had they not startled him, he might have annihilated every living being on that planet without hesitation. Satan, upon hearing Jack's derision, displayed a hint of disdain. Tiz, you truly need not worry. My master resides on Penguin Mountain. If that so-called cosmic fugitive dares to ascend, the outcome will be singular. My master will give him a thorough lesson. Leaving no room for retaliation, my master is the most exceptional martial artist on Earth. Naturally, as his disciple, I am also a formidable martial artist. Ignoring Jack's anxiety, Satan presented a facade of unwavering confidence to the somewhat apprehensive Tiz. Is that so? Your master is truly that remarkable. Then I shall rest easy. I had completely forgotten that martial artists still exist on Earth. Tiz sighed with relief, before embarking on their intergalactic journey. She had heard tales of the martial artists residing on Earth. It was said that her sister Bulma had befriended some remarkable martial artists in recent years. Now that Satan claimed the finest martial artist on Earth resided on this mountain, she felt somewhat reassured. The average combat strength of Earth's beings is quite low. Even the mightiest martial artist pales in comparison to that individual hailing from a warrior race. They amount to little. We must apprehend him before he can unleash havoc upon Earth. Jack scoffed at Satan's mention of Earth's martial artists. The Galactic Patrol had conducted investigations across various life-bearing planets within the galaxy. Earth, among those planets, ranked among the lowest in average combat strength, situated in a remote corner of the galaxy. Such a planet, Jack thought, could hardly produce any formidable martial artists. Satan, you have returned. Have you had breakfast yet? I happened to prepare some extra food this morning. If you're hungry, you can help yourself afterward at O. And please remember to tidy up the dishes once you're done. Just then, Tien Shinhan, having guessed that Satan should be returning, approached from short distance. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Jack realized the newcomer was Satan's master. Initially indifferent to Satan's master, he now felt a curiosity to observe this so-called exceptional martial artist of Earth. However, as he turned to glance, he froze in place. Despite Jack's lack of strength, he possessed a unique ability to perceive the formidable power of other life forms. No, it cannot be. How could such a powerful being emerge from this insignificant Earth? With a soft thud, Jack muttered, and as Tien Shinhan stepped closer, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Chapter 43. Has the world changed? Excellent, Master. This bounty task took me a full day and night to complete. I had to subsist on instant snacks along the way, which left me absolutely famished. It's a good thing you thought of me, knowing I would long for your sumptuous meals. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Satan immediately chuckled. What is this guy's problem? Sensing Satan's enthusiasm, Tien Shinhan nodded in satisfaction, finding his decision to leave the dishes unwashed justified. Observing Jack, who lay on the ground, Tien Shinhan turned to Satan with a hint of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Master. This guy is likely just tripped up by his own bravado and is now startled to see you in person. Satan was well aware of the unfolding events, having just overheard Gak's murmurs, and understood the situation perfectly. Casting a glance at Gak, who was still dazed on the ground, Satan seized the opportunity to mock him with his characteristic sardonic tone. Upon hearing Satan's peculiar inflection, Tien Shinhan grasped that a verbal altercation had likely transpired between the two, though it seemed to be of little consequence. He paid little mind to it, but Gak's appearance struck him as vaguely familiar, evoking a fleeting shadow from his childhood memories. Wow, what a handsome man! Is this the most exceptional martial artist on Earth? And so young, too. He seems to be around my age. Beside Gak, the golden-haired Ties, who had been momentarily entranced since Tien Shinhan's arrival, was similarly awestruck. However, unlike Gak, whose astonishment stemmed from recognizing Tien Shinhan's formidable prowess, Ties' admiration was instinctual, a reaction woven into her very DNA. Much like her sister Bulma, Ties' thoughts upon encountering a handsome man were akin to something ingrained in her essence. Although she had previously shown politeness towards Satan, she had imagined that the master he spoke of would at least be a venerable elder with silver hair or a supremely powerful sage. To her surprise, upon witnessing Tien Shinhan firsthand, she felt her DNA responding in kind. Oh, I recall now. You must be Gak. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, rummaging through his increasingly hazy memories of Dragon Ball to unearth this name. After all, he had been in the Dragon Ball world for over 4 years, and the storyline was becoming ever more distant. Many of the less significant characters had faded from his recollection. The reason he could recognize Gak was partly due to his appearance in Dragon Ball Super, which was relatively recent, and partly because he bore a striking resemblance to Ultraman. With Gak's appearance, the identity of the golden-haired maiden became evident. Tien Shinhan mused that no wonder this girl bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. She must be Bulma's sister. However, considering that these two characters logically should not have made their entrance yet, he felt a twinge of unease. If this world diverged from the established storyline, would Goku and the others still be able to avert disaster time and again? It was essential to remember that even within the narrative, there existed a tragic future involving Trunks. If this world were heading in that direction, Would his leisurely existence soon come to an end? Gak, how did you come to Earth? Is there something of great importance about to transpire here? Tianjin fan, anxious that his butterfly effect might have caused a shift in the timeline, stepped forward to grasp Gak firmly. Wait, how does he know my name? It seems this powerful Earth martial artist is familiar with me. What could this mean? Gak, jolted from his shock by Tianjin fan's grip, found himself ensnared in confusion by Tianjin fan's words. Tell me, Gak, what is your mission on Earth? Shouldn't you still be patrolling the cosmos? Seeing Gak remain silent only heightened Tianjin fan's anxiety. Without the benefit of a power-up, he had initially believed that as long as the storyline remained unchanged, Goku and his comrades would resolve issues time and again, allowing him to live a comfortable life. After all, aside from battles, life in the Dragon Ball world was not vastly different from modernity, and he didn't need to break any habits like internet addiction. Yet, the premature appearance of Gak and ties instilled a sense of impending crisis within him that, in the lexicon of a slacker, anything could be dismissed as trivial. However, should anyone dare to disrupt his serene sunbathing, even a harmless Magikarp would provoke his ire. Mission: Cosmos. This Earth martial artist not only knows my name, but is also aware that I am a Galactic Patrol officer. Could it be that the exploits of Gak, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol, have reached this distant planet? Is the finest martial artist on Earth already a fan of mine? Yes, that must be it. If he is indeed a fan of the esteemed Gak, then it is no surprise he has become so powerful on this remote planet. After all, he is a fan of mine. Ha! With this thought, a hint of arrogance flickered across Gak's face as he gradually regained his composure. Despite still feeling the unexpected strength emanating from Tianjin fan, he no longer felt fear. After all, how could an idol fear their fans? Ahem, I completely understand your excitement, but could you please put me down? Regaining his composure, Gak flapped his legs awkwardly in midair, realizing he could not touch the ground. Clearing his throat, he deliberately adopted a more mature tone as he addressed Tianjin fan. Upon hearing Gak's words, Tianjin fan also calmed down, recognizing that the situation was still uncertain and that even if the world had changed, it might not necessarily be for the worse. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please go ahead. Tianjin fan released Gak, reflecting on how he had inadvertently revealed Gak's name in his excitement, and began to contemplate how to explain himself to his surprise. Gak spoke again, seemingly uninterested in the previous line of questioning, as if he already understood the reason behind Tianjin fan's familiarity with him. It's quite all right. I completely understand your excitement, as it is a natural human reaction. Rest assured, since this is a rare opportunity for us to meet, I will provide you with whatever you desire shortly. However, as you have surmised, I have indeed come to Earth on a mission from the Galactic Patrol. Gak squared his not-so-broad shoulders and subtly rose on his toes, striving to maintain an imposing presence before Tianjin fan, a seasoned idol well-versed in self-presentation. Gak was committed to showcasing his best self to his fan on Earth, despite the discomfort of standing on his toes for an extended period. He cared little for such struggles. Tianjin fan observed Gak, whose elevated stance barely reached his chin, and found his sudden display of bravado somewhat amusing. Yet, what captured his attention more was Gak's words. Indeed, something significant was about to unfold on Earth. Furrowing his brow, Tianjin fan contemplated whether he should immediately contact Goku and the others for assistance. Your strength is commendable, and you are one of our own. Very well. I shall disclose the objective of this mission to you. My target this time is to apprehend the intergalactic fugitive, the Scion Dales. He has stolen something exceedingly dangerous from the Galactic Patrol's headquarters. Furthermore, as a warrior race, Dales is exceedingly ruthless. Just on the last planet, he single-handedly decimated the majority of its inhabitants to prevent a similar tragedy from befalling Earth. I hope you will assist me in capturing him. Rest assured, I understand your excitement and desires. Once the mission is successfully completed, I will ensure you are not left wanting. Gak glanced at the furrowed brow of Tianjin fan and mistakenly assumed he was concerned about his mission. A thought struck him, and he decided to take advantage of Tianjin fan. Initially, he was uncertain whether he could successfully capture Dales, but with the support of Tianjin fan, his devoted admirer on Earth, his confidence surged exponentially. In his mind, all Tianjin fan desired were his autograph and a photograph, which he could easily provide after completing his task. as an elite member of the Galactic Police Force. He was more than willing to indulge his fans. Chapter 44. Satan's unfilial conduct. Do you know what I truly desire? Haha. What I long for is a tranquil life that I can maintain. How could you possibly comprehend that? Observing Gak's earnest assurances, Tien Shinhan regarded him with disdain. Nevertheless, from Gak's earlier remarks, Tien Shinhan gleaned information that he was eager to uncover. Scions? Had Scions arrived on Earth so soon? Was it to confront Goku? However, that occurrence should have transpired after Gohan's birth, and Goku and Chi-Chi had only been married for a year. Something felt amiss. Shaking his head, Tien Shinhan dismissed the absurd notions swirling in his mind. Furthermore, he recalled that the first scion to come to Earth in search of Goku was his brother, Radits. Now, the scion Gak was pursuing went by the name Dales. Who exactly was this Dales? What terrifying artifact had he stolen from the galactic headquarters? Questions multiplied in Tien Shinhan's mind. At that moment, Satan, who had been listening to Gak's words, was struck by a thought that he hadn't noticed it before. But now reflecting on it, the Galactic Police Force was akin to a police department, right? Moreover, the cosmic wanted criminals Gak mentioned sounded far more severe than those on Earth. More importantly, if they were indeed wanted criminals, there would certainly be a bounty on their heads. He had longed for significant bounties, and now they had arrived, not just on Earth, but extending into the cosmos. Surely, the Galactic Police would offer even greater rewards than their earthly counterparts. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Satan couldn't help but feel elated. Just when he had been pondering his next meal, an opportunity had presented itself. Initially intending to grab breakfast, Satan suddenly found himself no longer hungry. This extraterrestrial named Gak might just be a golden opportunity. How could he, Satan, let such a chance slip away? Furthermore, from Gak and Tien Shinhan's exchange, Satan was convinced that Tien Shinhan would likely join in the pursuit. Initially intimidated by the intimidating title of Cosmic Wanted Criminal, Satan had been uncertain if he could handle the situation. But now that his mentor was ready to step in, he was filled with confidence regarding their success. "Hey, Gak, officer, come here for a moment," Satan called, glancing at Tien Shinhan, who appeared lost in thought. Gak, seeing Tien Shinhan's hesitation, assumed it was due to a lack of confidence and was about to offer encouragement when Satan suddenly beckoned him. Gak had no intention of engaging with Satan, who had just been adversarial. However, the way Satan addressed him as officer struck a pleasant chord within Gak. That minor dispute was easily forgiven in light of his magnanimity as Officer Gak. Yet, it was unrealistic to expect him to suddenly warm up to Satan. "What is it? Speak," Gak said, standing tall and approaching Satan with an impassive expression. "Gak, officer, you mentioned you are an elite of the Galactic Police Force. Correct?" Satan inquired, leaning closer with a smile. "Of course. My status as an elite is personally acknowledged by the Galactic King. Otherwise, how could I be entrusted with the pursuit of such an important wanted criminal as Dales?" Gak replied, feeling a surge of pride as he recounted the King's regard for him. Satan's heart swelled with joy upon hearing Gak's words. Although he didn't know who the Galactic King was, he deduced that this title must be akin to that of a police chief. While he didn't fully believe in Gak's significance, he recognized that if the Galactic King personally emphasized the importance of this wanted criminal, then the matter was undoubtedly serious. Given the gravity of the situation, the bounty on this criminal must also be substantial. As this thought crossed his mind, Satan couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. "Haha, of course. There is no doubt that Officer Gak is indeed an elite, that I was just called uncle. And in my excitement, I failed to recognize your distinct presence," Satan chuckled, keeping his gaze fixed on Gak as he repeatedly apologized. "Well, it's good you realize that now. Even if belatedly, by the way, I shouldn't have assumed your age based solely on your hair. That's not fair. Now that I've had a good look, you seem to be no older than 30. Gak felt flattered by Satan's words and reflected slightly on his earlier behavior. However, this reflection only prompted Satan to suppress a series of expletives. After all, he was truly only 18. But at that moment, he couldn't afford to dwell on such matters. Despite Gak's unflattering observation, Satan understood that the moment had arrived. Indeed, Officer Gak speaks truthfully. The Galactic King must hold you in high regard, which is why he assigned you to pursue such a significant wanted criminal. Given the importance of this, Dales, I assume the bounty offered by the Galactic Police Force must be quite generous. Satan had honed his skills in the art of inquiry over the past year, and his approach to teasing out information about the bounty was now second nature. Gak, flattered by Satan's repeated use of the titles officer and elite, found himself floating on cloud nine when Satan posed a question about the bounty. He couldn't help but beam with pride and blurt out the details. Absolutely. The formidable combat prowess of Dales is secondary. What truly matters is the precious item he stole from the Galactic Police's treasury. The treasury houses an array of extraordinary treasures accumulated over countless years from the far reaches of the universe. If even one were to escape into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster for entire planets. Therefore, the Galactic Police Headquarters has placed a bounty of 10 galactic coins on Dales. Gak answered Satan's question in great detail, as he considered anyone who praised him to be a close friend. After all the compliments exchanged, the two had effectively mended their earlier rift, and Satan felt as though they had become fast allies. 10 galactic coins. Satan murmured, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. You probably don't grasp the significance of 10 galactic coins, do you? Allow me to articulate this. A celestial body of Earth's magnitude can be acquired for mere 50 galactic coins. Once purchased, the planet can be freely governed, provided that the indigenous life forms are not recklessly harmed. Furthermore, it can be duly registered in the archives of the Galactic Patrol, thus enjoying their protection. With this clarification, I trust you comprehend. As for the queries posed by my dear companion, how could I refrain from addressing them? Hence, Jack promptly elucidated the matter to Satan. Incredible. To think that one could procure a planet for just 50 galactic coins. What more could one desire? Upon hearing about the value of galactic coins, Satan realized that his previous aspirations were rather limited. It was utterly unfilial of him to merely contemplate purchasing property on Earth to construct a martial arts dojo for his esteemed mentor. In light of his mentor Tien Shinhan's generous care, Satan devised a new plan to gather funds. He believed that to truly honor his master's dojo, it was imperative to transcend Earth and venture into the cosmos. Chapter 45. The Chicken Leg Rice Arrangement. Very well, I shall assist you in capturing Darius. Now, where has this scion Darius fled? Tien Shinhan temporarily suppressed the questions swirling in his mind, opting to first witness this Darius for himself. Although Goku is a scion and the protagonist of Dragon Ball, this does not imply that all scions possess his formidable prowess. If Darius is merely an ordinary scion, Tien Shinhan felt confident in his ability to handle the situation, especially given that his current strength surpasses that of the original Tianjin Fan.is. That's so splendid. Your choice to aid me in apprehending the fugitive is undoubtedly a sagacious one. According to my tracker, Darius previously made his way toward the mountain where you and Satan reside. Jack, elated by Tien Shinhan's agreement, composed himself and responded calmly. He is headed towards Penguin Mountain. I just descended from there. How did I not notice? Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow in confusion. If Darius had recently ascended the mountain, they should have crossed paths. How long ago did you observe this on your tracker? A thought struck Tien Shinhan that if Darius had taken the opportunity to ascend while he was having breakfast, it was indeed plausible that he did not notice him. Realizing this, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Oh no, Lan Chi is still up there. In an instant, Tien Shinhan ceased conversing with Jack and soared toward Penguin Mountain. Indeed, he is my loyal admirer. Upon hearing that Darius is on that mountain, he couldn't wait to assist me in completing the task. Watching Tien Shinhan hastily ascend Penguin Mountain, Jack felt a surge of pride. Initially, his knowledge of Earth was limited to its status as the birthplace of ties. However, he began to develop a fondness for this planet, not only because of his devoted admirer Tien Shinhan, but also due to the eloquent Satan. His perception of this once remote and inferior planet shifted, and he found himself cultivating a newfound appreciation for it. Officer Jack, if my master successfully captures the intergalactic fugitive, what about the bounty you mentioned earlier? Satan observed Tien Shinhan racing up Penguin Mountain, remaining unhurried. After all, in his view, his master's prowess was far superior to his own, and he had no need to fret. Instead, he aimed to negotiate terms with Jack beforehand to avoid inadvertently assisting him in completing a bounty mission without recompense. Absolutely. As long as you assist me in successfully capturing Darius. I shall duly report back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and upon my next return to Earth, I will bring the bounty with me. Satan, you aspire to purchase a planet, do you not? Engaging in private transactions for planets contravenes the interstellar regulations set forth by the Galactic Patrol headquarters. For instance, certain self-proclaimed cosmic emperors have been known to sell planets, which is not sanctioned. However, through the interstellar trading fairs organized by the headquarters, one can legally acquire planets that are certified and protected by our Galactic Patrol. Additionally, if you desire Earth currency as a reward, I can facilitate that as well. The exchange rate between galactic coins and Earth currency is 1 to 10 billion. However, I advise against converting galactic coins into Earth currency, as 50 galactic coins would only yield 5 trillion Earth currency, which is insufficient to purchase the rights to freely utilize Earth. Jack nodded, showing no signs of opposition regarding Satan's request for the bounty. This bounty would be directly disbursed by the headquarters. As long as he ensured the successful completion of his mission, he could claim the corresponding merits from the Galactic King. Once he accumulated enough merits, Jack would truly be recognized as an elite within the Galactic Patrol. Although he has always considered himself an elite, accumulating sufficient merits would silence those in the Galactic Patrol who doubted him. Satan, upon hearing Jack's analysis, felt a mix of surprise and acknowledgement of its validity. He had not anticipated that galactic coins could be exchanged for Earth currency, especially at such an astounding rate of 1 to 10 billion. Yet upon reflection, 5 trillion seemed insignificant in comparison to an entire planet. Let us hasten to catch up with your master. By the way, what is your master's name? Ties, observing that Tien Shinhan had been gone for a while the two were still engrossed in their discussions about purchasing planets, could no longer contain her impatience. Such a handsome man, and she did not even know his name. She longed to make his acquaintance. Prompted by ties, Jack and Satan finally redirected their focus toward the intergalactic fugitive Darius. As for the concern that Darius might escape, that thought had not crossed their minds. Although Ties was urging them on, her motivation was not rooted in worry about Darius's potential actions. Thus, the one genuinely concerned about Darius causing havoc became Tien Shinhan. After soaring away just moments ago, Tien Shinhan returned to his villa in less than 30 seconds. Hey, Tien Shinhan, are you in such a hurry to return because you can't wait to see me? Lan Shi, with her golden hair, called out to the descending Tien Shinhan that he paused, momentarily taken aback. From a certain perspective, he indeed was eager to see Lan Shi. Seeing her safe and sound eased the tension he had felt. It appeared that the scion who ascended Penguin Mountain had not encountered Lan Shi after all. I'm relieved to see you're unharmed. Tien Shinhan landed before the golden-haired Lan Shi, exhaling a sigh of relief. Are you showing concern for me? Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Lan Shi revealed a mischievous smile. Before Tien Shinhan could respond, she tossed her silky golden hair and playfully leaned her exquisite face closer to him. The slight inclination of her body, combined with their intimate proximity and her provocative attire, rendered Tien Shinhan momentarily overwhelmed, as he found himself in an inferior position. Initially poised to explain something, he now found himself regretting his sudden lapse in composure, attributing it solely to his keen eyesight and the striking allure of his companion. Photographer, perhaps you should seek your meal in the chicken leg tonight, Tien Shinhan silently praised, momentarily lost in thought for 3 seconds before he shook his head with difficulty. Lan Shi, this is not the moment for such distractions. A formidable intergalactic fugitive has made his way to Penguin Mountain. I must locate him with utmost urgency, or he may wreak havoc upon the entire Earth. Although Goku and the others might have sensed his presence, as a precaution, you must return indoors and inform them to prepare for battle. Tien Shinhan firmly grasped Lan Shi's shoulder, earnestly instructing her on what needed to be done. Subsequently, he prepared to search other areas of Penguin Mountain for the scion known as Dales. If he still failed to locate him, he might have to enlist the help of Jiaozi, who had become a frequent resident of Penguin Village. Neglecting his martial arts training, yet paradoxically honing his superhuman abilities, just days prior, he had heard Jiaozi mention awakening a unique ability to locate others. Found him. Just then, Tien Shinhan received a communication from his 4-body technique clones. Dales was indeed at the entrance of his botanical garden. Chapter 46. Do you truly believe you can fight with your looks? The essence of Tien Shinhan's original self and his 3 clones shared the same soul. However, under normal circumstances, they only maintained the most basic subconscious communication. Unless Tien Shinhan consciously controlled the situation, there would be no visual sharing or frequent exchanges of consciousness. Otherwise, such an ability, which could be incredibly convenient in battle, would undoubtedly disrupt normal life. Take, for instance, a common scenario where Tien Shinhan's original self is dining while his three clones are busy fertilizing in the botanical garden. The implications of such a scene are readily apparent. Now, with urgency to locate Dales, Tien Shinhan immediately shared his vision with his three clones that he soon detected a suspicious stranger lurking at the entrance of the botanical garden. I could see this moment. Who else could it be but Dales? Let me see what this fellow looks like. Tien Shinhan commanded his clone to launch a surprise attack from behind Dales, curious to discern his appearance. However, upon glimpsing Dales' face, he abruptly halted his assault. Goku! How could it be Goku? Isn't his scion name Kakarot? Tien Shinhan pondered in astonishment. Discovered already. Then I have no choice but to eliminate you. A malevolent smile crept across Dale's lips, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. He had indeed encountered Gak on the previous planet, but his flight was not born of fear. It was merely inconvenient to be pursued by the Galactic Patrol, and the previous planet lacked the necessary energy for the Spirit Tree seed he had painstakingly acquired to thrive. Once matured, the Spirit Tree would bear fruits said to be enjoyed solely by deities. The conditions for its growth were exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding energy requirements. The previous planet had absorbed a significant portion of life force from its inhabitants upon his planting of the Spirit Tree seed. Dales chose to descend upon Earth, drawn by an inexplicable force that attracted the Spirit Tree seed. The seed's unique reaction to a planet was a phenomenon Dales had never witnessed during his years of evasion. Therefore, planting the Spirit Tree seed on Earth was imperative. After all, finding a suitable planet for its growth was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss, especially not for one Gak. If Gak continued to pursue him, he would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. However, at this moment, his first target was the oblivious young man before him. Wait, that malevolent gaze. You're not Goku. Tien Shinhan, still reeling from his surprise, recognized the wickedness in Dale's eyes and confirmed that this individual was not Goku. Furthermore, Dale's attire was distinctly not that of a martial artist from Earth. Additionally, a vague recollection stirred within Tien Shinhan's distant memory. Although the name eluded him, he recalled an evil scion who bore a striking resemblance to Goku and had unexpectedly obtained a Spirit Tree seed. It was evident that Dales was indeed the malevolent scion from his recollections. Moreover, he had stolen the Spirit Tree seed from the Galactic Patrol's treasury. Consuming the Spirit Tree fruit would render Dales immensely powerful, nearing the strength of the first form of Frisia. Tien Shinhan was taken aback by Dale's origins. Yet upon further reflection, he regained his composure. At this juncture, it was highly probable that Dales had not yet consumed the Spirit Tree fruit. Thus, he should still be merely a lower-tier scion warrior. With this thought, Tien Shinhan felt reassured. Not every scion could be a protagonist, nor could every individual who bore the visage of one possess the same strength. You are Dales. Do not think that just because you resemble Goku, you can defeat me. You truly believe you can fight with mere looks? In a brief moment, Tien Shinhan's original self arrived at the scene. Dales was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a second Tien Shinhan, and he found himself perplexed by Tien Shinhan's words. What Goku? What do you mean by fighting with looks? Dales furrowed his brow, contemplating the statement, only to suddenly comprehend. Could it be that this fellow is complimenting my handsomeness? And Goku is someone exceptionally handsome on this planet. Humph. Even if he praises me now, it is futile, for I have already resolved to kill you. Dales thought he understood Tien Shinhan's intent, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Foolish earthling, do you wish to beg for mercy? Do not think that just because you are handsome, I shall spare you. Dales sneered at Tien Shinhan, casually activating his power level detector, though he doubted that any formidable martial artist existed on such a remote planet. He was accustomed to relying on the data from the power level detector. Indeed, only 100 points of combat power? So feeble, just like the version of himself who had never tasted the fruit of the Spirit Tree. However, he has now consumed several of those fruits. Though they were merely immature specimens cultivated on barren planets, his combat prowess has surpassed 5,000. Dales glanced at the data on the testing device and thought to himself, As expected, beg for mercy. What a jest! Do not assume that I fear just any scion. Should anyone dare to disrupt my languid existence, I shall demonstrate the true essence of wrathful power. Tianjin fan. Upon hearing Dale's inexplicable self-praise about his appearance, was utterly bewildered. A.S. for begging for mercy. That was utterly out of the question before a battle had even commenced. He cherished a tranquil life, a habit retained since his reincarnation as a modern individual. But that did not signify he was spineless. On the contrary, should trouble truly knock at his door, he would unhesitatingly ensure the intruder learns a lasting lesson. In the very moment Tianjin fan's words fell, he launched an assault on Dale from both the front and the back. Aha! Is it a surprise attack with clones? In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, these flashy maneuvers would only serve to amuse. No, not just two from the front and back, but four. Dale's dismissed Tianjin fan's dual assault with disdain, intending to effortlessly counter it, only to discover two more Tianjin fans emerging from his sides. If sheer numbers were of any value, then what need would there be to continuously enhance one's combat power? Though Dales was somewhat taken aback by Tianjin fan's ability to control four clones simultaneously, he surmised that such prowess was inconsequential in the face of a 5,000 to 100 disparity. Boom! In the next instant, a cold smile adorned Dale's face when an explosion erupted before him. His astonishment. The power testing device before him suddenly detonated. Just before the explosion, he caught a glimpse of the device's readings skyrocketing, surpassing the 5-digit threshold in a mere millisecond. Damn this faulty machine. How could it malfunction at such a moment? He had intended to examine the combat powers of Satan and the others after the battle. But alas, Tianjin fan had initially intended to unleash a full frontal assault on Dales. However, the explosion of the testing device startled him, causing him to instinctively retract much of his power. He had assumed his attack would not be enough to incapacitate Dales, and was prepared to deliver a finishing blow, only to find Dales already kneeling on the ground in agony. Is this it? Observing Dales collapsed after his flurry of attacks, Tianjin fan sneered, concluding that Dales was indeed the most inferior of scions. To be so easily defeated, he likely possessed a combat power of less than 50. Truly pathetic. Chapter 47. The terrifying seed gazing at the still prostrate Dales, clutching his waist and unable to rise. Tianjin fan shook his head, resolved to deliver a final blow. Such a wretched being had no place in this world. Merely a disgrace to the scion race, he deemed it necessary to grant him a swift end. Wait, do not kill him. Just then, Jack and Satan arrived at the scene, seeing Tianjin fan poised to eliminate Dales. Jack hurriedly interjected. He still needed to extract information regarding the whereabouts of the spirit tree seed from Dales and could not allow Tianjin fan to execute him outright. In comparison to Dales, retrieving the spirit tree seeds was the more vital objective of his mission. Tianjin fan had no intention of leaving such a potential threat alive. Although Dales was undoubtedly weak, the two had already formed enmity. And given Tianjin fan's nature, he could not simply let him go. However, considering that Dales was a wanted criminal being pursued by Jack, he decided to halt his actions. Phew, I was right, with your strength. You could easily subdue him. Jack marveled at Dales, reduced to a pitiful state, utterly incapable of resistance. Once again, he was in awe of Tianjin fan's formidable prowess, even though he had previously recognized Tianjin fan's strength. To subdue Dales in such a brief span was nothing short of a massacre. Tianjin fan, you are truly impressive. You have effortlessly defeated such a notorious fugitive. It seems Satan was right. You are indeed the most exceptional martial artist on earth. Tai Si, witnessing the utterly defeated Dales, was similarly filled with admiration for Tianjin fan. Of course, although Satan may boast about anything, when it comes to matters concerning my master, I speak nothing but the truth. Upon hearing Tai Si's praise for Tianjin fan, Satan couldn't help but flash a proud grin, patting his chest. However, Tianjin fan shook his head in response. Compliments are pleasing to hear, and he was no exception. Yet, when faced with potential crises, it was paramount to maintain self-awareness at this stage. Whether he was indeed the strongest martial artist on earth remained uncertain. However, one thing was clear. Despite the brevity of his battle with Dales and his effortless victory, Tien Shinhan believed this did not attest to his strength, but rather underscored Dale's utter weakness, that he estimated his combat power to be around 300, while Dale's, defeated in a single strike, was merely the dregs of the scion lineage. Yet, Dale's unexpected appearance instilled a sense of urgency within him. According to the original timeline, even the earliest arriving scion, Radits, would not have come for at least another 4 or 5 years, even if Radits were to arrive. Goku and Piccolo would be there to handle the situation. However, now, with Piccolo underdeveloped, it seemed the trajectory of the world had shifted. Tien Shinhan felt that his leisurely plans were not as flawless as he had initially envisioned. I am not exceptionally strong. It is merely that this fellow is exceedingly weak. Carrying concerns of impending crisis, Tien Shinhan candidly addressed Tai Si and Jack. Furthermore, Satan, while you may venture out for training, you must never neglect your daily training regimen. I shall resume assigning you daily training tasks, just as I did a year ago. You have yet to master techniques like the Dodon Ray. It is time to intensify your efforts in the face of uncertainty. Tien Shinhan's demands of Satan grew stricter. Although he did not expect him to play a significant role, he at least wished for him to strive to grow stronger. Yes, master. Upon hearing Tien Shinhan's arrangement, Satan immediately ceased his posture. However, the words of Tien Shinhan took on a different significance in the ears of Gak and Tai Si. Was Dale's truly so weak? Indeed, when compared to the prowess of Tien Shinhan, it could be said that Dale's was indeed lacking. Gak pondered this thought, conceding that Tien Shinhan had a point, yet he vehemently disagreed with Tien Shinhan's self-assessment of his own strength. To achieve a battle power in the 6-digit range on a planet like Earth, was that not considered strong? Such humility seemed excessive. Gak could not help but smirk. Although his own combat abilities were lacking, he possessed a unique ability to perceive the strength of those far superior to himself. Of course, this special ability was not infallible. With his current strength, he could ascertain that Tien Shinhan's power had surpassed 6 digits, though he could not discern the exact figure. Handsome, powerful, and not the least bit arrogant after his victory. Truly a dependable man, Tai Si thought to herself, seizing the opportunity to introduce herself to Tien Shinhan. While they engaged in brief conversation, Satan was rummaging through Dale's belongings. Officer Gak, is this the spirit tree seed you were searching for? Satan inquired, holding up a small silver pouch. At first glance, the pouch resembled a fabric bag. But upon closer inspection, its material was evidently of a higher quality. Indeed, that's it. The spirit tree seed. Hand it over, Gak exclaimed, excitement overtaking him as he reached for the pouch. Unfazed, Satan handed over the spirit tree seed, leaning in closer to Gak as he did so. Officer Gak, rest assured, the bounty we discussed is firmly in your grasp. Upon receiving the spirit tree seed, Gak immediately began to examine it, his face alight with enthusiasm as he reaffirmed his commitment to Satan. With Gak's confirmation, Satan's prior actions of searching for the spirit tree seed had borne fruit. Nonetheless, Tien Shinhan remained apprehensive about the uncertain future. Witnessing the spirit tree seed being tucked away by Gak left him feeling a twinge of regret. Had he been able to obtain the spirit tree seed, he might have cultivated it on Earth. Much like the magical beans, consuming the fruit of the spirit tree would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. In such a case, even if formidable foes arose, he could rely on his own power to shape his destiny. Unbeknownst to him, Tien Shinhan's mindset underwent a subtle shift. Previously, he had believed that the trajectory of the future was predetermined, placing his hopes for stability in the hands of Goku and the others. However, now he entertained the notion of determining his future through his own strength. Confronted with potential crises, even this laid-back individual felt compelled to grow stronger. Although he wished to refrain from entangling himself in the battles of the protagonists, he recognized the necessity of bolstering his self-defense capabilities. Merely being able to cope with bandit firearms was no longer sufficient for his safety. Thus, he resolved to dedicate the half-hour he had originally allocated to his doppelganger's botanical endeavors back to his martial arts training. While uncertain of the impact this additional time might yield, he felt it imperative to prioritize martial arts more than before. As for the spirit tree seed, it was merely a passing thought. After all, Tien Shinhan understood that the spirit tree seed was not as benign as the magical bean seeds. Even if the magical bean seeds failed on Earth, it would simply result in the seeds perishing without causing any destruction. However, should the spirit tree seed be planted, it would undoubtedly begin to voraciously absorb the life force of both humans and animals due to Earth's meager vital energy. Thus, anyone attempting to plant the spirit tree seed would become a grave sinner, responsible for the devastation of Earth. With Dales apprehended and the spirit tree seed retrieved, it was time for him to promptly return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters to report. Tianjin fan, Satan, I truly owe you my gratitude. Until we meet again on Earth, Gak exclaimed, eager to return to the Galactic King and bask in the glory of his accomplishment. He could hardly wait to witness the astonished expressions of his fellow Galactic Patrol members. Had they not all looked down upon him? Yet now, the elusive Dales, whom they had failed to capture for so many years, was in his custody. Who would dare claim he was not an elite now? After bidding farewell, Gak hastily dragged Dales back to the spaceship. I shall take my leave now, Tianjin fan. I promise to visit again, Tai Si said, reluctantly parting ways with Tianjin fan as Gak departed. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as Dales was dragged onto the spaceship, despite his pained expression, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Meanwhile, within Tianjin fan's botanical garden, several peculiar seeds rapidly sprouted. Not only that, but in their quest to absorb as much vital energy as possible. The roots of these strange seeds spread outwards at an alarming rate. Soon, their robust roots extended from the mid-slope of Penguin Mountain to the base, and even further, reaching out to envelop the entire planet. Chapter 48. A little sample. Do you not realize whose territory this is? Clearly, these seeds were the spirit tree seeds brought by Dales. At some point, Dales had stealthily sown these seeds within Tianjin fan's botanical garden. Guided by the spirit tree seed's unique sensitivity to areas rich in vital energy, Dales had sown them precisely in the center of the botanical garden, right within the cultivated fields of magical beans. Although Dales had been captured, the spirit tree seeds, upon landing in the magical bean fields, acted like weary travelers in a desert discovering an oasis. The seeds took root in the magical bean fields, frantically expanding their roots in every direction. Boom! However, just as their roots were about to continue their unrestrained growth at the mountain's base, a loud explosion erupted beneath the ground. Logically, the spirit tree seeds should have been able to expand endlessly across the planet, absorbing vital energy and even extracting life force to compensate for their growth needs. Yet at that moment, having barely reached the boundary of Penguin Mountain, they exploded due to the rapid absorption of vital energy. In an instant, the once arrogant and wildly proliferating roots began to wilt and stagnate within the confines of Penguin Mountain. However, despite the roots' explosive outburst, the seeds of the spirit tree did not wither away so easily. Drawing upon the vital energy they continued to voraciously consume, these roots commenced a rapid restoration. Yet, during the process of the spirit tree seed's root rehabilitation, beneath the very ground of Penguin Mountain, robust roots from plants that had evidently resided there for a considerable time began to slowly extend towards this direction. These sturdier roots were, without a doubt, the long-established root systems of the Xian, having thrived beneath the earth of Penguin Mountain for an extensive duration, with the accumulation of vital energy over the years. Centered around Tianjin fan's third eye, the soil within the confines of Penguin Mountain had transformed, becoming fundamentally distinct from that of other locales on Earth. Initially lacking in vital energy, the seeds of the Xian could not successfully grow in this environment. However, after Tianjin fan had lived here for nearly 2 years, the soil's energy reserves had reached a level comparable to that of the celestial soil. Now, more than 2 years had passed since the Xian could first take root in this soil. How could the soil of Penguin Mountain possibly be compared to that of other places on Earth? Though the spirit tree seeds were formidable, they resembled a dragon crossing a river, entirely unacquainted with the soil of Penguin Mountain, leading to their explosive growth resulting in a backlash. Seizing this opportunity, the Xian root systems, well-versed in the soil environment of Penguin Mountain, took advantage of the situation. Even the strongest dragon finds it hard to suppress the local snake. Before long, those roots of the spirit tree, which had initially burst forth with fervor, completely lost their earlier intensity. Like mere appendages, the still tender roots of the spirit tree seeds wrapped submissively around the surface of the robust xiando roots like climbing vines on a bamboo trellis. Little did they know whose territory they were treading upon. After the xiando roots had effortlessly subdued the spirit tree seed roots underground, the xiando plants and spirit tree seedlings above ground also underwent a transformation. The spirit tree seedlings, once thriving on the strong root systems that absorbed vital energy for their rapid growth, became as frail and powerless as their subdued roots. The once mighty spirit tree plants, which should have towered like giants, ultimately lost their backbone. Each spirit seedling continued to grow swiftly, yet could only spiral along the ground, clinging to the stem of the xiando for support. Just after Tien Shinhan returned to the house following the departure of Gak and the others, he remained blissfully unaware of the botanical battle transpiring beneath Penguin Mountain. The sound of the spirit tree roots bursting at the mountain's base did not reach the surface. Muffled by the hard rock layers. Lan Shi, there's no need to contact Wukong and the others. The enemies we've encountered this time are quite weak. I've already defeated them. Upon entering the house, Tien Shinhan saw Lan Shi dialing a number and recalled that he had just urged her to hastily call Wukong for assistance. It seems I haven't called yet. Hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Lan Shi promptly put down the receiver. In truth, she hadn't made the call. She merely pretended to seek help because Tien Shinhan had entered. She believed that, regardless of the opponent, Tien Shinhan would undoubtedly prevail. Since their reunion 2 years after departing Korin Tower, she had lived under the same roof as Tien Shinhan for so long, leading her to trust him completely. Upon hearing Lan Shi's response, Tien Shinhan understood the situation. Lan Shi, you place too much faith in my abilities. I'm not as formidable as you imagine. Tien Shinhan rubbed his nose. Despite his pragmatic admission, he still felt gratified by the trust of the beautiful woman. Moreover, whether or not to make a call was inconsequential, as Wukong and the others possessed the ability to sense energy. If they were to encounter a particularly powerful adversary, they would undoubtedly converge based on their energy signatures, eliminating the need for him to make repeated calls. Unbeknownst to Tien Shinhan, at the very moment he engaged in battle with the Lacey, Wukong and the others, whether at Baozi Mountain, Came House, a bar bustling with beautiful women, or in a desolate wasteland, simultaneously broke into a cold sweat. The overwhelming aura, powerful beyond their imagination, erupted for but a fleeting moment before vanishing abruptly. This left them questioning whether they had misperceived the energy. Only within the divine temple did the god gaze contemplatively at his companion Bobo, unsure of how to articulate his emotions. Back at the villa, upon hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Lan Shi appeared nonchalant. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? I do feel a tad regretful for not witnessing your battle firsthand. Tien Shinhan, why don't you teach me some martial arts? That way, even if I can't defeat the enemies, I can cheer for you from the sidelines. Plus, you won't have to rush back, worrying about me, right? Lan Shi said, her face adorned with that same mischievous smile. Tien Shinhan was taken aback, not expecting so many developments to lead Lan Shi back to the previous topic. Noticing the awkwardness on Tien Shinhan's face, Lan Shi's delight grew ever more evident. What is this? Suddenly, she leaned in closer, extending her slender, delicate fingers to gently pluck at Tien Shinhan's left shoulder. In the next moment, a golden strand of hair was caught between her fingers. Tien Shinhan's heart raced upon seeing the straight golden hair. It was evident that while Lan Shi's hair was also golden, hers was characterized by fiery, voluminous waves. Tien Shinhan, can you explain whose hair this is? Lan Shi's smile remained, but her tone took on a distinctly ominous edge as she toyed with the strand. What happened to the trust we spoke of? Tien Shinhan, recognizing the origin of the golden hair, was aware of its owner. However, the moment he relished Lan Shi's trust, he found himself cornered in the all-too-familiar crisis of trust faced by countless men. Chapter 49. De Lacy's ambition what? So it was Bulma's sister. After Tien Shinhan's explanation, Lan Shi lightly waved her hand to dismiss the golden hair. However, she was genuinely surprised to learn that there existed cosmic fugitives and the Galactic Patrol. I wonder what would be like to rob in space. Lan Shi mused, envisioning herself piloting a spaceship alongside Tien Shinhan, embarking on cosmic heists. Meanwhile, Gak and Tais had truly set off, leaving Earth behind in their spacecraft. Once I bring the Lacey and the Spirit Tree seeds back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters, you might also start calling me Officer Gak, just like Satan. The return spacecraft has charted its course. Provided no anomalies arise, the vessel will autonomously navigate back to the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol from Earth, without the need for Gak or Ty's constant oversight. Thus, at this moment, Gak finds himself with ample leisure, his spirits soaring as he envisions the accolades and honors that await him. However, Ty, upon hearing Gak's boastful musings, does not engage as she typically would, rather than dwelling on whether Gak will earn a commendation. Her thoughts remain fixated on Earth. What a remarkable man. I shall return swiftly, and I hope we can converse more next time. She silently prays, her hands clasped in anticipation. Once an ardent explorer of distant planets, she now finds herself particularly eager for the journey back to Earth. Fortunately, Gak remains completely absorbed in his daydreams, and even without Ty's participation, he revels in his own exuberance. Suddenly, a rapid series of beeping interrupts the tranquility, and the control panel of the spacecraft begins to flash urgently. What is it, Gak? Ty and Gak are jolted from their reveries simultaneously, sensing an anomaly aboard the ship. Wait, let me check, Gak exclaims, rushing to the control panel, fervently hoping for no unforeseen complications. After a brief moment, he exhales in relief. After a flurry of activity on the panel, the incessant beeping ceases. The previously flashing controls have returned to a state of calm. Fortunately, it's nothing serious. Merely a warning that the ship's energy is running low, that we'll just need to find an uninhabited planet nearby to land and replace the energy cells, Gak explains, the tension in his expression easing as he turns to a still concerned Ty. So that's it. Just a need for energy replenishment. That's a relief, Ty responds, her worries dissipating now that the spacecraft is deemed safe. Shortly thereafter, guided by the electronic star map on the control panel, Gak locates a small, deserted planet for landing. Behave yourself. Before disembarking to replenish the energy, Gak casts a wary glance at the securely bound Dales and delivers a sharp kick as a warning. Although Dales is restrained by the Galactic Patrol's standard-issue metallic chains, rendering any escape impossible, Gak feels a sense of duty to ensure everything remains secure. Humph. Dales lets out a symbolic grunt at the kick, then turns his back to the ship's interior, adopting a demeanor of resignation. Observing Dale's submission, Gak nods in satisfaction, feeling further reassured that a final glance at the tightly wound chains convinces him that even if Dales were to muster any disbelief, he could trust in the chain's efficacy. After all, these restraints are crafted by the Galactic Patrol's headquarters. Even with Dales restored to his full fighting capacity of 5,000 points, he would stand no chance of breaking free. Let us go together. We must expedite the energy replenishment so we can return to headquarters sooner, Gak says to Ty, and together they descend from the spacecraft. Despite having confirmed Dale's inability to cause trouble, Gak is determined to minimize their stay on the planet. While energy replenishment is merely a routine task for the spacecraft, it represents a considerable undertaking for its operators. The energy cells to be replaced consist of a substantial group, not just a solitary unit that, if Gak were to handle this alone, it would take approximately 10 minutes, but with Ty's assistance, that time could be halved. Equipped with the energy cells, Gak and Ty prepare to land on the planet. However, just then, Dales, who had seemingly abandoned his struggle, carefully turns around. The moment he confirms that Gak and Ty have exited the spacecraft, a glimmer of malice crosses his previously blank expression. The proud scion race is not so easily captured. He sneers. With great effort, he manages to roll over, bending his hands that are bound behind him, specifically his palms. Though his arms are restricted by the chains, his palms retain a modicum of movement. Before long, a pearlescent orb begins to coalesce within his cupped hands. Once the orb assumes form, Dales pushes it upward with great difficulty. Artificial moon. In the next instant, the luminescent sphere hovers above the spacecraft's cabin like a miniature moon. Did you expect this? It's a technique every scion warrior must master when venturing to other planets. Bathed in the beams of the artificial moonlight, Dales, with a sinister grin, begins his transformation into a great ape. With a thunderous roar, an enormous black ape bursts through the spacecraft's roof, confronting Gak and Ty. Curse Dales, how dare he escape like this? The violent upheaval caused by the emergence of the great ape sends Gak and Ty tumbling from the exterior wall of the energy compartment. Gazing at the chains still clinging to the massive creature, but visibly fraying, Gak feels a wave of frustration wash over him. In his hubris, he had forgotten that the combative scion race possessed such a formidable technique as the Great Ape Transformation. Alas, it seems capturing Dales is beyond our reach this time. While the chains still offer some restraint, we must flee at once. Gak grits his teeth, watching as the enraged Great Ape strains against the chains binding him. Despite his chagrin at losing what seemed like an assured victory, he quickly retreats with Tai to a safe distance. With a resounding crash, now out of the Great Ape's destructive range, Gak swiftly deploys a universal capsule, revealing an older spacecraft before them. Half an hour later, as Dale's artificial moon dissipates, he regains his senses, surveying the chaotic aftermath on the planet and the absence of Gak and Tai. His face contorts with disdain. Humph, you managed to escape swiftly. With that thought, Dales coils his tail and retrieves a ring attached to it, from which dangles a small universal capsule. Did you truly believe I would store all my spirit tree seeds in a single pouch? He muses, just wait. Whether it be the ludicrous cosmic tyrant Frisia or that detestable earth martial artist, I shall ensure that you, Dales, will one day face my terrifying wrath. Dales let out a cold chuckle before boarding the spare spaceship he had released. Swiftly departing from the planet AS for the seeds of the spiritual tree planted on Earth, Dales believed that when he returned to Earth once again, it would be the time to reap the fruits of his labor. Chapter 50. The Importance of the Galactic King. It is truly unfortunate. Had it not been for the depletion of the spaceship's energy midway, Dales would have had no chance to escape. Inside the aging spare vessel, Jack clenches fists, gritting his teeth as he pounded the floor with regret and disappointment. If only I could recall the scion race's transformation technique into the Great Ape. Then Dales would not have had the opportunity to break free. Even though Tien had managed to capture the scoundrel, I allowed him to slip away to know, we are the ones fleeing now. Had we remained on that planet, against Dale's tenfold increase in power post-transformation, we would have stood no chance, Jack lamented to Ties. Even if his power had not increased tenfold, Jack, could you truly defeat that fiend? Jack glanced at Ties, expecting a word of comfort. However, instead of offering solace, Ties incisively grasped the essence of the issue. Taken aback by her words, Jack realized that despite the painful truth, Ties had struck a chord. Even if Dale's strength had not surged tenfold due to the transformation, he still would not be Jack's match. In fact, regardless of Dale's transformation, once he had broken free from the chains of the Galactic Police headquarters, Jack would only have the choice to flee in disgrace. This was precisely why, despite his reluctance, he had swiftly made the decision to escape. Reflecting on this, although still frustrated, Jack felt a slight alleviation of his discontent. Capturing Dales and reclaiming the seeds of the spiritual tree was, after all, an unexpected gain from his pursuit of Dales. Now, although Dales had escaped, at least the seeds of the spiritual tree, which held greater significance than Dales himself, remained firmly in his possession. So, does this mean you have successfully retrieved the stolen seeds of the spiritual tree? At the Galactic Police headquarters, Jack and Ties had successfully brought back the seeds. After ensuring Ties was settled, Jack approached the Galactic King, who had been stationed at the headquarters, to report the situation. Carrying a bag filled with the seeds, if Tien were present, he would be astonished to find that the Galactic King bore a striking resemblance to an octopus found on Earth, albeit significantly larger in size. Throughout Jack's report, the Galactic King's smooth, shiny octopus-like face maintained a benevolent smile. Indeed, my Lord Galactic King. Regrettably, my strength remains insufficient. During the process of bringing the fugitive Dales back, he managed to escape using the scion race's Great Ape transformation technique. Jack confessed to the Galactic King with a hint of self-reproach. While feeling remorseful, he couldn't help but steal glances at the Galactic King's reaction. Upon hearing this news, the Galactic King merely shook his head, his kind smile unwavering. Yet, within that kindness, Jack sensed an additional layer of commendation from the Galactic King that no, this cannot be blamed on you. You executed this mission admirably. That Dale's escape was due to his cunning. While the retrieval of the seeds of the spiritual tree is indeed your true achievement, you may take your leave and rest well. You have made a significant contribution, and the headquarters will not forget it. The Galactic King did not attribute Dale's escape to Jack's failings. Rather, he explicitly acknowledged Jack's success in reclaiming the seeds. This assurance instantly calmed Jack's previously anxious heart. By the way, Galactic King, my ability to recover the seeds of the spiritual tree was also greatly aided by the martial artist from Earth. After receiving the Galactic King's praise, Jack recalled his promise to Dend. Previously uncertain if his actions were commendable or blameworthy, he had refrained from mentioning it. Now, seeing the Galactic King's satisfaction with his performance, Jack felt it was the right time to bring it up before he departed. Oh, Earth, I recall that it is quite a remote planet, isn't it? The fact that martial artists capable of assisting you in your tasks emerge from Earth is indeed remarkable. Very well, I shall note this. Their reward will be disbursed in full, commensurate with the task completed. The Galactic King, who had maintained a gentle smile since Jack's entrance, exhibited a rare moment of surprise upon hearing about the assistance from the martial artists of Earth. However, this astonishment was fleeting, quickly vanishing from the Galactic King's visage. Once Jack exited the reporting hall of the headquarters, a silver-haired youth with light blue skin emerged from a nearby lounge. Mel's, you heard Jack's report just now. Did you not? What are your thoughts? The Galactic King inquired of the youth before him, his tone imbued with heightened significance. The young man, named Mel's, ranked first in strength within the Galactic Police. Unlike Jack, who claimed to be an elite despite his meager abilities, Mel's was an unequivocal elite among the Galactic Police. Jack's completion of the task was rather peculiar. I remember you mentioned, Galactic King, that the reason this mission concerning Dales was made public to all was not in anticipation of their actual completion, but rather to instill a sense of importance among all members of the Galactic Police. After all, even within the Galactic Police, there are only a select few who can truly be considered elites in terms of combat prowess. Mel's slightly furrowed his brow, objectively conveying his perspective on Jack's accomplishment of this task to the Galactic King. The Galactic King nodded in agreement with Mel's assessment. Indeed, even within the Galactic Police, the true elites ultimately comprise only a small fraction. In the face of the vast galaxy, the Galactic Police require a considerable number of personnel. Thus, the majority of team members, who form the backbone of the force, cannot be regarded as true elites. However, to maintain their enthusiasm for various missions, it is imperative that they feel valued in their roles. Only then will they diligently fulfill their duties within the Galactic Police. After all, while most members may not be elites, their proactive engagement could still yield unique strengths, just like Jack in this instance. Although his combat strength ranks at the very bottom within the team, he accomplished a task that initially seemed impossible for him. Do you know why that is? The Galactic King cast a meaningful glance at Mel's, aware of Mel's concealed identity. Thus, beyond the routine missions, he would also encourage Mel's to reflect on his insights in various contexts. Could it be due to the martial artist from Earth that Jack mentioned? However, is it not true that Earth is merely a remote and rather ordinary planet? Although Dales possesses relatively weak combat capabilities, he is still far beyond the reach of Earth's martial artists. What secrets lie within this? Meyer, feeling perplexed, recognized that even Jack's own strength was insufficient to defeat Dales and reclaim the seed of the spirit tree. Yet he also found it hard to believe that Earth's martial artists could accomplish such a feat. Unable to comprehend this, he thought, just observe closely, perhaps within Jack's journey on that lowly planet called Earth, you may discover the missing piece you seek. Upon finishing his words, the Galaxy King slowly closed his eyes, allowing the distribution of celestial bodies throughout the Milky Way to materialize in his mind, as if the entire galaxy were imprinted within his consciousness. Chapter 51. Jack's bold idea. Although I did not become Officer Jack this time, I sensed that the Galaxy King was highly satisfied with my performance. As long as I can achieve another accomplishment, the Galaxy King will undoubtedly appoint me as a team leader. At that point, I will have the opportunity to embark on missions alongside a few team members. Departing from the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, Jack painted a picture of his bright future to Ties, his face brimming with hope that wasn't it thanks to Tianjin Fan and the others. Otherwise, this mission would have been impossible to complete. After all, during our numerous adventures together, I had never witnessed you successfully carry out such an important task. Regardless, you have indeed achieved a significant accomplishment this time, so I wish you all the best in your aspirations to be promoted to team leader next time. Ties, seeing Jack's smug expression, was unrelenting in her rebuttal. However, As an old friend, she did not forget to extend her well wishes after exposing Jack's pride. Upon receiving Tize's blessing, Jack found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. After pondering for a moment, he came to a realization. His eyes could discern the strengths of others, as well as his own. Although he disliked hearing that his abilities were lacking, he had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Thus, even when Tize directly stated that his success in the mission was due to Tien Shinhan's influence, he did not take offense. On the contrary. After a brief silence, he candidly confessed to Tize, "You are right. My ability to complete this task was indeed reliant on Tien Shinhan's strength. Now that you mention it, it has sparked a bold idea in me. If successful, I might soon achieve another accomplishment." Jack stood up with excitement, as if he had suddenly conceived a thrilling idea. "What do you intend to do? Please do not act recklessly. Did we not agree to return to Earth first? To inform Tien Shinhan and the others about Dale's escape, preventing any potential revenge." Tize felt an ominous premonition as she observed the excitement on Jack's face. Although she and Jack had been friends for a considerable time, she was well aware of his unreliable nature. Whenever Jack acted on a whim, misfortunes seemed to follow. Sigh, the location of Earth is exceedingly remote within the Milky Way. Even with the speed of our galactic patrol ship, a round trip would take half a year. It would be a tremendous waste of time to head straight back to Earth. Tize's earlier words had reminded Jack of the powerful ally they had in Tien Shinhan. Previously, there were some intergalactic fugitives he could not contend with, but now he had the chance to confront them. Moreover, it seemed that Satan was quite interested in the bounty placed on the galactic patrol. Since we are already headed to Earth, why not take the opportunity to lure an intergalactic fugitive along the way? This would surely delight Satan, and I could achieve another accomplishment in a shorter time. What a win-win situation. Do you not find my idea to be perfect? Jack rubbed his hands together, feeling that his suggestion was truly elite. However, we must first return to warn Tien Shinhan about the potential revenge from Dales. If you provoke other intergalactic fugitives midway, what if we end up wasting time? Tize hesitated. While Jack's reasoning was indeed efficient in terms of his own accomplishments, Tize was more concerned about Earth's safety and her eagerness to deepen her connection with Tien Shinhan. After all, good men do not wait. And what if she returned too late? The last time Tize spoke with Bulma, she had heard her lament about how a childhood adventure companion had grown into a handsome man. Yet another woman had seized the opportunity first. Thinking of this, Tize glanced at Jack. He had also been her adventure companion for a long time, but regrettably, he remained in this unreliable state. It was only after meeting Tien Shinhan that she experienced the exhilaration of her heart racing in the presence of an exceptional man. Unfortunately, the time she spent with Tien Shinhan in close proximity was too brief, leaving her uncertain about her feelings. This time, she was eager to return to confirm whether her heart's fluttering was indeed a special emotion. Revenge. Do you not trust Tien Shinhan's strength? If I were Dale's, I would definitely keep my distance from him for the next few years. If he escaped from us and went straight to Earth to find Tien Shinhan, it would be nothing short of self-destruction. Jack scoffed at Tize's concerns that he had clearly observed the vast disparity in power between Dales and Tien Shinhan. They simply did not belong to the same league. That is true, Tize nodded. Although she did not possess Jack's unique ability to see through Tien Shinhan's strength, she held a great deal of trust in him, so you need not worry. With Tien Shinhan's assistance, it is as if I, Jack, have gained wings. My formidable reconnaissance abilities will finally have a chance to shine. Jack laughed heartily, placing his hands on his hips, and promptly reset the ship's destination. In truth, Jack's self-identified status as an elite, despite knowing his own shortcomings, was not entirely unfounded. While his combat prowess was indeed lacking, he possessed remarkable investigative talent, just as his eyes could perceive the strength of those far beyond him. He also held numerous leads on intergalactic fugitives. When it came to tracking down their whereabouts, he truly stood out within the Galactic Patrol. This was why he had relentlessly pursued Dales when others had failed to locate him. However, previously, despite having so many leads on intergalactic fugitives, he had refrained from provoking them due to his own inability to apprehend them. As for calling upon his teammates to act on the leads he had gathered. With the unreliable image and meager abilities that Jieka typically displayed in the Galactic Patrol, none of his comrades were inclined to heed his commands. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Jekka envisioned that upon his return to Earth, he would engage in a thorough dialogue with Satan, transforming the fortuitous assistance he received from Tianjin Fan into a formal bounty collaboration. This particular planet, where he had long set his sights on a notorious intergalactic criminal, was home to a surviving scion, and this time, he intended to bring the matter to a close that a few days later, Jekka's spacecraft landed on a planet situated along their route back to Earth. Chapter 52. Kakarot. Stay inside the spacecraft and ensure it remains in a state ready for immediate departure. As soon as I return, press the buttons to activate the shield and initiate takeoff. Jekka instructed solemnly to Ties. Although he imagined that his plan would unfold seamlessly, he was acutely aware that executing it amidst a disparity in strength would prove to be exceedingly challenging and perilous. Therefore, even though he was generally unreliable, he took extra care to confirm their escape preparations with Ties before proceeding with the plan. Before long, Jekka identified his target on this relatively small planet. Scion Radits, today, I, Jekka, shall arrest you on behalf of the Galactic Patrol for the crime of illegal planetary trafficking. He inhaled deeply behind a small hill to steady himself before leaping out dramatically. Confronting Radits, who was adjusting after his recent conquest of the planet, Jekka struck a defiant pose, hand on his hip, pointing at him. Radits was taken aback by Jekka's sudden shout, but upon recognizing him, he burst into laughter. Isn't this the Galactic Patrolman who was scared out of his wits last time? You got lucky and escaped from me then, and now you dare to come back and seek your doom? Sitting comfortably, Radits regarded Jekka with disdain, feeling no need to rise that to him. Eliminating Jekka would be as effortless as swatting a fly. Yet considering Jekka's status as a Galactic Patrolman, he hesitated to dirty his hands. The surviving scions were engaged in the underhanded business of selling planets under Frisia's rule. The Galactic Patrol headquarters had consistently attempted to suppress such violations of interstellar regulations, often turning a blind eye in the end. However, if Raditz were to kill a Galactic Patrolman here, he would certainly face repercussions, albeit not fatal ones, but sufficient to cause him considerable trouble for some time. Thus, Raditz merely scoffed at Jekka before losing interest in him. Hey, what's wrong, Raditz? Sounds like someone is after you. Concurrently, another scion's voice came through Raditz's power scouter. Nothing much, Naba, just a clueless Galactic Patrolman that I've already taken this planet. How's it going with you and Vegeta? Raditz communicated with Naba, who was engaged in battle on another planet, that all's well here. This planet is dozens of times larger than yours. We should fetch a good price for it. Naba chuckled from the other end, then resumed his fight. Now, let's see what this fool has that emboldens him to seek his end, Raditz thought, redirecting his attention back to Jekka. Despite his condescending tone, Jekka's presence felt somewhat unusual to Raditz. Out of caution, he activated his power scouter to gauge Jekka's strength point 250. Is that all? With such paltry power, you dare to claim you will arrest me? Be gone, while my mood is still favorable. Upon realizing Jekka's combat power, any lingering wariness Raditz had evaporated to him. Jekka was merely a jester. Jekka was fully aware of how his actions were perceived by Raditz. However, this was inconsequential. His aim was to provoke Raditz, enticing him to pursue him. Indeed, Jekka had come to poke the tiger. Thus, as Raditz looked at him in disbelief, Jekka remained unfazed, decisively drawing his ray gun. Bayou, 3 shots rang out. The scorching rays struck Raditz squarely in the face. How dare you? Very well, very well. I graciously chose to overlook your arrogance, thinking to grant you a chance at life. Yet you have chosen your own demise that I have decided, even if I must endure a bit of hassle from the flies of the Galactic Patrol. It matters not if I do not personally slay you this time. I shall write my name, Raditz, backward. Raditz was taken aback by Jekka's audacity. Although the ray gun had inflicted little damage, Jekka's brazen behavior thoroughly enraged him. However, Jekka had planned for this. After firing his weapon, he immediately turned and fled. By the time Raditz began his pursuit, Jekka had already sprinted several dozen meters away, with only a few hundred meters separating him from his spacecraft. Run, run, I must run swiftly. Yet, as he faced the distance before him, Jekka felt an acute sense of anxiety. He understood that if he faltered even slightly, he would be devoured by the very tiger he had provoked. Fortunately, Radits, though furious, dismissed Jeka's 250 power level, granting him more time to escape. "Stop!" Raditz shouted furiously as Jeka leapt into the spacecraft, hurling several energy blasts in his direction. "Ties, head to Earth now." Yet, in that moment, as Jeka shouted while entering the spacecraft, the ever-prepared Ties promptly pressed the button as previously agreed. Boom! The shockwave from the exploding energy blast sent Jeka's spacecraft tumbling. Fortunately, the recently activated protective shield of the spacecraft proved effective against the blast. Not only did the spacecraft sustain no damage, but it also utilized the force of the shockwave to accelerate its departure from the planet. You wretched fool, escaping in a spacecraft. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, by the way, did he just mention heading to Earth? Earth? Isn't that the remote planet where Kakarot was sent? How intriguing. It seems the time has come to pay Kakarot a visit. I wonder how much his combat power has increased by now. As Raditz gazed at the departing Gak, he had initially resolved to abandon the pursuit. Despite the irritation caused by this insignificant nuisance, chasing him across distant planets seemed rather excessive. However, upon recalling Gak's exclamation about heading to Earth, Raditz reconsidered his decision. Planet Vegeta had been obliterated for quite some time, with only a scant few scions surviving. Were it not for the mention of Earth, Raditz might have taken several more years to reminisce about his brother, Kakarot. Yet now that it had resurfaced in his thoughts, he was inclined to investigate. As for Gak's deliberate mention of Earth, Raditz could undoubtedly sense the trap lurking beneath. Nevertheless, how could he, with his scion pride, be deterred by a mere insect possessing a power level of only 250? Raditz, we have completed our preparations here. Please make a stop at our location when you return. Vegeta wants us three to return to the base together. At that moment, the communication feature of the power level tester was reactivated, and the voice of Naba echoed through "No. Naba, you all should return first. I have suddenly changed my mind. I wish to visit Earth and check on Kakarot." Raditz, with a sinister grin, dismissed Naba's suggestion. "Kakarot, is he not your brother who was sent away prematurely due to his inadequate power level? Very well. Although the prospects are slim, you might as well see if he has the potential to become a valuable asset." Vegeta's voice joined in through the power level tester, ultimately making a decisive statement. "Wait for me, Kakarot," Raditz whispered with a cold smirk as he boarded his spherical spacecraft. I finally caught up. I thought the baiting plan had failed." Shortly thereafter, Gak exhaled in relief upon detecting the signal from Raditz's vessel on his ship-S scanner. Chapter 53. The Planet of Weaklings is this Earth. Months later, Raditz's spherical spacecraft descended upon Earth following its predetermined course. Due to the outdated model of the spacecraft, precise landings were unattainable, and it could only land randomly on the designated planet. With a resounding crash, Raditz forcefully pushed open the door of the spacecraft, which had created a large crater upon impact, and he gazed at the wilderness with a menacing grin. The tremendous noise generated by the rough landing attracted the attention of a passing hunter. Mistaking the sound for the rare fall of a meteorite, the hunter hurried to the edge of the crater. "Who are you?" Upon seeing Raditz in his peculiar attire, standing beside what he believed to be a fallen meteorite, the hunter instinctively tightened his grip on his rifle. This what the humans of Earth look like. Raditz, hearing the hunter's inquiry, had no intention of responding. Instead, his grin widened as he casually activated his power level tester. Beep, beep, beep. Power level measurement in progress. 5 points. After a brief moment, Raditz observed the hunter's power level displayed on the tester. So this is a pitiful creature with a mere power level of 5. No wonder. What formidable beings could possibly exist on such a remote planet? Raditz's face was filled with disdain. The hunter's power level was as low as he had anticipated. "Hey, human of Earth, do you know where Kakarot is?" Raditz inquired with a sinister smile directed at the trembling hunter. "What Kakarot? Why, you better not come any closer, or I will shoot." Although the hunter was unfamiliar with Raditz, he felt an instinctive sense of oppression and threat emanating from Raditz's terrifying grin. Consequently, as Raditz approached him, the hunter could no longer withstand the oppressive aura and fired his gun. Bang! The bullets from the double-barreled shotgun struck Raditz's chest, yet they merely crumpled and shattered as if they had struck tofu against stone. "Is this your attack? Forget it. It's better to seek him out myself. I remember that Kakarot was sent here to conquer Earth. Yet after all these years, this place remains unconquered. What has that rascal been up to? That after all this time he has yet to accomplish anything. However, with our scion lineage, his power level should surely be the highest on this planet by now. Radits nonchalantly emitted a beam from his fingertip, instantly reducing the quaking hunter to ashes. He found it somewhat amusing that he had even bothered to inquire about such a weak earthling. After pondering for a moment, he conceived a method to locate Kakarot, just as he had done in his previous conquests of various planets. The first action upon landing was always to utilize the power level tester to detect the highest power levels on the planet. He would then systematically eliminate those with the greatest power. Although he was still unaware of Kakarot's whereabouts on Earth, he was confident that, owing to their warrior heritage, Kakarot must now be the strongest being on this planet. Thus, he strode across the ashes left by the hunter and activated the power level tester once more. This time, rather than precisely measuring individual power levels, Radits slightly lowered the detection accuracy and expanded the range to encompass the entire Earth. However, unbeknownst to Radits, his inability to conceal his own energy had already attracted the attention of numerous individuals upon his arrival on Earth. Notably, Piccolo, who had been hiding in this wilderness since the last martial arts tournament, had observed the entire scene in which Radits effortlessly dispatched the hunter. Furthermore, with his Namekian superior hearing, Piccolo had grasped the function of the power level tester. Thus, when Radits began his global detection, Piccolo wisely retracted all of his energy signatures in advance. Damn it, such a powerful being has arrived on Earth. What could he possibly want? Given the energy within him, I likely stand no chance. I must quickly find a way to inform Tien and Goku, Piccolo thought, glaring with clenched fists at Radits, who was crossing his arms and waiting arrogantly for the detection results. The ability to sense energy made him break into a cold sweat before Radits' overwhelming presence. Strange, why did I instinctively think of informing those two detestable fellows? Piccolo, who had subconsciously decided to promptly leave and notify Tien and Goku, suddenly recognized the peculiarity of his choice. Indeed, I am the Demon King Piccolo. How could I possibly run off to inform those two vile characters? Damn alien. No matter your purpose for coming to Earth, you shall not thwart my dominion over this planet. The internal conflict led Piccolo to abandon his immediate plan to notify others, opting instead to remain and secretly follow Radits, biding his time for an opportunity to act. 5, 2, 5, 3, 5. Pathetic, also pathetic. As expected from a planet of weaklings, the majority of the inhabitants possess power levels barely above 5. As Radits gazed at the comical, diminutive numbers flickering on the green display of the power level scanner, his disdain for Earth deepened. 140, 300 for 80. How intriguing. It appears there exists a being on this planet with a power level of 480. This power level must belong to Kakarot, I presume. Amidst a series of nearly negligible power readings, Raditz suddenly noted several figures exceeding 100. Furthermore, the two beings with the lower of these power indices were now moving swiftly. Observing their direction, it seemed they were heading towards the source of the 480 power level. Could it be that Kakarot has already detected my presence? This is getting interesting. A power level approaching 500? With such strength, Kakarot should have easily conquered this planet. Why, then, is the situation as it is? Never mind. I shall clarify this once I locate Kakarot. Convinced he had pinpointed Kakarot's location, Raditz prepared to soar in that direction. At that moment, a familiar power index materialized before him. 250 points. Indeed, that detestable galactic patrol officer is also on Earth. 251, 252, 253. Why is this individual's power level gradually increasing? Raditz, astonished by the fluctuating readings, halted in his tracks. Just as he pondered the variations in Gak's power index, a number suddenly appeared beside it, causing him to break into a cold sweat. How is this possible? 1 points. Raditz stumbled back in shock, his mouth agape in exclamation as he instinctively turned to flee. Fortunately, this alarming power index vanished as quickly as it had appeared, allowing him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow and cease his retreat. Damn machine. Has it malfunctioned again, causing me such a fright? Raditz grasped the power level scanner, intending to hurl it to the ground in an attempt to mask his flustered state. Yet, recalling that he needed this device to locate Kakarot, he suppressed his anger for the time being. Useless contraption, I will fix you later. For now, finding Kakarot takes precedence. Chapter 54. Master, I want one too. Just as Radits lamented the scanner's continual malfunctions on Penguin Mountain. At Tien's villa, Gak and Tai Si were paying a visit. The Galactic Patrol spacecraft was significantly more advanced than Radits' vessel. To ensure Radits' ship could keep pace with his, Gak had deliberately slowed his craft. Yet he still arrived half a day earlier. So, you mean to say that the notorious intergalactic criminal Tien, so painstakingly captured, was allowed to escape by you? At the dining table, Lan Shi questioned Gak with a displeased expression. My sincerest apologies. It was my oversight, as I forgot that the scion race possesses the ability to enhance their power through great ape transformation. I have let down Mr. Tien's assistance, which is why I have come to apologize to him. Gak lowered his head, expressing remorse to Lan Shi. Simultaneously, he discreetly extended 2 fingers beneath the table towards Satan, silently signaling him to speak a few kind words on his behalf. Satan had received the bounty he had long coveted from Gak shortly after his arrival. 10 galactic coins. To purchase a planet of equal size to Earth would only require 50 galactic coins. Whether Dales fled or not was of no concern to Satan, as long as the bounty was sufficient. He felt utterly satisfied that, in his view, even if Dales returned for revenge, he would not pose a threat to his master and would not stir up any trouble. Furthermore, just as he hoped to continue earning galactic coins from Gak. Shortly after arriving, Gak proposed a collaborative bounty plan to him. The two quickly came to an agreement, finalizing their scheme unbeknownst to Tien. Satan aimed to secretly amass enough galactic coins to purchase a planet as a surprise gift for Tien. Gak, on the other hand, believed that his actions, while not posing a significant threat to Tien's strength, carried a hint of utilizing him to achieve his own merits, something not easily articulated. With their respective intentions in mind, the two had already made arrangements to discreetly implement their cooperative plan before meeting Tien. Lan Shi, Gak did not act with malice. Besides, his strength is far inferior to that of his master. It is regrettable that Dales, being so treacherous and despicable, managed to escape. Considering his sincere apology, I believe you and Master should forgive him. Although Lan Shi appeared agitated, seemingly ready to unleash a barrage of bullets upon Gak, her true thoughts aligned closely with Satan's. She held immense confidence in Tien's abilities. Therefore, upon hearing Gak mention Dales' escape and warning Tien of possible retaliation, Lan Shi felt disdain. Like Satan, she believed Dales could not possibly create any upheaval in Tien's presence. Yet, despite her lack of concern, she felt compelled to chastise Gak fiercely for another reason. After all, Gak did not arrive alone. By his side stood Tai Si, a golden-haired beauty sharing a striking resemblance to Lan Shi. As the two golden-haired women met, they outwardly presented a friendly facade while covertly sizing each other up. Though Lan Shi chastised Gak at that moment, she was also asserting her position. Currently, Tien had yet to utter any reproach. But Lan Shi had already positioned herself to jointly question Gak to a certain extent. Upon realizing her display of authority had been effective, and with Satan already advocating for Gak, Lan Shi graciously relented and turned her gaze towards Tien. Very well, it is indeed unavoidable that strength differs. Tien, do you think we can forgive Gak? Sensing a hint of tension at the dining table, Tien wished to dissipate the atmosphere. Moreover, he regarded Dales as a mere nuisance, especially now that he no longer possessed the spirit tree seed. Thus, he acquiesced to Lan Shi and Satan's words, refraining from further probing into Dales' matter. All right, let us eat. Today marks a day of reunion in my homeland. Let us refrain from discussing such trivial matters. Come, Gak Tai Si, it is surely your first time savoring the produce I've personally cultivated. Do give it a try. As Tianjin Fan spoke, he picked up the communal chopsticks and served a portion of vegetables to both Jack and Tai Si. Upon receiving the food from Tianjin Fan, Jack realized that there was no blame directed at him, and he immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Tai Si, glancing at the additional vegetables in her bowl, was reminded of the earlier reprimand from Lan Shi, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Thank you. Typically adventurous and open-hearted, Tai Si's reaction at that moment resembled that of a shy and introverted woman, her voice barely above a whisper. This unusual display from Tai Si took Jack by surprise, as he was accustomed to her teasing self-deprecation. But on the other hand, the blonde Lanchi, who had previously asserted her dominance, felt a surge of satisfaction. However, witnessing Taisai's bashful demeanor intensified the competitive tension that had just begun to dissipate. Humph, what's so special about speaking softly? I can do that too, Lanchi thought indignantly, before turning her head and playfully brushing her hair against her nose. Achoo! After a sneeze, Lanchi's golden hair transformed into a shade of blue, and her demeanor softened considerably. Tianjin fan, I too wish to sample the ingredients you have prepared with your own hands. If Lanchi's voice was akin to the passionate surges of the ocean, then the blue-haired Lanchi's tone was as tranquil and gentle as a mountain spring. Upon hearing Lanchi's request, Tianjin fan instinctively intended to let her serve herself, considering she was practically a co-host. However, sensing the lingering tension beside him, he suppressed his straightforward instincts and served her a portion of vegetables with his chopsticks instead. As Jack savored the meal prepared by Tianjin fan, he felt a warm current surging within him, his strength gradually increasing. Starting from initial 250 points, it climbed to 255 before settling. How remarkable are these dishes? Could the secret behind Tianjin fan's formidable abilities on Earth lie within these ingredients? Yet, how could such extraordinary ingredients flourish on this remote planet? Jack found himself ensnared in a paradoxical loop, questioning whether it was these ingredients that empowered Tianjin fan or if his unique talent was the source of these remarkable ingredients. This was akin to the age-old dilemma of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Leaving Jack scratching his head in perplexity, I could see that moment. Satan observed that not only had Lanchi and Taisai received vegetables served by Tianjin fan, but even Jack had been treated similarly, stirring a twinge of envy within him. Master, I too desire for you to serve me some vegetables. The three onlookers could hardly contain their laughter at Satan's comically exaggerated pout and watery eyes, nearly causing them to regurgitate their recently consumed meal. Even Tianjin fan, known for his adaptability, felt his brow twitch in irritation as he slowly set down his chopsticks and bellowed towards the door. Get out! In an instant, the latent power within him erupted momentarily, startling Satan into taking cover beneath the table. Chapter 55. Careful, Krillin. After a satisfying meal, Tianjin fan remembered that it was time to deliver ingredients to Goku and the others. So he prepared and set off in his vehicle. While using the instant transmission technique would be swifter than driving, Tianjin fan viewed the delivery as a journey, for the essence of travel lies not in the destination, but in the experience along the way. With the sound of the hovering vehicle's engine reminiscent of a tractor, Tianjin fan took in the scenery as he traveled. This time, he chose to visit the location where Goku and Chi-Chi resided, specifically Baozi Mountain, while two of his other clones would attend to Krillin and Yamcha. Meanwhile, Radits had regained his composure after the earlier shock. After repeatedly scanning with the power level detector and not seeing the previously registered power index, he felt a sense of relief. It was merely a malfunction. How amusing that a mere galactic patrolman would be granted a little more time to live, that I shall first pay a visit to Kakarot. With that thought, Raditz flew toward the location indicated by the power level detector, which showed a reading of 480. Piccolo, several hundred meters behind Raditz, decided to follow suit, but remained preoccupied with thoughts of Raditz's earlier disarray and exclamations. Power level? Could it be that insufferable foe? Although Piccolo was uncertain of his own power level, he surmised that he likely fell short in comparison to the alien before him. Given Raditz's evident distress when mentioning the power level, it was clear that his strength was inferior. With this in mind, Piccolo clenched his fists in frustration. Since departing from the martial arts tournament over a year ago, he had dedicated himself to training in this wilderness. His training regimen differed from that of typical Earth martial artists. In addition to basic physical conditioning, he engaged in specialized meditation practices. The physical training allowed him to refine his techniques and combat skills, while meditation enabled him to draw energy from the air to enhance his inner Ki. In the brief span of 3 years since emerging from the egg, Piccolo had rapidly grown stronger, thanks to the unique internal and external cultivation methods of the Namekians. However, his small egg at birth had limited his starting potential compared to ordinary Earthlings, which led to his defeat by Krillin at the last tournament. Yet, over the past year, his training had yielded significant improvements, particularly in meditation. Notably, the energy in Earth's atmosphere seemed to have surged dramatically around 6 months ago, with this increase continuing to persist. This subtle, imperceptible change had propelled his training to new heights over the past half-year. Piccolo had initially thought that with this newfound energy, he had surpassed Tianjin Fan and Goku. Yet if that power level truly belonged to Tianjin Fan, Goku aside, he could at least confirm that he was currently unable to defeat Tianjin Fan. However, Piccolo's frustration soon transformed into exhilaration. How intriguing. No wonder he is the opponent I have set my sights on. Let us all grow stronger. The more formidable you become, the more thrilling it will be when I finally triumph over you. For now, I must eliminate this alien monkey that has foolishly ventured to Earth. The world I, Piccolo the Demon King, aim to dominate cannot be tainted by others. Piccolo gazed at Radits' tail from a distance, his green visage betraying an expression brimming with ambitious excitement. Near Baozi Mountain, Yamcha and Krillin had just arrived. Goku, long time no see. The two greeted Goku, who awaited them below, waving enthusiastically. Indeed, since our separation and my wedding to Chi-Chi, nearly a year has passed, hasn't it? Wukong raised his hand to stroke the back of his head and, with a smile, addressed Krillin and Yamcha. You, my friend, are truly fortunate to have married so swiftly. It is indeed enviable. Krillin, sporting a shiny bald head, playfully nudged Wukong's chest with his elbow, teasing him with a grin. Huh, Krillin, you've reverted to being bald again. You haven't grown taller either. You remain just as you were. Upon hearing Krillin's jibe, Wukong bashfully rubbed his nose with his finger. Well, Wukong, you still speak without regard for the occasion. Just as you did in your youth. I thought marriage might have brought some change, but it appears we must wait until you become a father for that to happen. Krillin, feeling a pang in his heart from Wukong's words, almost stumbled as he clutched his chest, for Wukong's remarks still struck him deeply. Alas, it is a tale of sorrow. After parting ways following the martial arts tournament, Krillin had hastily opted for a middle parting hairstyle. He had initially believed he would transform into a dashing figure like Tien or Wukong, only to be ridiculed at Wukong's wedding as an aging uncle. Infuriated, he promptly returned home and shaved his head once more. What pained him even more was that over a year had passed, yet his height had seen little improvement. He began to suspect whether the side effects of having nearly perished at a young age were to blame, or if Bulma's cryogenic preservation technology had imparted a height limitation upon his physique. However, this is not the time for such musings. You too have sensed the sudden malevolent aura that has appeared on Earth. Have you not? Wukong's expression turned grave as he quickly steered the conversation toward their pressing matter. Indeed, that formidable evil presence surpasses us. Among our acquaintances, only Tien might stand a chance against it. Yamcha nodded solemnly, his expression laden with concern. Wukong, do you think we should inform Tien? Having him with us might increase our odds. Krillin's countenance darkened further, as the pressure he felt from that ominous presence weighed heavily on him. Exacerbated by the year of disadvantage he had faced in Onid, Tien has chosen seclusion, and we should not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, I sense a familiar energy within this malevolence, suggesting it may be targeting me specifically. In truth, had I not felt outmatched alone, I would not have summoned you, Yamcha and Krillin. This could very well be a fierce battle, and if you wish to withdraw now— Wukong shook his head, feeling a kinship in a malevolent energy, though he understood that it was a harbinger of great danger. What are you saying, Wukong? Regardless of our ties as students of Master Roshi, we are also the best of friends. There is no way we would retreat at this moment. Before Wukong could finish, Yamcha interjected, visibly irritated. Exactly, Wukong, that we shall not flee. Given the nature of that aura, it is possible it shares ambitions akin to those of the Demon King Piccolo. Seeking to dominate the world, if that is the case, we should band together and confront him now. Krillin clenched his fists, even as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the evil presence. He steeled his resolve to stand alongside Wukong until the end. Krillin, be careful. Wukong was moved by the support from Yamcha and Krillin, but suddenly a shadow surged towards Krillin. Bang! Wukong barely had time to react as Krillin was sent flying. Gravely injured and unconscious, a mere 300 power level dares to boast about defeating me. Radits? With a voice dripping with disdain, Raditz appeared before Wukong and Yamcha, arms crossed, exuding an oppressive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe. Seeing Krillin on the brink of death ignited a furious blaze within Wukong. Without hesitation, he discarded his weighted clothing and launched a full frontal assault on Raditz, and a flurry of punches enveloped Raditz in a relentless gray storm, swallowing him whole in the tempest of Wukong's attack. Raditz had intended to deliver a few more taunts, but Wukong's close-range onslaught compelled him to reconsider. He wished to gauge just how much his long-exiled brother had truly grown. Meanwhile, Yamcha, witnessing Wukong's rapid advance, quickly retrieved a senza bean to administer to Krillin. To his astonishment, Raditz remained unperturbed, deftly dodging Wukong's full-force strikes with ease. Despite Wukong's relentless barrage, Raditz stood with arms crossed, mockingly observing as each of Wukong's attacks fell short due to his simple evasive maneuvers. It was only when Raditz noticed Yamcha's intent to aid Krillin that he extended a hand, launching an energy blast toward the already weakened Krillin. Fortunately, Yamcha reacted swiftly, countering with a wave of energy that neutralized Raditz's attack. Damn it seems we must first defeat this scoundrel to save Krillin. Yamcha gritted his teeth, realizing that even with Wukong's full power assault, they were unable to fully divert Raditz's attention. This adversary was undeniably formidable. Yamcha pondered. With no option to rescue Krillin first, they had to defeat Raditz as swiftly as possible. Watch this. Wolf Fang Fist. Without hesitation, Yamcha leaped into the fray, unleashing one of his signature techniques the moment he joined the battle. Utilizing the unique punching technique of the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha's speed surpassed even that of Wukong in that instant. Two relentless punches encircled Raditz from both sides. Futile. One with a power level of 380. And another at 480. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? My power level is nearing 1,000. Raditz finally took the situation seriously, extending his hands to counter Wukong and Yamcha's dual assault. What they had hoped would be an advantage in numbers turned into a crushing reality as they faced Raditz's single-handed counterattacks, feeling the weight of his strength. Although Raditz's techniques were not as intricate as theirs, his sheer speed and power overshadowed both Wukong and Yamcha significantly. What is this, Kakarot? I do not know, but should you harm Krillin, I shall never acquiesce to your demands. Wukong struggled to respond amidst Raditz's counterattack, his tone brimming with fury, a mere 300 power level of a worthless creature. What does it matter if you kill me? But you, Kakarot, with the blood of the mightiest warrior race coursing through your veins. Have you truly forgotten the pride of our scion lineage? How can you allow yourself to be so enraged by the weakness of this insignificant being? It seems your body and mind have both fallen in this remote world called Earth. Had I known you would stoop to such depths, I would have preferred you to perish alongside the destruction of planet Vegeta, rather than suffer this humiliation now. Surrender your resistance and eliminate these two feeble Earth martial artists beside you, and I shall lead you to conquer other planets. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here on Earth alongside them. Raditz was incensed by Wukong's retort. He had not anticipated that his feeble brother would dare to defy his will, which struck a blow to his pride, igniting a furious rage within him. I have told you, I am not Kakarot, nor will I engage in any of your schemes that if you wish to kill us. We shall fight with all our might to defeat you. Yamcha, despite being suppressed and unable to find an opportunity to counter, remained resolute that Wukong's greatest desire at that moment was to vanquish Raditz swiftly and then hasten to feed Krillin a senza bean for recovery. Observing Krillin's labored breathing, he harbored genuine concern for his friend's life. That it is important to note that while Dragon Balls can resurrect individuals, one can only be revived once. Krillin had already died once. He could not afford to perish again. Upon hearing Wukong's fervent call, Yamcha understood immediately. Due to Tien's circumstances, they had trained together at the lookout without any interruptions. That Wukong's shout signaled Yamcha that he intended to attempt the only combined technique they had practiced there. Wukong! Yamcha shouted in readiness. With Yamcha's exclamation, the two sprang into action as if receiving a synchronized signal. In the next moment, both warriors, who had been fiercely attacking Raditz, leaped backward several meters. Radits, unable to extend his arms to pursue them, found himself momentarily stunned. Kamehameha. The two retreated warriors unleashed a Kamehameha from opposite directions simultaneously. Due to insufficient charge, the two Kamehamehas were released rapidly, lacking in power, and were effortlessly blocked by Radit's hands. Futile, do you not understand? This is the absolute disparity of power levels. And no matter how you attack, you cannot defeat me. Weaklings must accept their inferiority. Raditz disdainfully crushed the two energy blasts, his contempt growing ever more pronounced. However, as his gaze shifted back to Wukong and Yamcha, he noticed a glimmer of determination etched upon their faces. Double Kamehameha. As fellow disciples of Master Roshi, the two simultaneously gathered energy to unleash the Kamehameha, the signature technique of their master. The two charged Kamehamehas converged, their collective might erupting in a powerful display. 1200. Raditz gazed in disbelief at the soaring numbers on the power level scanner, faced with a colossal energy wave barreling toward him. He lost his earlier composure, in a frantic attempt to dodge. He barely managed to evade the blast, grazing its edge. Watching the immense Kamehameha obliterate a distant range of mountains, Wukong and Yamcha exchanged glances, lamenting the collateral damage. Raditz, surveying the now vanished mountains behind him and the tattered remnants of his battle attire, felt a chill of dread. Had that energy wave struck him directly, he might have been obliterated in an instant. Impossible! How could your destructive power escalate to such a degree? With barely a power level of 500, how could you unleash an attack of over 1,000? Raditz shouted in confusion, "Ha! This is the price of underestimating Earth martial artists." Wukong and Yamcha panted, the tremendous force of their recent Kamehameha having drained much of their energy. "Damn it, we can no longer toy with you. I will end you immediately." In that fleeting moment, Raditz had genuinely felt the threat of death. This sense of impending doom stripped him of any inclination to continue his playful taunts. His earlier underestimation had nearly cost him his life. And now his sole focus was to eliminate Yamcha and Wukong swiftly. Yet just as he was about to strike, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him. 900, a power level that he could not afford to disregard suddenly appeared on the scanner, compelling Raditz to pivot and evade. Special beam cannon. Just as he turned to escape, a spiraling yellow laser beam shot through the space he had occupied moments ago. That Namekian? 410. How could a mere 410 power level unleash an attack with 900 points of destructive power? What is wrong with the inhabitants of this planet? Raditz clutched the fresh wound on his shoulder, trembling in fear. Regrettably, it was merely a glancing blow to his shoulder. Meanwhile, the opportunistic attack by Piccolo left him shaking his head in dismay. Had he mastered his own technique, he would have easily struck Raditz's vital points, ensuring a fatal blow. Chapter 57. Unable to defeat, yet still family Piccolo. "Come assist us," Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon seeing Piccolo strike from behind Raditz. Son Wukong, do not mistake my intervention for an act of salvation. I acted solely because this extraterrestrial monkey dared to threaten the world I, Piccolo the Demon King, intend to dominate, and I wish to teach him a lesson. As for you, being one of my chosen adversaries, I shall not permit you to perish at the hands of anyone but me." Upon hearing Wukong's jubilant cheer, Piccolo scoffed and replied with a hint of reluctance. Well, you lot seem to regard me with utter contempt. You truly believe that just because you can unleash these explosive attacks, I am powerless against you." Listening to Wukong and Piccolo's banter, particularly Piccolo's retort, Raditz felt as though he was being belittled, akin to a mere insect that could be crushed at will. A proud scion. Raditz could not tolerate such disdain. "I have made my decision. You shall all die today, including you, Kakarot. Your insolence has exhausted my patience," Raditz declared angrily, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, everyone witnessed him standing beside Piccolo, delivering a swift, vicious chop. With a sickening squelch, Raditz severed one of Piccolo's arms clean off. "Was it this hand that dared to strike me earlier? Truly a feeble limb, incapable of withstanding even the slightest resistance," Raditz mockingly whispered. With a slight exertion of his palm, he crushed Piccolo's severed arm. Piccolo had already sensed Raditz's intent to attack, but alas, Raditz's speed was simply too formidable. Even with his defenses up, he found his right hand utterly destroyed in the blink of an eye by the now serious Radits. "Stop! Your opponent is us!" As Piccolo was momentarily incapacitated, Goku bellowed, immediately charging towards Radits once more alongside Yamcha. Though both were heavily fatigued, their combined efforts managed to momentarily restrain the injured Radits. Piccolo, observing Goku and Yamcha engaging Radits, swiftly applied pressure to his wound to staunch the bleeding, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. "Damn it, I never anticipated this alien monkey to be so powerful. And my combat power is only 410. Meanwhile, Son Goku stands at 480 and Tien Shinhan. Piccolo shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The immediate priority was clear, regardless of his reluctance to admit it. He had to ally with Goku and Yamcha in battle. Otherwise, they could very well perish here today. With this thought in mind, Piccolo glanced at Goku and Yamcha, who were slowly losing ground, and promptly joined the fray. Though 3 against 1, and their combined assault on Raditz did indeed cause him some trouble, the overwhelming disparity in power was evident, especially with Piccolo reduced to using only one hand. Thus, their temporary advantage was fleeting. Beyond his speed and strength, Raditz's true advantage lay in his superior endurance in battle. Compared to Goku and his companions, Raditz possessed a far greater reservoir of energy as the conflict wore on. The energy of Goku's trio dwindled, and the initial advantage they held gradually morphed into an absolute disadvantage. This all you've got. How disappointing that I was concerned you might unleash some strange attack earlier. But it seems you are merely this weak. If I methodically drain your energy, you will be finished. Raditz, witnessing his own advantage solidifying, was certain it was only a matter of time before Goku and the others fell to him. "Damn it, this cannot continue." Piccolo, feeling the rapid depletion of his energy, foresaw the impending defeat of their trio. Without hesitation, he decided he would not simply stand by and watch his demise unfold. In an instant. He withdrew from the battle to giving up the fight? Are we? But even if you beg for mercy now, it's far too late. Raditz paid little heed to Piccolo's retreat, assuming he had accepted his fate and relinquished hope. Moreover, the moment Piccolo withdrew, the pressure on Raditz lessened significantly, allowing him to exploit the openings in Goku and Yamcha's defenses. Boom! Boom! With a kick for each, Raditz sent both Goku and Yamcha flying almost simultaneously as Piccolo retreated. Yamcha crumpled into a large pit, motionless, while Goku was propelled 10 meters away. However, Goku, being slightly stronger than Yamcha, managed to brace himself on his knees and stagger back to his feet. So, who shall I eliminate first? Raditz regarded the barely standing Goku with a sinister grin. "I've had a change of heart, Kakarot. It was utterly laughable to take you seriously earlier. It appears you are rather feeble to be grateful, Kakarot, for I shall grant you one final choice. Kill them and come with me. Or perish here." Goku glanced at the incapacitated Yamcha and then at the distant, uncertain fate of Krillin. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. He would never kill his companions, even in the face of despair. He had an undeniable reason to fight. Now, Son Goku, unleash the Kamehameha and strike him. Just as Goku resolved to engage Raditz in a final desperate battle, Piccolo, having just withdrawn, suddenly shouted, as he did so. Goku witnessed Piccolo's severed arm regenerate, both arms elongating and transforming. Before Raditz could react, he found himself ensnared by Piccolo's elongated limbs. "Damn it! Even in this situation, you dare to struggle. Then I shall make you my first target." Raditz, astonished, attempted to pull away from Piccolo's grasp, but found it impossible to break free in that moment. In a fit of panic and rage, he unleashed several energy blasts upon himself. Bang! 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 The force of the energy blasts obliterated the section of Piccolo's arms that had ensnared Raditz. Kamehameha! Seizing the opportunity presented by Raditz's momentary distraction, Goku completed his energy charge. A brilliant beam of white light shot forth, striking Raditz squarely in the chest. Gah! Raditz coughed up blood, his battle armor shattered and torn away. "Damn it! How could I sustain such grievous injuries?" Raditz screamed in fury, his energy significantly diminished. Yet amidst his curses, he stealthily moved behind Piccolo. With a violent tug, he ripped away the remaining portions of Piccolo's arms that had escaped destruction. In his rage, he then stomped down on the exhausted Piccolo, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Energy sphere. However, at that moment, Yamcha, who had remained motionless, managed to twitch a finger. His wounds were severe, yet a portion of energy remained within him. Seizing the opportunity while Raditz was distracted, Yamcha secretly gathered an energy sphere buried underground. As his finger moved, the energy sphere erupted from the earth, striking Raditz from behind and launching him several meters away. Completely unprepared. Well done, Yamcha! Goku had anticipated that Piccolo would be killed by Raditz. However, this unexpected turn of events created a final opportunity. As Raditz soared through the air, propelled by Yamcha's attack, Goku summoned all his strength and leaped forward. The tail was seized in the next moment. As Goku grasped Raditz's tail, he collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, unable to rise. Don't kill me, Kakarot. I'm your brother, prostrate on the ground. Raditz trembled as he desperately pleaded for mercy from Goku. Chapter 58. The path has grown narrow to not be deceived by Raditz's previous bravado. It stems solely from his overwhelming advantage in strength. Now, having been ensnared by Goku's keen insight into his vulnerabilities and finding himself on the brink of death, his true nature of cowardice became glaringly apparent. Beside them, Piccolo, upon hearing Raditz's cries for mercy, immediately recalled Goku's naive disposition. Goku, do not let go. Piccolo urged loudly. I could see this moment. Raditz, driven by the instinct to survive, unleashed a performance of unparalleled desperation, not only weeping and recounting Goku's origins, but also swearing fervent oaths. Kakarot, my brother, I am truly gratified to see you grow so powerful. I was wrong. I swear that if you spare me, I will leave Earth immediately and never return, nor will I disturb your friends or companions. Your friends are on the verge of death, particularly that bald-headed lad. If he's not treated promptly, he may very well breathe his last. This is no time to squander on me. Cold sweat poured from Raditz's brow as he incessantly assured and enticed Goku, fearing that a moment of impulsive rage could lead to his demise. Fool! Goku, what are you hesitating for? Do you truly believe the words of a man like him are worthy of trust? Strike him down swiftly. Such a rare opportunity will not present itself again. Piccolo, witnessing Goku's indecision, was drenched in anxiety. Seeing Goku's reluctance to act immediately, Piccolo began to gather energy in his palm. Goku, suddenly confronted by the bizarre revelation of his heritage and the unexpected existence of a brother, found himself torn. Although he doubted Raditz's fervent assurances, he could not dismiss the lingering sense of familiarity stemming from his bloodline, that he believed his instincts could not betray him. Am I truly a scion? Goku pondered. However, regardless of his origins, he was undeniably a denizen of Earth now on this planet. He had a grandfather who raised him, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, Yama, and Chi-Chi. With these thoughts, Goku's wavering heart regained its resolve, even though he had briefly entertained the notion of sparing Raditz. The potential consequences of Raditz's treachery weighed heavily on his mind. This battle was markedly different from the earlier encounter in the World Martial Arts Tournament, when he had chosen to spare Piccolo. At that time, Piccolo had posed no threat to him, not even to Krillin, thus allowing Goku the luxury of mercy. Yet should he let Raditz go, he was uncertain whether he could rectify the ensuing calamity with his own strength. Goku, though inherently kind, was not blindly confident. His benevolence was primarily grounded in his self-assured progress. However, the potential devastation resulting from sparing Raditz could be immediate and catastrophic. After all, it was not through honorable means that he had compelled Raditz to beg for mercy. It was through cunningly exploiting his weakness. This was also the reason why, in the original Dragon Ball narrative, Goku had chosen to spare Vegeta, yet resolved to perish alongside Raditz earlier. His compassion did not come at the cost of Earth. Even when his kindness led to miscalculations, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to safeguard it. Even as the world transformed around him, Goku's character remained steadfast. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved that he could not release Raditz's tail. He had to make a stand here, defending the Earth that had nurtured him. Yet, the cunning Raditz did not entirely rely on Goku's compassion. in truth, someone as nefarious as he had never contemplated that Goku might choose to spare him. His appeals to familial ties and his pitiful display were merely strategies to elicit a moment of hesitation from Goku. And he sensed that moment precisely as Goku became ensnared in his internal struggle. Before Goku could finalize his decision, Raditz stealthily conjured a thin blade of energy at the edge of his palm and decisively severed his tail. Huh, foolish one. You've hesitated, haven't you? Kakarot, you who have grown on this earth are no longer fit to be a proud scion warrior. As a reward for the trouble you've caused me, I shall allow you to witness true despair. As he severed his tail, Raditz deftly used the energy blade to seal the wound, his figure vanishing from Goku's sight in an instant. With a swift kick, Goku was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. And you dared to feign death and launch a surprise attack on me, after sending Goku sprawling. Raditz's form blurred, and he instantly appeared beside the still crippled Yamcha. Having expended his last reserves to unleash the Spirit Ball, Yamcha could scarcely muster the strength to stand and flee, even as Raditz approached. With a sadistic grin, Raditz brought his foot down mercilessly on Yamcha's knee, the sound of cracking bone echoing painfully. Yamcha cried out in agony, finally succumbing to unconsciousness, just as Raditz prepared to deliver a fatal energy blast to the incapacitated Yamcha. He was suddenly struck by a ki blast, sending him reeling. Special beam cannon, Piccolo, having missed the chance to finish Raditz while he was distracted by Goku, inadvertently saved Yamcha's life. Human martial artist, I merely seized a fortuitous opportunity to strike an extraterrestrial monkey. This was not an act of mercy. Piccolo rationalized to himself as he observed Raditz being propelled away. This last attack was fueled by the remnants of energy within him, the earlier formidable expenditure of his special beam cannon, coupled with multiple uses of the double-arm rebirth, had left him nearly incapable of utilizing another special beam cannon, forcing him to resort to the less potent special beam flash after its release. He stumbled, barely managing to retain his balance. As Raditz was sent flying, his internal injuries worsened. It was only when Goku, trembling and struggling, managed to rise again that Raditz finally regained his footing to that moment. Both sides were locked in a standoff, neither possessing the certainty of victory needed to end the other's life. Yet, compared to Raditz, both Goku and Piccolo had compelling reasons not to lose. For Earth was their home. Thus, even without absolute assurance of triumph, they advanced cautiously toward Raditz, intent on ending his life with their own hands. That I want no part in this. I am leaving immediately. You Earth martial artists are all mad. At this moment, Raditz was genuinely contemplating retreat. He could not fathom why Goku and Piccolo were fighting with such fervor, despite both sides nearing their limits. And Raditz, still possessing a sliver of energy within, he found himself intimidated by the desperate resolve emanating from Goku and Piccolo. He hesitated to continue the battle, plagued by regret for his arrival on Earth, and lamented his initial underestimation of his opponents. If granted the opportunity to regain his full strength, he was certain he would never engage in such a brutal confrontation with Goku and the others again. You, stay back. Aren't you deeply concerned about your frail companions? Hurry and save them. If you linger here with me, what if they cannot hold out? Should they perish, even if you kill me, you will find no joy in it. Will you? Raditz once again invoked the names of Krillin and Yamcha, hoping to shake Goku and Piccolo's resolve. Sensing Goku's potential hesitation, Piccolo intervened directly. If death is inescapable, so be it, but you shall not escape this time. Since you still harbor thoughts of fleeing, allow me to inform you that Earth is home to the mystical Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls can grant any wish, and even if one dies, they can be resurrected through them, rendering your threats utterly futile. A mocking smile graced Piccolo's face as he derided Raditz's ominous words. Simultaneously, he turned sharply to Goku, sternly warning him to not waver any longer. If you kill him, we all survive. If he escapes, we shall all perish. Upon hearing this, Goku hesitated no more. Moreover, he recalled the sins of beans he had on him, having been engaged in a fierce battle. The current stalemate provided him the perfect opportunity to use them. With the sins of beans, he could restore his stamina and assuredly defeat Raditz. With this thought in mind, Goku reached into his pocket. Just then, a tractor-like engine roared to life before abruptly cutting off, followed by Tien's distant voice. "Hey Goku, why do you and Piccolo look so disheveled? Who is this long-haired individual? Oh, and I come to bring you some vegetables again. Chi-Chi just mentioned that she has prepared dinner and is waiting for you. Let's gather at your home." Tien descended from his hovering vehicle. Waving at Goku from 100 meters away, Goku's face lit up with a flicker of joy upon seeing Tien arrive. Thinking that the situation was stabilizing, Piccolo, beside him, felt a surge of urgency, eager for Tien to swiftly deal with Radits. However, what neither Goku nor Tien anticipated was that Radits had noticed him even sooner. The moment Tien appeared, Radits had already scanned him with his power level detector at a power level of only 5. "Ha ha, Kakarot, this farmer is your friend, isn't he? If you wish to spare him from my wrath, then you must attack that Namekian beside you immediately." Radits' face twisted into a sinister grin, having successfully devised a scheme as he draped his arm over Tien's shoulder, addressing Goku and Piccolo. Yet unexpectedly, Goku and Piccolo regarded him with expressions that suggested they found him utterly foolish. Seeing the absurdity in their eyes, Radits felt a pang of humiliation. How could a proud scion tolerate such blatant mockery? His anger flared, and he tightened his grip on Tien's shoulder, threatening the two once more. "What is so strange about this? I hold your friend, a mere farmer. Did you not hear my previous words? You must comply and turn against one another." "No, I've changed my mind. You stay right there and do not move. I demand you let me leave, or I shall crush your friend." Raditz continued his hollow threats. The unusual demeanor of Goku and Piccolo unsettled him. He could not comprehend their confidence. However, upon hearing his words, Goku and Piccolo remained unfazed. Goku even took out a senzu bean, chewing it audibly, with a casual shrug. He addressed Raditz with a dismissive grin. "If you think you can kill him, then by all means, give it a try." After saying this, Goku disregarded Raditz entirely. He tossed a senzu bean to Piccolo before heading towards the unconscious Krillin and Yamcha, hoping to see if they could still be saved. Piccolo, having consumed a senzu bean after the last martial arts tournament, recognized its value, that he accepted the bean without hesitation, tossing it into his mouth. "Fool!" As he chewed the senzu bean, Piccolo crossed his arms confidently, adopting a posture even more arrogant than Raditz's earlier display. Not only did he exude arrogance, but he also insulted Raditz to his face. Such humiliation was foreign to Raditz, and he could hardly tolerate it. Yet, paralyzed by fear, he refrained from attacking Goku and Piccolo, instead casting a suspicious glance at Tien. The battle scanner swept over Tien once more, confirming that this man was indeed just an ordinary farmer with a power level of 5, aside from being somewhat handsome. "Damn it, stop pretending. Are you not just an ordinary farmer from Earth?" Raditz demanded, summoning an energy blast in his palm to threaten Tien. Meanwhile, Tien, having observed the exchange, began to grasp the situation. While he was unaware of Raditz's exact identity, he had no doubt that this individual was an enemy. Moreover, it was evident that Krillin and Yamcha's current state was a result of this foe's actions. Tien's gaze shifted from Krillin to Yamcha, particularly noting Yamcha's grotesquely twisted legs, clearly broken. This sight left Tien speechless. Why did he keep witnessing Yamcha's misfortunes? Fortunately, this incident had no direct connection to him. However, realizing that this enemy intended to engage him, Tien resolved to take action. "Indeed, I am a farmer, that I have a farm, a wife, and a mountain spring. Oh, and I have some fields too. Such a tranquil and beautiful life is something someone like you could never comprehend. Yet alongside being a farmer, I am also a warrior. No, warrior is too simplistic. A more sophisticated term would be martial artist. You seem to look down on farmers? Then, allow me to demonstrate the new martial arts I have developed through diligent training over the past 6 months. This martial art comprises 3 moves, which I had not yet named. But now, thanks to your suggestion, I shall call it the farmer's 3 fists. You seem to possess some skill, having defeated Yamcha and Krillin, and engaged in such fierce combat with Goku and Piccolo. Care to test your mettle against it? Since the incident involving Radits, Tien Shinhan has dedicated an additional half an hour each day to martial arts training amidst the pervasive sense of crisis that has enveloped the world. Over the past 6 months, he has innovated new techniques built upon his existing martial arts foundation. Given that he has derived these skills from the fields, it is perhaps not unreasonable for him to name them with a nod to his farmer identity, which Raditz has scorned. Although he poses the question, Tien is not one to wait for a response before taking action. As he utters his final words, he unleashes a punch aimed directly at Raditz's energy blast, not only obliterating it but also striking directly at Raditz's palm. Crack. The residual force from his punch, having shattered the energy blast, travels seamlessly into Raditz's arm. The remaining energy surges forth like a dragon emerging from the depths of the river, wreaking havoc along Raditz's arm. That a tremendous force, imbued with a spiraling momentum, causes his battle attire to explode apart. Looking at Raditz's arm, it now resembles clothing twisted in a washing machine, hanging limply to one side. Damn it! You are despicable. You struck before I could even finish my words, completely disregarding the principles of martial ethics. I wasn't prepared. Such formidable strength. My arm is utterly ruined. Raditz had not anticipated that Tien would act so swiftly, launching a ferocious assault before he had even completed a statement, leaving his arm incapacitated in one fell swoop. Tien, however, remains unfazed, flashing a grin that reveals his pristine white teeth, nodding slightly at the effectiveness of his initial punch. After all, I am a farmer. What need is there for martial decorum? Ah, yes, the first punch was in retribution for Yamcha. You broke his leg, so I've broken your arm. Fair is fair. Wouldn't you agree? Without waiting for Raditz to respond, Tien delivers a second punch, striking Raditz in the abdomen. The impact causes him to curl up like a shrimp, his mouth forming a perfect O, wide enough to accommodate an egg. Be cautious, this is the second punch. Avenging Krillin, Raditz absorbs the full force of Tien's second blow. The gentle reminder wafts into his ears, overwhelmed with pain and kneeling on the ground, spewing bile. Raditz can only curse silently in his heart. Damn, could you not have given me a warning a moment sooner? As these thoughts swirl through Raditz's mind, the digits on the power level meter surge dramatically before his eyes. Beep, 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 boom. Following the rapid escalation, the power level meter self-destructs. In its final moments, Raditz is horrified to glimpse a realization. So that's SOS here. Haha, what a fool I've been. Raditz erupts into maniacal laughter, startling Tien, who is poised to unleash his final punch. Earth, what a perilous place. Kakarot this time. I have met my defeat, but do not rejoice too soon. I've already transmitted the news back using my communicator. In a year, a far more formidable scion will descend upon Earth to avenge me. You shall witness the true might of the scion race. Raditz cackles madly, and upon hearing Tien mention Kakarot, he deduces Raditz's identity. Yet, Tien's third punch has already been commanded. Thud! Observing Raditz explode into a mist of blood from his third punch, Tien gazes at his own fist in astonishment. I actually obliterated Raditz? It seems I have grown a tad stronger. Chapter 60. The Fiery Brotherhood of Men. Shortly after Raditz's demise at Tien's hands, on a distant planet, Vegeta and Nappa receive the transmission from Raditz's power level meter. Raditz is dead, Nappa exclaims incredulously, his voice booming beside Vegeta. The loud outburst irks Vegeta. Silence. Nappa. Raditz possessed a mere power level of around 1,000. His death is inconsequential. What concerns me is the existence of someone capable of slaying him on such a remote planet like Earth. Who could have defeated him? Could it be Raditz's brother, Kakarot? If so, we merely need to retrieve him to replace Raditz. Vegeta feels no sorrow for Raditz's death, only indignation that a warrior of the Scion race could perish in such a distant place. In his eyes, Raditz's demise is a disgrace for the proud Scion warriors, that he cannot fathom that Raditz had begged for mercy from an Earth martial artist. It is a humiliation for the Scion lineage. The one who killed Raditz was not Kakarot. What? There exists a martial artist on Earth with a power level exceeding 10,000, and there are Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Vegeta suppresses his rage as he continues to listen to the recorded message from the power level meter, only to discover that another individual had slain Radits, an enemy with a power level exceeding 10,000. Then, are we truly going to Earth to avenge Raditz? Nappa, having listened to Raditz's message, is equally apprehensive. Much like Radits, he is one to bully the weak, upon learning of an enemy with such overwhelming strength. He is quick to retreat mentally if the enemy who killed Radits were considerably weaker, say with a power level of around 2000, Nappa would be eager to avenge him. But to confront such a powerful foe on Radits' behalf, he is utterly unwilling. Avenge him? Who said anything about avenging him? Radits' death is simply the result of his own weakness. He cannot blame anyone else and has no right to demand our vengeance. Vegeta scoffs at Nappa, showing no intention of seeking retribution for Radits. Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa breathes a sigh of relief. He has no desire to face such grave danger. Come, Nappa, prepare yourself. We shall journey to Earth. However, just as he believes Vegeta has decided against going to Earth, Vegeta suddenly rises, instructing him to prepare for the trip. Why must we go to Earth, Vegeta? Though Nappa dares not defy the former Prince of Science. He harbors some reluctance. Are you afraid? Fear not. The opponent with a power level exceeding 10,000 shall be mine to face. You need only handle his weaker companions. You heard from the message that his lesser allies are easily dealt with. Even by Radits, in Vegeta's eyes lingered a hint of disdain. However, in pursuit of augmenting his combat prowess, he patiently elucidated to Nappa and assured him that he would confront the mightiest adversary. Upon hearing such a guarantee from Vegeta, Nappa felt a sense of relief that on Earth, his sole fears stemmed from the potential existence of an enemy with a power level exceeding 10,000. While he relished the prospect of tormenting other weaker martial artists, observing Nappa's newfound composure at the thought of not having to face a formidable foe, Vegeta's disdain intensified. In his estimation, both Radits and Nappa, these bullies who preyed on the weak, were unworthy of inheriting the proud legacy of the Scion race. Consequently, he harbored no intention of revealing his true thoughts to Nappa. His journey to Earth was not solely motivated by the desire to confront the martial artist with a power level surpassing 10,000, but also by the Dragon Balls mentioned during his conversation with Radits. As the prince of the Scion lineage, he possessed a far deeper understanding of the latent potential within his Scion blood than most of his kin. He recognized that the Scion physiology allowed him to achieve tremendous power surges following each brush with death. Additionally, he concealed within himself an enduring ambition to overthrow Frieza, a proud Scion prince. How could he ever tolerate a lifetime spent beneath Frieza's dominion? Soon thereafter, Vegeta and Nappa boarded their spherical spacecraft, each lost in their own thoughts as they embarked on their journey to Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku and the others remained oblivious to the trials that awaited them in a year's time. However, just before they obliterated Radits, Tien Shinhan, who recognized him, felt a pang of foreboding as he reflected on his slight increase in strength. He recalled the figure that had stood beside him moments ago, the peculiar battle attire, the green-lensed power scouter, and the cascade of black hair reminiscent of willow branches, along with a visage somewhat akin to Goku's. Was this not Radits? Initially, he had assumed that Radits could not possibly have arrived on Earth so soon. Given that Gohan had yet to be born, to his astonishment, it appeared that the progression of events in this world was unfolding at a pace far swifter than his memories had indicated. Moreover, even though he had not fully grasped Radits' ramblings before his demise, he faintly recalled that Radits had perished, and that the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa on Earth was imminent.